Chaos, 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 chaos.
Now for Predex just subscribed with Prime.
Alrighty then, let's get this show on the road. Good morning, everyone. I'm live a little early just to make sure that I have enough time to finish the MSQ before State of the Realm later today. I want to do it all in one fell swoop. Shouldn't take that long, but I figured I'd just buy myself 30 extra minutes to get it done. Alright, so as a refresher, I'm not someone who hated Dawn Trail's MSQ. I thought it was just kind of okay. Not super good, not terrible. 7.1 had some solid intrigue. Probably the most interesting thing to me about the MSQ was the preservation, which was only barely teased in 7.0, and then 7.1 teased it a little bit more. While I was going through and skipping the scenes, I read a few of the quest descriptions and had a rough idea of what I was getting into. So now I get to see that all come to fruition. And I'm very excited for that. I'm going to turn off alerts. So since I'm going to upload this to YouTube, they don't have to worry about random chaos alerts and anything popping up. All the same, thank you, Malfoy, for the Prime sub. But with that, I want to get going as soon as possible. So I've got the quest right in front of me. I'm on my alt. Let's go. A glimmer of the past. Cryo wishes to catch up on recent events. Hi, team. Sleka. I'm gonna be so off on my voicing. I barely remember what any of the characters sound like. I'll have to hear them in a cutscene again. Sleka, your timing cannot be better. If you have a moment, we have some things we'd like to share. Sorry, I'm dressed for the BDSM party tonight. I don't know how much time I have. Excellent. We'll just wait for Lamati. She should arrive shortly. Sleka, good to see you here too. Hi. Speak of the devil, let's catch up with each other, shall we? I think I'll turn the chat off too. There we go. Right. If I'll go first if nobody minds. I've been back at Tuliola and spoke with Gona. I told him all about the records left behind by Gululja's mother, as well as Sphene's reappearance. We decided I should remain in the dome until things settle down more. But while I'm Gululja's guardian, I'm also a foreign ruler. I have to take care not to appear as though I'm meddling in Alexandrian politics. That's all from me. As for the rest of us, we've been keeping track of this new Sphene. She's been making regular appearances before the people. And each time she does, she encourages them to become endless. Alas, much else about her remains a mystery, including why she's chosen to reveal herself now. On our end, we confirm that only those wearing regulators have had their knowledge of Queen Sphene's death altered. I don't remember what geode sounds like at all. Someone must have tampered with the devices to remove any and all memories of the event. Though we haven't yet identified the perpetrator, given recent events, Sphene is the chief suspect. Many believe that the Queen of Reason is alive and well. Remember her funeral as a memorial for those lost in the attack. Needless to say, this has proven confusing for those with more accurate recollections. We'll carry on with our investigation. I'll head to Earthern Sky now and coordinate with our people there. There's one other matter. The highlight of this gathering, you might say. We'd like you to meet a certain someone. By all means. Where's this person now? In the break room. She's unwell, and Ishtole and Alice have been tending to her. They'll be able to explain things. I want to see how she's doing, so I'll come too. Sal, thanks for the 80 months. Yeah, that's definitely not happening, Chrono. Also, we are like a long ways away from even being remotely close to complete with that. So I'm not going to worry about it at the moment. I've got a lot of Final Fantasy games to get through still for my platinums. I got one of them in the mail yesterday. It's going to be a while before I get to that one. Sphene 2, Electric Boogaloo.
What is she doing here? We just heard she was busy spreading talk of becoming endless among the Alexandrians. What's going on here?
She is not who you think she is. Not the Queen of Reason who has made a miraculous return, but an individual of flesh and blood, possessed of a soul.
The OG.
We chanced upon her in living memory, but she collapsed before we could exchange words. We decided to bring her here for now.
Her body was suffused with lightning ether, which caused a debilitating paralysis. Ishtola reached out and informed me of her condition, and I came with a porksy as fast as I could.
See, the porksies can fix the
We're
lightning
now
ether.
waiting to see if the treatment was effective.
That's what I said last time.
Judging by her appearance, the circumstances of our encounter, and her extreme ethereal aspect, I am all but certain that she is the one from whom the Endless Sphene was created. The original Queen Sphene of Alexandria.
What? But how can that be possible? The real Sphene died of illness 4 centuries ago.
I died?
Yes.
Whatever do you mean? I am not dead. I'm not. What is this place? Where is everyone? Otis and Zelenia? And who are you people? Calm down. We mean you no harm. You've been unwell, and it wouldn't do to strain yourself. Please, help me. I don't understand any of this.
It'd be really strange if you did.
Of course. But if I might confirm some things first. You are Queen Sphene of Alexandria, are you not?
Yes. Yes, I am.
And ere you awoke here, you were in another unfamiliar place. Is that correct?
I opened my eyes and saw a strange, dark room. Outside, there were towering buildings, clad in electrope.
You slumbered at the heart of that city for many years, within a facility called the Meso Terminal. Many things have come to pass during that time, some of which you may find upsetting. Are you sure you wish to learn of them?
Yeah, she ain't got no choice. She's alive in the here and now. She's got to know some things.
In that dark room, there was an electric casket designed to preserve its occupant in cold stasis. Until the terminal and its systems were recently shut down. That was where you were kept, in all likelihood.
The preservation's messing with things.
Since the time of the Old Kingdom. For 4 centuries.
What? Do you speak true? I've been asleep for that long. 400 years.
records say that Queen Sphene succumbed to the rampant lightning energies unleashed during the storm surge. But it seems the truth is rather different.
A little bit. The preservation hid her body away and took over. The original Queen Sphene. We'll tell her what she wants to know. Then we'll decide what we need to do. What would Otis do if he were here? What can I do? We turned up her chamber when we searched the Meso terminal. Safe to say none of us had anticipated this development. To wake up alone in a distant future and seemingly by no choice of your own. You can hardly blame her for reacting as she did. The treatment may have been effective, but the road ahead for her remains uncertain. I do not believe you are lying. So please, tell me everything that has happened. Everything. Very well. But let us do so with care, lest we cause you undue strain. Now, while I would like more of us to assist, it isn't practical to gather everyone, so I will summon Grahatia and Cryo for now. I mean, I'm just going to open up the dungeon in the PF like I normally do. It's first come, first serve. Everyone taking turns explaining things.
I know this has all been a lot to take in, but how are you feeling? Physically, I mean.
Much better now, thanks to Y'shtola and Alisaie's ministrations. In fact, I can scarcely remember the last time I felt so hale.
Well, you probably can't remember very much at all, to be fair.
I know not how to repay them. Not only for coming to my aid, but for telling me about my kingdom besides.
I don't think they're ones to keep score. Isn't that right?
Maybe Y'shtola.
He's known those two for a long time. You can trust in his judgment. Besides, you helped to prove that their treatment works here as well.
Thank goodness.
With
I've
this
been wondering
success,
that the entire
they'll be able
time.
to help others in Alexandria who suffer from the same illness. Few things could make them happier.
No, I'm happy.
I see. Full glad am I to know that we may cure the affliction after so long.
No.
So very long.
I'm happy. Yeah, 400 years?
I
No going
steeled
beyond that.
myself having been warned, but it's difficult to come to terms with everything.
Sphene? Maybe going out and seeing it would help. Alexandria as it is now.
Great idea. There's no substitute for seeing things with your own eyes. That said, there is a chance that you'll run into the other Sphene. Still want to take a look, even so?
Needed disguise.
It would be a lie to say I do not feel anxious, but I wish to walk among the people, to hear their voices and learn about their realm.
Yeah, we should give her a nickname to help her blend in. I should have done this on Ninja so the joke would have made more sense.
I would be honored.
Then allow us to show you the sights.
Thank you, Wuklamot.
Seekers of Eternity. Listen, Slacka's just here for a good time, not a long time. Thank you as well, Slacker, for your kindness. The Endless Sphene. You knew her, did you not? It may take time for both of us to come to terms with the situation, myself especially, but I recognize that I must. I may still be here, but the world I knew is gone. That's an understatement. Before heading out, I should put on a more suitable attire. There's a modern outfit among the items Shale has prepared for me, I believe. If you would wait outside, I should need only a moment. Alright, take your time. It's been almost all streams this week, though, GXR. Also, I'm done with the turtles now. I'm past that in 13. I'm on Seasons. I finished the rest of the Titan Trials except for Atticus. Last night before bed. I just had to run through them all real quick. They're all 5-starred too, thankfully.
Apologies for keeping you waiting. I've never worn such clothing before.
Oh, that really suits you.
Good morning, Bunny. It looks ideal for a brisk afternoon stroll.
For one so well-traveled to say that, I feel confident it's perfect for exploring the city.
People want Sphene's jeans.
Before you head out. Circumstances being what they are, we thought it best to come up with a way to distinguish you from the other Sphenes, and
we need a nickname, perhaps after some sort of small, sharp armament.
I suppose it could get pretty confusing.
Make the joke.
First, we propose calling you simply Sphene.
No, come up with a better nickname.
Endless Sphene should suffice.
That's what I would do.
What about the new one who's been addressing the citizens?
Despite being the spitting image of Endless Sphene, we know she's a different entity. So we were thinking of calling her a simulant, after imitation stones.
I see. Well, they're definitely not the same. And that's as good a way as any to draw a distinction. But what do you think, Sphene? Is that all right with you?
Rest assured,
Sphene's
I
got
have
her
no
forts
objections.
on.
When
Her
I
Sphene's
am in
forts.
the city, however, I intend to keep both my face and name secret.
Good call.
For the people of today's Alexandria know only the Endless Sphene.
We're sorry to subject you to such ignominy.
I think she gets it.
No, I myself would rather not invite complications, so it is quite all right. Thank you for your concern, Shale. Let us be off then. I am in your capable hands.
Like, I'll call her simulant. I have a recommendation for the fake Endless Sphene. How about you call her fake
Good
bitch?
idea. We should start from scanning port 9. I'll do my best to explain things.
I put my vote in for that. Soon I'll probably be calling her Calyx's puppet if what I'm predicting is correct. Yeah, realistically, the only quest dialogue I remember reading when I was going through it, when skipping all the cutscenes, was just to find out that guy's name. Calyx. Hello, Sphene. So this is Alexandria. Despite being inside a tower, it feels as though I'm out in the open. Though the sights are nothing like I remember, Electrope is still everywhere I look. It is a strange yet familiar place. That lady wants to talk to Lamachi, so while they're busy, I'll tell you about what we can from here. Is there any place that interests you? There are so very many. I can't decide where to begin. All the places. Then why don't we let Slacker choose? The following events cannot be skipped. The lady talking to Lamachi just came back from Tuliolal. It was her first time since being trapped in the barrier 30 years ago. She has a family in Alexandria now, so she had to return. But the train made it safe and easy for her to make the journey, and it's all thanks to everyone's hard work. There was once a railroad connecting Alexandria and the neighboring Lindblom, but operations were suspended when relationships deteriorated. Eventually, the tracks were removed entirely. To see that a railroad now connects us to our new neighbors is gratifying. Especially considering that our history began with war, with Alexandria the aggressor. In continuing to strive for peace, Tuliola's leaders have shown great magnanimity. I can't help but be moved. There are lots of different shops at the Nexus Arcade, selling everything you need. It's always full of people out doing their shopping. The Endless Sphene gave Slaka and Lamachi a tour of the place. I remember watching them from a distance. The castle town I knew had a main thoroughfare that was lined with shops. Whenever I visited, the citizens would come and speak with me about matters great and small. That explains why the Endless version of you does the same thing. Just like that lady is doing now with Wuklamat. If you attune to Lane Node 9, you can teleport back here anytime you want. You can also use it to teleport to other locations in Solution 9. It makes it easy to get around. That's the mode of travel that utilizes ether currents, yes? We had the same in my time, but when the storm surge broke out, such nodes were sealed off to prevent enemy use. And after the war, the etheric balance across the entire world had collapsed. Not only was travel outside the barrier ill-advised, the act of teleportation itself had become dangerous. We had to abandon the nodes altogether. It is heartening to see them available for use for one and all. Damn right. Oh, I use those things, trust me. In the government sector, there's a counter where citizens can get matched to jobs. It's also a soul exchange, but no one goes there much these days since there aren't that many souls in circulation. I'm not sure how I feel about regulators and the treatment of souls as a resource. I understand the grief of those who have lost loved ones and the desire to escape the sorrow of death. Even so, I would never wish to forget. My parents, Otis, Zelenia, I want to remember them all. I'm reluctant to impose my personal belief upon others, though. Walk towards me, Lamachi. Sorry about that. I got a little carried away with the conversation. It's alright. Slaka and I told her about places we can see from here. Really? That's great. Right then. Why don't we stroll through the residential sector and stop at the Mosaic? We could take a break there. Are you having fun looking around, Sphene? You can't convince me they didn't just really want to say Queen Sphene because it rhymes over and over again. Can't convince me that isn't the reason they didn't go with another gem. Not even garnet, but just a different gem altogether. They just wanted to say Queen Sphene, Queen Sphene, Queen Sphene. We've been walking for a while, so let's rest our feet, eh? Drinks are on me. Sphene, Slaka, the two of you go ahead and order first. I will take an old-fashioned. And maybe a whiskey sour.
So many different.
Yeah, what if they called her
drinks.
Lazuli?
I can't decide. Ooh. I'll have this, please. A Dali coffee.
Of course. I should warn you, though. Dali beans are an older variety known for their strong bitterness. Still want one?
I know all about coffee from Final Fantasy IX, lady. Don't
The
worry.
bitterness is the best part. Have you decided as well?
She's the descendant of that old man I brought coffee to. I'll have the same. Give me the coffee.
2 Dali coffees then. The beans make for dark roasts that are quite aromatic. I find the sharp flavor invigorating, though a dash of milk can be a wonderful complement.
No, I drink my coffee black.
I'll have your drinks ready in a moment.
I want that coffee mug. I want that coffee cup. Give it to me, Square.
They're certainly well liked. It's a wonderful feeling, spending time with the people.
If only she could do it right now. Drink coffee. Hi, Ivy. Ivy, relax. That's not relaxing.
But they're not my people anymore, are they? Their city, their way of life, even the ground upon which they tread. I am a stranger to it all.
A stranger of paradise?
The weight of the long years is finally beginning to sink in.
Where's Jack?
Your Majesty, is that you?
No! No!
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but I am not Queen Sphene, though I'm often told we look alike.
There you are. How many times have I told you not to go off alone? I'm sorry he bothered you, Mom. Come now, we're going home.
Bye! Not Queen Sphene!
Much less inconspicuous. Not Queen Sphene.
I do not know that boy, nor does he know me. No one does. Another harsh reminder that I have no place here.
That's not true.
Yet, no matter how much things have changed, I am happy.
No, I'm not.
I
No,
am.
you're not. I am.
For Alexandria has endured. Our sacrifice was not in vain. Even so, I cannot help but feel lonely.
Don't worry, we'll fix that. Yeah, I have to do my sympathy sip. And have it no other way. Forgive me. I didn't mean to darken the mood. Still, I feel better having shared my feelings with you. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm not being much of a guide. I don't usually get approached this often. It's quite all right. The people have been through so much. It's only natural for them to seek comfort and assurance from someone they trust. Besides, I was able to relax with a delicious cup of coffee and have a lovely chat with Slacka. I appreciate your understanding. Right then, where to next? We could take a look inside the Nexus arcade, but it can probably wait for when we actually need something. In that case, let's head back to the recreation zone. There's plenty to see on True View. Let's go, Golul Jaw. Good idea. Let's sprint and or jog there. And eventually just teleport, because of course we can. Feature. Quality of life. You know what? Take that, jog. I'll still use Peloton. He looks pale. We need to find a place for him to rest. Thank you. I was on my way to attend some business when the memory of being killed here came flooding back. The danger is past, I know, but the terror lingers. For all the comfort I've offered others in my work, I can't seem to comfort myself. Try as I might. Oh yeah, that's right. We gotta rally him. Come on, man. Get over it. Yeah, dude. Come on. You could just get over it, man. No, it doesn't stack. It just takes whichever one is. It just takes whatever your fastest movement speed buff is. Thank you. I feel better already. Your encouragement was exactly what I needed. But where are my manners? My name is Malachite, and I am an usher. An usher? They're the ones who came to those who came to those without long to live, right? Given everything that's happened, I expect your duties have changed. That's correct. We no longer attend to the dying. It is only after they have passed away in their family's care that we convey their remains to the government storage facility. Storage facility? What for? Henceforth, we must inter the deceased, but as the specifics are undecided, the bodies must be kept in cold storage for the time being. I didn't know. I'd heard there were graveyards over by the submerged city, but like funerals, burial customs must be long forgotten. Do you have usher duties? If so, we could help. I'm not actually here in official capacity, so I'm loath to trouble you further. But since you asked, I shall explain why I've come. Explain why you've come. I've taken to delivering the personal effects of the departed to the families. Even though their memories have been entrusted to the cloud, I still remember where they once lived. The rule was to dispose of any belongings. To do anything else was strictly forbidden. But it saddened me to see them discarded like waste, so I began secreting away what I could. Of course, I understand that not everyone shares my sentiments, and I leave it to the families to decide what to do with these items. Some accept my deliveries, others reject them. Whether I'm doing the right thing, I cannot say, but I feel the family should be given the choice. Oh, they didn't have it before then. It's important to think about what people leave us. I want to help. Do you want to help too, Slacka? Deliveries happen to be my specialty. I'm truly grateful. Now there are 4 items to be delivered here in the recreation zone. I leave them in your care. In the meantime, I will head to the residential sector to make deliveries there. After you've finished, please meet me back here. I would like to know the family's reactions. I am the delivery boy of light! You know, there's people in Tuliolal who had similar episodes during the trauma of the siege. Would you mind if I went with Malachite just to keep an eye on him? Only if you can handle those deliveries without me, of course. It's fine, it's fine. I'm sure he'll be happy for the company. Thumbs up. So there are 4 items in total to deliver. Right, 3 for the people on True View, and 1 for someone over by Neon Stain. Let's visit them in that order. Might I trouble you to do the talking, Slacker? I fear my voice may betray my identity. Lead the way. We'll be right behind you. Let's go, Sphene. Sphene's got Garnet's run cycle. Of course she does. From when she's in the well, I mean, it's just Garnet's run cycle in general. The way the buildings are all in a row reminds me of the old castle town. Midlander animations, yeah. Lively as it is here, I can see why Oblivion can blend in. The people around True View seem scary at first, but most of them are really kind. When I see someone pass out on these streets now, I worry if they'll be alright. Yeah. Pass out on the streets in this town. Probably better than most towns. Is there something... Who am I talking to? Is there something you need? Ah, so Malachite sent you. He was very considerate. When he offered to bring me the keepsake, he stressed that I didn't have to accept it if I felt uncomfortable. I see why some would say no, but I couldn't do that. Not when it's something that belonged to my parents. Well, I understand now, I will never see again. Having spare souls won't save us from the inevitable. That's always been the case. Now I find myself wondering about this and that. Like how much longer I can afford to muck around with my brothers. But I won't bore you with my ramblings. Thanks for bringing me the keepsake, and give my regards to Malachite. One. What are you brooding about? What is it? If you're trying to sell me something, I'm not interested. Oh, you brought the keepsake. Thank you. I'm looking forward to this, hoping that it might help me remember, but no such luck it seems. The owner is dead and they'll never become one of these endless Queen Sphene tells us about. It's a sad thought. Even so, I'm not sure I want to become endless myself. For me, by putting your memories into a new body made of ether, doesn't that mean you yourself still have to die first? Thought of not having to worry about souls was appealing, so I was happy, no I am, to receive a neo-regulator, but I've only had doubts since then. Queen Sphene herself recommends it. I want to believe that all will be well, but still. Sorry, I need to clear my head. Oh, hello! Do I know you? Ah, so this is the keepsake. Truth be told, I've been wavering as to whether or not I should accept it. I mean, it belonged to someone that died. It's got me thinking about what we did to Tuliolal. I didn't even know we'd killed so many of their people. Not until the funeral. What if they decide to retaliate? Lamachi Uklamat would never do that. She and everyone in Tuliolal know that my father was to blame for the attack, not the Alexandrian people. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you speak ill of your father. I just can't stop worrying about death, and hearing that they're running out of neo-regulators makes it worse. I don't know what to do anymore. Well, the answer is realistically to live until you die and then die. That's everyone on True View. Let's go to the Neon Stain. You live and then you die and then don't worry about it. You talking to me? Alright, this. I can't say it stirs any memories, but it does feel familiar somehow. You know, you look familiar yourself. Who do I know you from? Ah. Of course, you're the unenhanced challenger. No, champion! Can't stress how incredible it is what you've achieved without using feral souls. It's a genuine honor to meet you, though not for the first time, I realize. Damn right. It was at that infusion station at the government sector. It wasn't my finest moment, as you might recall. I don't remember what your voice sounds like. This is the voice you're getting now. You're the Arcadian fighter who is desperate for souls. That's right. Sorry you had to see me like that. Anyway, seeing we're meeting properly now, the name's Litander. I used to fight in the Arcadian, but not anymore. I took Queen Sphene's words to heart and found a new job, one where I can put my knowledge of physical conditioning to use. As you know, lots of people were badly hurt when the mechanical soldiers malfunctioned, and I've been assisting with their rehabilitation. It's not something I ever imagined myself doing, but here we are. Not many people can help others like you can. I think it's great what you're doing. Thanks. It's encouraging to hear that. I just wish the regulator was actually attached to your head. This is a fellow who had to learn how to walk all over again. Becoming endless would solve his problems, but he's determined to overcome them the hard way. With the body he's got. Seeing that gave me a newfound appreciation for my own body. It's a gift from my parents, a sturdy thing that survived the arena, and I need to take better care of it. If I'm the only blue-scaled Hubigu besides my father, Namachi once told me that. I don't know how my father felt about it, and there are times when it hurts to think about the things that we share. Still, I don't want to lose that. Even if I could look the same as an endless, I would never throw away this body. Most people would find it hard to do so, I imagine. Just the thought makes me feel uncomfortable about becoming an endless, the whole becoming an endless affair. But I need to get back to work. It was nice talking to you, and thanks for the delivery. Sir, stick the regulator to the side of your head. It's hanging off. I do not accept this. I believe that takes care of the deliveries. Thank you for taking charge, Slacker. From what I've seen and heard, it's plain the people held their queen in high regard, and the simulant has exploited their love and admiration to win over so very many. Come, let us report to Malachite. He should be back at the north of the recreation zone. Yeah, can't even install his regulator correctly. How is he supposed to even use the souls he gets, even if he were to get more? That dude is so dead, by the way. Talking about appreciating his body. That dude dead. Hello, small chipmunk. Good morning, good morning. Thank you for your assistance. With this, every delivery I had planned today is accounted for. The reactions I received were mixed. While some were glad, others decided they did not want the items after all. How was your experience? Everyone accepted their items, but they all felt differently about them. One person couldn't remember the keepsake's owner, and another couldn't stop worrying about their own death. I see. It's difficult indeed to predict how people may behave when confronted with reminders of loss. Of late, I've come to believe we are each the sum of the moments we've shared with our loved ones. And when they passed away, we lost our memories of these people. We lost a part of ourselves. It's a thought that saddens me to no end. If our memories of the departed are no longer to be entrusted to the cloud, I wish that those already taken could be returned to us. Well, my friends, I must resume my formal duties. My thanks again for your aid. Malachite speaks true. Our memories are what define us. They form the path we walk to be where we are. My endless self, I expect, was much like me in the beginning. But I cannot become like her no more than she could become like me. For once our paths diverged, so too did our lives and experiences. That's true. Even if we start from the same place, we all have different journeys. At some point, things like our goals and our ways of thinking are bound to change. The endless Sphene was one possibility. A version of myself who made choices I want to believe I never would. I'm beginning to come to terms with the fact that I did, though. Huh? Is that Queen Sphene? Very ominously. The simulant? Well, she obviously knows it's you. She was looking straight at us. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she wanted us to follow her. I have a bad feeling about this, but we might not have another chance to figure out what she's up to. We're going after her, right? She'd probably just let me do that alone, but you know. Why don't we just go the other way and be like, yeah, she looked right at us. The simulant headed into the street over there. The neon stain is that way. Let's hurry. It's the neon stein, I'd assume, but whatever. Me not caring.
Not here. Let's press on, if only a little further.
Only a little bit. Damn it, Calyx! You're gonna have to try harder than that, pal.
Hey, are you alright?
I've dodged several hundred more lightning bolts than that.
So he didn't die. Vexing, but expected.
That was about the strongest bolt we can produce within Everkeep. What now?
We obtain more precise measurements. Narrow the range of variables to avoid unnecessary trial and error. That is the most expeditious course of action.
I know that voice.
Remember the part where I beat your ass last time?
Yes, you! We have important business with you. We left something in your keeping, the key to interdimensional fusion. You will kindly return it to us, yes?
No!
Is that so? What a shame. If I had the key, I wouldn't need to be cruel and turn away so many people. Far more than 5,000 could become endless and know eternal happiness.
What? You mean to steal ether from other worlds again?
Of course she does. That's the only thing they're going to use it for.
All is for the sake of his experiments.
Okay, that's a very different reason.
'Twas for that reason, you know, that the previous me created the endless. I pity her. she was forced to attempt the impossible, to turn every soul who dies into an endless, even though there's no end to them.
The irony.
Admittedly, that was part of the plan. Her desperation would drive her to claim the key and use it. And sure enough, she did just that. I know you had a soft spot for her, Lamity.
Stop
So
smiling.
for what it's worth, I'm truly sorry.
Decker.
Alas, we are naught more than pawns, pieces in his grand design.
We're sorry. Smile.
Don't you dare make light of her love for her people. Don't you dare!
Strike me down if you wish. I shall be made anew. And I doubt many would look kindly upon the vow of resolve of Tuliolol if she attacked a neighboring queen, and not for the first time. Would you be willing to accept the repercussions?
We'll take this into a back alley where no one can see me.
Damn you!
Yeah, I don't think she is very sorry. Give me answers. Is that Electrope? Because it has many uses.
You're speaking to me.
Yes.
Our goal is to usher in the next phase of mankind's evolution. Since time immemorial, life has used death to facilitate adaptation in an ever-changing environment. The old and infirm are weeded out, allowing the species to thrive. Generational succession. This has been our survival strategy.
Incoming villain theme. This is some Persona-ass villain theme. What's going on, Jesse?
This strategy has long since reached its practical limit. It is outdated. It relies on progeny, which gives rise to unchecked population growth. Resources become scarce, invariably leading to conflict. All the while, death is ever present and robs our species of untold potential. Where man now stands in his evolution, bodies of flesh no longer make sense. What we must strive for next is carefully managed, eternal preservation.
Yep, the preservation. That's what they've been teasing. She'll remember your name now.
Calyx! You're
Calyx, not
aren't you?
Calyx.
You know him?
The young genius who had mastered electrope technology. He founded the scientific collective known as Preservation and devoted himself to developing a cure for the paralysis which plagued our people.
Yeah, but we have that. We figured it out with flying pigs, idiot.
Calyx, you always had your gaze set upon the future, and I know you do now. But I beg you, do not deceive the people of Alexandria. Do not manipulate them with this imitation forged from my memories. Well, how rude. Yet, whatever you may say, I'm the one whom the people regard as queen.
For now. Put an end to that.
You may have worn the crown for a few years, but now you are no one. Just a frail, fleshy version of me that could die at any moment. The kingdom has no use for such as you.
Is that a threat? You lack drip, fake Sphene.
Our demand is simple. Surrender the key. Refusal will necessitate consequences.
I'm sure nobody in Solution 9 was panicking as the entire power supply was used for a single lightning bolt. Calyx has got a pretty dope theme. Are you alright, Slacker? Forgive me. I was once able to use healing spells, but my long slumber another Garnet reference. But my long slumber appears to have sapped my magical reserves. It's frustrating being so powerless. Perhaps I must accept my newfound limitations. Sounds a little familiar. Little bit. It's a little more Persona-y, though. Alexandria has no need of Queen Sphene. It's the Queen of Reason, my endless counterpart, that they love. And although it is a hard truth to accept, it is nevertheless the truth. I must find a new way to serve. You're not alone, and together we can get through anything. Well said. It just so happens that there's something that only you can do right this moment. Let's start with Calyx. What can you tell us about him? He was a prodigy who specialized in the field of electrope and made his mark during the storm surge. Yet even as he basked in the admiration of his peers, he struggled with an illness he had from birth, which left him precious little time to live. For him to still be here 4 centuries on, I think it's safe to assume that he too has become an endless. I see. While we're somewhat familiar with preservation, I never imagined we'd cross paths with one of them like this. You know the preservation? We do. They're supposed to have created Everkeep's core systems as well as the Endless Sphene. Did they? All while I was slumbering. The members of Oblivion have spent time investigating preservation. We should head to the back room and tell them what's happened. Lego. Calyx just standing behind his computer screen, thinking he's all hot shit. Wait, this is starting to sound familiar. Reflects internally. No. I get it. All of the Everkeep is just chat. Time to ban chat.
We've heard what happened. So, preservation has revealed itself at last.
And using the key, they mean to turn even more people into Endless. It seems safe to assume that they too intend to steal ether from the other reflections. But unlike the previous Sphene, they have no intention of saving everyone. Calyx, of all people, would know precisely how much ether is required to sustain an Endless. Thus, he is able to set a realistic limit to their creation, without being swayed by emotion.
Carefully managed eternal preservation. Whether or not this can be considered an evolution, 'tis plain that man's very existence would be forever changed.
Say, if this Calyx is as brilliant a scientist as everyone says, could he have been the one who erased everyone's memories of Endless Sphene's death?
Yes.
That is a possibility. though I cannot speak to his motives.
I could probably figure it out.
Alex has outright stated his ultimate goal. How his actions will further this agenda remains unclear. That said, we have seen how anxiety towards death continues to spread amongst Alexandrians. Perhaps the simulant stokes this fear to entice them to become endless.
Everyone is afraid of death. We try to put it out of our minds, and I do not blame the people for feeling as they do. Nonetheless, I wish to stop the simulant. I wish to do what I can for those who believe in their queen.
And then we'll make you queen.
Although I wear no crown, were I to forsake the people, then I would truly have no place here.
I don't know if this will help in that endeavor, but I've found something interesting.
Tell me about the Underkeep.
When I analyzed the sign that Calyx appeared on, I was able to determine the source of transmission. I traced it back to a terminal used only by preservation, located in the Foundation sector.
Foundation sector? That came up in my mother's records, didn't it? It's where the old castle was hidden.
Hidden is a strong word. It's just
It
down.
was built atop the castle of the former kingdom. Access to the immediate area, the Foundation sector, is highly restricted, with map data accordingly classified.
Don't worry, we'll see an older version.
The old castle is inside this tower.
It's an ideal place for preservation to conceal a terminal, I must say. Having existed since the storm surge, they would be familiar with the castle's layout.
But I wonder, would someone so versed in electrope, such as Calyx, be so careless as to leave a trail?
He would if it was on purpose.
I expect he intended for us to find the terminal.
Yup.
It may be a trap, but it's our only lead. What do you think, my friend?
I love running into traps. That's how I know there's going to be fun. And cheese.
No, we cannot. We must learn exactly what he is plotting.
If you're set on this course of action, I'll work on getting you access to the Foundation sector. Sit tight for now.
I'll stand, but, you know, all the same. Nice
Let me come
kicks.
with you. I may not possess any special skills, but I know the castle better than any. So please.
Trap means content.
All right. If that's what you want, then we go together.
That was a
The rest
weird...
of us will take point and secure the way, and we'll count on you to guide us in the castle.
Looked like Wuklama. Well, the no text box at the bottom for the all right, but also her. I don't think she was animated for that all right either. I didn't look at her mouth, and I don't think it moved. Thank you for allowing me to accompany you. If it may take time it may take time for me to find my place in this new Alexandria, but I will, slowly but surely. Descent to the Foundation. Right, I believe I plotted a viable route to the Foundation sector. So we don't have much information on the area. I'll come along and gather geographic data on site. You can leave the navigating to me. I'll stay behind this time, and let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Oblivion is fortunate to have a capable adapter like you, Galuja. And no matter what the future holds, your knowledge of Electrope is bound to serve you well. Such dependable support here, we may embark on our mission. Come, let's head to the lift in the government sector. Hello, Shining. Alright, I'll make a PF for the dungeon. Password 1227. Once I just do this unlock real quick. And then I'll have to do the normal trial. Against Zalenia. I'm jogging away. So I actually never grabbed resolution. I meant to grab it when I was going through 7.1 on this character, but the one cutscene that's up there teleports you away from it immediately after. Yeah, I'm on Ether. Yeah, I wanted to do this yesterday, but well, it took a little longer than I expected. I guess actually, no, it didn't take longer than I expected to get Suzaku done. It took about as long as I expected. Definitely more accurate to say it took about as long as expected. Good morning, Sharper. No, you can't stack movement speed buffs. I mean, Suzaku went exactly as I thought it would. What the heck? Why is my Discord overlay back on? I guess the Discord update changed the settings. Where's the overlay setting? Game overlay. Disable overlay. Skip. That's annoying. It's the first time I've ever had it happen. Get out of here, Discord. I got to tell my Discord story a couple weeks ago. It's always a fun time telling my story about the Discord CEO. I don't even know if that guy's still the CEO, or if he's in a different position in Discord now. Thanks for the 25 months, Zenobius. They have 2 overlays. Oh, yeah, I saw that. I disabled both of them. I ticked both boxes. Well, I mean, I better have worked because I ticked both boxes. I hate the Discord overlay. Yes, my favorite secret route, the elevator. There's no direct lift in the Foundation sector, so I'll have to transfer to it another way. If we're taking the wrong lift, we'll end up in the wrong sector, so be sure to follow her instructions. Nice weapon. According to Tishalja's records, the tower is divided into inner and outer sections below orogenics. The castle is at the heart of the inner sector. So upon arriving at the Foundation sector, we need to make our way inward. Saka, take this communicator with you. It's been modified to track your coordinates, so I'll be guiding you as I collect data. Sounds like we're all set. Let's get going. The Underkeep, now accessible. This character's been a bunny for a pretty long time. Alright, dungeon, Underkeep, password 1227, because I'm so original, on Ether. Bam, 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 bam. Looks like an ale drinker. No, I drink my whiskey sours and my old fashions and my bourbon and my whiskey and all my hard liquor. Alright, let go. How many mokekas do I have? 41? Nah, I'm not going to use a mokeka for Underkeep. It's such a beautiful theme. Nice pajama pants, by the way.
There are beasts ahead of you. They must have gotten in and made themselves at home.
It'd be really strange if they didn't. Listen, I've been working on that Final Fantasy 13 Platinum. The last thing I want to see is this flan model. I said this literally the day of patch, too. I was just like... No, there's no more giant turtles. I need like 14 more Seath Stones in the Treasure Hunter mission, and I'm done. Just so many turtles. Why are there so many turtles?
There should be an access hatch nearby that leads inside. Look for an opening.
I mean, yeah, I did this dungeon 3 days ago, Shining. You wait until your next 2-minute window, Mia. You just don't use it until it lines up. Stay of the Realm is today, yes. That's why I'm trying to get the story done before Stay of the Realm. I started stream 30 minutes early. Yeah, I started stream 30 minutes early, Sarah. I'm not gonna lie. In the future, I might just start stream as soon as I'm ready in the morning.
I'm detecting something big.
I love this part of the theme.
With it to continue on.
Also, big fan of them using the Gargant down here. I like this dungeon. I mean, it's rare that I don't like a dungeon nowadays. But this one I especially quite enjoyed. Get behind him! Earth Song? What about Silk Song? Oh, that's right. There is no Silk Song. Oh, it's sad now. That's messed up, Happy. What's messed up? Me saying it or how real it is? Because you can't blame me for how real it is. We got Earth Song before Silk Song, which we got before GTA 6.
access hatch and head inside.
It sure is, Chris Blosian, though no one's surprised by that. I feel like at this point, No Man's Sky will put up a free update called Elder Scrolls 6 before Elder Scrolls 6 ever gets released. Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean by went all out by the cutscenes. I mean, the story's been good so far. It's a decent chunk of voice acting. I haven't had to actually voice act too much this batch. Thank you for the latent spite buff. Now, if only I could actually get some procs here.
Everkeep's construction was apparently a constant battle against the rising water level. Even during the
Good morning,
war,
Sean.
people labored to maintain the castle. It meant a lot to them. It's upsetting to think that preservation's terminal is in this place.
Maybe it's just a subtle, you know, reference to their love for what they left behind. See, I especially notice this latent spite buff when I'm in machine gun mode during Payon. 10 potency, very noticeable. I mean, every dungeon has explorer mode.
Come, let us measure your strength.
Yeah, you just have to actually toggle it. They really like phantom blades in this patch. Other side. Ah! Excuse me. Thank you. Phantom Blades and Chakra. Yeah, Howling Blade does the same thing. Not the exact same thing, but like I mean, honestly, his two attacks are similar enough.
That was hardly a challenge, I see.
Yeah, it's a dungeon, idiot.
I'd didn't press on.
Yeah, see, he's trying to gauge our power. He wants to make a simulant of us. It's alright. He can't simulate how awesome I am. Wouldn't be my evil self. They're just a fake me. You know what? I'm probably not making it. Nope. No Mr. Happy moment there. I did have a Mr. Happy moment with one of the lariats, so. I mean, if they haven't played since the start of Endwalker Lift, they literally wouldn't even be caught up by then, most likely. You spin my head right round like a record.
You are untroubled thus far, but I have something that may test you yet.
No, you don't. You know, it's funny, we saw this boss in the trailer, and I just didn't think it was the dungeon's final boss. I don't know why. Even after doing the first two bosses a few days ago, I was like, I forgot about Valley Apira.
We still lack sufficient data. Very well. Let us see how you perform against this.
Against this. He doesn't even know what it is. He's just like, I don't know. It's some tablet. He's like, and I know a lot about tablets.
This machine has long guarded these crumbling halls.
It do indeed be a flying rock. A flying Dwayne, if you will.
Let us introduce more weaponry.
Yep, rock. Oh, I see you. I was like, oh, I have enough space. I was wondering if we could both squeeze in there adequately. The answer was we can. Tantarian would have been an interesting one, yeah. And then he's gonna swap the positions of one of them, I think. Yeah. I think we could have fit both of us in there. It just would have had to have been a little more careful.
Still alive. How unfortunate.
This boss is the final boss in Kuja's castle. Kuja's hideout, more accurately. Not, I mean, same fucking thing. Who cares? It's not the same thing. Yeah, which given Calyx literally seems like a Kuja that beat death. And will probably have a very similar role to that in point 3. Oh, here we go. We're all on this side, baby. Yeah. Trance Calyx. Alright, that's not the command for it. Nope, that's not the command for it either.
That will do. We have enough to proceed with an analysis.
Oh yeah, do you? Bro, you don't even know half the things I've done. Listen, that rock was gonna be so dizzy. Hey, pants. Sure. Oh no, they've got skill speed. Fuck that. Alright.
Calyx was measuring our strength. Is that why he contrived to lead us here?
Yeah.
It looks like we've cleared away the machines and beasts. But who knows what else he might have in store.
I can think of one thing.
From here on out,
The
Sphene
Rose
and
of
Shay
May.
will move with us. Let's find that terminal. Stay alert for more threats.
Yeah, he's just trialing us for his upcoming static. He's like, dude, the Savage Raids come out on Tuesday. I just need a group.
Before my
Oh, the
illness left
music.
me bedridden,
Final Fantasy
I
IX
used to
music.
walk through here on my way to watch Otis and Zelenia train. You knew Otis, if I'm not mistaken. Zelenia was his second in command in the Royal Knights of Alexandria. Oh, how
No, they
I
were
loved to
definitely
see
equals, and she
them
was
fight.
definitely better.
I once dreamed of fighting by their side, so I studied the magical arts under my tutor. But when I was 15, the storm surge broke out, and both my father and mother passed away.
And then when you turned 16, they tried to extract the Eidolons from you.
From taking to the battlefield, for our nation would fracture had I died without a successor. Though in the end I could barely move, I regret that I didn't go out there and fight. At least while I still could. My endless self lamented not being able to protect the realm with benevolence. 'Tis a feeling to which I can relate.
Sphene.
Ah, forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to darken the mood. Come, let us press on.
This is one big castle, though. How far does this hallway go?
It is a very big castle.
Do you know, Sphene?
Sphene?
What?
Where did we go? Calyx couldn't have possibly kidnapped us.
What? What happened?
The throne. My man can't even be bothered to actually stand on the ground.
Oh, it seems our guest brought company. So this was your doing? It was. We installed a teleporter that is triggered by the presence of the key, you see? Ah, I'm afraid etheric transmissions cannot penetrate the walls of the throne room. It will take your friends a good while to find you.
Good thing I have this magic call people from other dimensions stone with me.
I confess the Valia Pira did not suffice to assess your capabilities.
Not
So
even
I shall
close
try
to it.
something else.
Hello, Zelenia.
You are free to use anything at your disposal. The better you fight, the more accurate my data. Attaining a precise measure of your strength, that is the most expeditious way.
Too bad it has no
To
limits.
claim the key to which you so stubbornly cling.
Ah, noble Zelenia, dashing as ever. These villains mean to do us harm. Strike them down, I bid you. What? This machine is Zelenia. Indeed it is. We couldn't preserve her memories while she lived, so she has been reconstructed from our recollections of her.
Was she that tall in your recollections?
The endless me being created in answer to the earnest desires of Alexandrians. That I can accept. But to twist the memories of those I held dear and treat them as playthings. This disgrace I cannot abide!
Kill her.
Though I am to comply with their demands, this monstrosity must be destroyed. Not least of all for Zelenia's honor. If she was indeed created from my memories, even if I cannot fight, I may be able to offer you counsel. So please, lend me your strength and end this farce.
Get out of the way, Calyx. Get out of the way, fake Sphene. That's what he wanted to say.
Ah, there it is.
Bam, 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 bam. All right. I need 4 more people on Ether. Passwords 1227. Legal. What do we still need? We need a tank. Need is a strong word. Your presence will be greatly appreciated. Well, I mean, the key is basically another version of... there's another version of it. Yes, tank. I mean DPS number 5. That's all you need to be. That has not been stated, I don't believe. Need tonk on Ether. Need tonk. I mean, need, again, strong word. We have 1 space open that is set to tonk. There we go. Let me ready check real quick. It's time to die, Zelenia. I already have your mount on the other character, and I'm not getting it on this one. This is the best version of Roses of May. Tome pieces don't drop from raids. Kiki, that's why it's called a tome piece.
Royal Knight of Alexandria.
Unless you're talking about the tombstone that's used to upgrade the weapon or buy the weapon, that's from 7 weeks of the final fight of the normal mode raids, or from the second fight in the Savage tier. Spirit Bond Potion. I love it.
Upon my blade, I swear, no harm shall come to Her Highness.
That's where you're wrong. Out then in.
Feel the sting of my divine blade.
I know this technique. You must keep moving.
You must keep moving is not how I would describe that attack. I find that to be an inaccurate representation of what that attack is asking you to do. People will run into each other's. In then out. Morning hero. That's the plan.
Should be recreated so faithfully.
I will suffer none to threaten Alexandria! Heavens roar! Fall!
She's thunder slashing all over. Yeah, that's true. You got to admit, the fact that she remembers anything at all after 400 years is fairly impressive.
Much more. I will show you the
Alright, not using my twos.
For the honor and glory of Alexandria, I strike!
We got squished in a rose sandwich.
No more games.
She said the thing! Do not walk through the middle of the room!
The sigils channel magic. Be on your guard.
Probably the worst color design they've had in a very long time.
You've no time even to fear my wrath.
I'm gonna walk through the middle and you can't stop. Yeah, doesn't she do a power break? Yeah. I remembered from the first normal mode. You can walk through the slices as long as they're not currently being hit.
Taste my steel.
No, I've gotten used to being able to spot it. Listen, I've been putting up with color blindness my whole life. If anything, it's worse for non-colorblind people because they're used to having eyeballs. I'm not. I've adapted my life to not being able to see colors. They're all living in inferiority because they are not trained as I am. I saw someone run right through the middle. You merely adopted the darkness. I was born in it, molded by it. By the time I saw the light, I was a man, and by then it was blind.
I know this is merely a reconstruction, and yet
I have pledged my life to the kingdom.
That power break is probably the rudest thing that she does, given that you've just got those shocks all over the place.
I am sworn to protect my queen.
Okay.
Die before I yield.
Okay. Then you'll die, is what you're saying. Wish granted. Yeah, well, hold on to that memory because you're about to watch it die. Goodbye. And chat has successfully farmed my second chance point.
Forgive me, my queen.
Alex, can I have another? Please, sir, can I have some more? Good, my alt didn't get the card. My main still needs the card.
Did you get what you needed?
Don't do your stupid little pen twirl.
I did. Though these figures will complicate matters.
Is that so? Well, if we are done here, then I shall end the transmission.
Hold it! If you have no scruples about thus defiling the memories of Zelenia, then there is no way we will ever see eye to eye. You are not fit to be entrusted with the cherished memories of Alexandrians.
I, for one, have no wish to employ the fruits of my research in this manner. It is a waste of time and effort. But since I relinquished my flesh long ago, I must resort to every conceivable method, so long as the hero insists on keeping the key.
It's mine.
Why do you so oppose our objective? With the key, we would be able to harvest ether from other reflections and bring forth more endless. We could give this chance to evolve not only to the people of the Ninth, but to those of the Source as well. I see no reason why you should reject such a boon.
You're aware of the connection between the worlds?
Oh, don't tell me you thought you were the only ones who knew. That is the height of hubris. Well, I'd say our conversation has run its course. Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people
We'll see about
have
that.
placed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it.
We'll see about that.
And thus does my role come to an end. The rest I leave in your capable hands, Calyx.
As a token of gratitude for consenting to my tests, I leave you with a gift. Be sure to take it with you.
I have a feeling I won't like your gift. Ah, the crown. Is it made of chocolate at least? Zelenia was kind, but she could be stern. A pillar of strength when I ascended the throne in troubled times. Not only did she protect me, but she also buoyed my spirit whenever it threatened to buckle under the pressures of my station. By preserving her memory and honor, you've done more for me than you could know. Thank you, Slacker.
Selenia, it pains me to think that you're gone too.
Aha! Oh, we found you at last.
You missed all the fun.
You had us quite worried when you suddenly disappeared. What in the world happened?
Then preservation's objective is indeed what Calyx claimed. But for them to know about the source and the shards, and to refer to theirs as the ninth, that raises some questions.
Indeed. But for now, I'm just glad the two of you are safe. Oh, right. While we were scouring the castle for you, we came upon a room that looked like a library.
Did you find Tantarian in there?
By learning about the Alexandria of old, we may gain valuable insights into preservation. Might we take a number of books with us?
So books still remain. Of course. You are welcome to any that may be of use.
If you don't mind, could we take a look around here first? I'm especially curious about the area over by the throne.
This tiara, it was hers, the Endless Sphene's. What's it doing here?
It's a type of regulator, I believe. It contains the data of the Endless Sphene's memories. Calyx likely used it to create the simulant. Which means that as long as the tiara is in our keeping, we shouldn't need to deal with any more simulants.
Well, while it's in the tower, I wouldn't feel so safe about that.
Strange that he would abandon it, though. Perhaps because the simulant already played her role, like she said. Or Calyx made a copy of the memories. In any case, not much information of import appears to remain on this terminal. But I'll make it so we can access it remotely from the back room.
Don't put it on.
This contains the memories of another me. A tale of her journey as Queen of Alexandria. Might I hold on to this tiara? You may examine it whenever you wish, of course.
It would be for the best, I think. Does that work for you, Shale?
No objections from me. All right, I'm finished. Let's head to the library, and then back outside.
See you later, Zelenia.
Farewell, Zelenia.
Sayonara. Shadow the Hedgehog. Wait, wrong game. Now's not the right time, quest accepted music. The simulant gave the impression that she wouldn't be back, but I suppose only time will tell. And at present, we have no further leads on Calyx. For now, perhaps you could take a moment to contact our friends. It would be good to catch each other up on recent developments, and I'm certain everyone would appreciate hearing from you. Let me step over here to do it. Oh, Aaronville. Slaka, this is a surprise. Has Wuklamot gotten into trouble again? I see. Knowing you, I expect you're already looking forward to the next obvious trap. Try not to overdo it. I mean, he's got me to a T on that one. I'm in the outskirts at the moment. I've been helping people with their work, talking to those I meet to gauge their sentiment. It's been uneventful for the most part, but there was one notable development. Following recent events, some here stopped wearing regulators. It's led to a disparity in what people remember of the Queen's death, and the occasional episode of confusion. I'll be sure to let you know if there are any other changes. Oh, Ishtola! If it isn't Slaka, is something the matter? So preservation is behind the recent intrigue. It doesn't surprise me. I'm glad to hear you are none the worse for your trials, though. As if they could stop me. As for myself, I've just concluded a meeting with Garson. I told him about the cure for Levin sickness, and we formed a tentative plan to treat all those who are stricken. I'm now otherwise unoccupied, so I shall take a look around the government sector to see if aught is amiss. And if this Calyx is obsessed with the key, then I ought to begin studying it in earnest as well. Yeah, I know you want to study. I'm waiting for her to have her her evil arc, where she goes crazy with fucking obsession over this whole dimensional hopping thing. Ah, excellent timing, my friend. I had a mind to call you myself to see how you were faring. Calyx? While something was obviously afoot, I couldn't have imagined that such an individual would be involved. 'Tis well you were able to prevent the simulant from sowing further uncertainty. That said, her absence may have consequences. The people of Alexandria still have great trust in Sphene. 'Tis plain in the way they speak of her even now, and in how the simulant was able to win them over. When they notice she has ceased to appear again, rumor and worry will spread. We must be very mindful of any pronounced shift in the mood of the populace. But forgive me, it's been battle after battle for you, hasn't it? We can handle ourselves for now, so pray rest up while you can and recover your strength. And Alice. Yes, hello, Slacker. Through to call out of the blue. Is something wrong? What? You went all the way to the bottom of the Everkeep, and you didn't think to ask me to come? But I suppose I've been fairly busy myself. I'm pleased to say that we've received permission to begin administering the cure for Levin sickness to the citizens. I'm actually due to visit a boy named Milo. Oh, isn't that the boy we saw in the MSQ? To see how he's responding to the treatment. You met him, but yep, there you go. You met him before with Lamachi, I believe. The two of you should attend as well if you have time. She answered me literally 2 seconds later, thankfully. Is that kid that we... Up. What do the others have to say, if I may ask? They finished treating Milos? Then we have to go and visit him. Would you mind if I accompanied you? I understand he's afflicted with the self-same condition I was, and I cannot help but worry for him. Of course, we don't mind at all. In the meantime, I shall take myself around Solution 9 and see how things are. I share Alphino's concern about the Queen's absence, and even setting that aside, the situation is not likely to resolve itself while becoming endless remains an option. I had been meaning to visit some shops, so I shall join Cryo. While everyone's out and about, I'll pick up Calix's trail. I'll see if I can dig up some information about the key for Ishtola as well. I'll help you! It seems we all have things to do. Still, there's no telling what else Calix might have planned, so please be careful, everyone. Right, let's go to Milo's apartment. It's in residential radius 914, if I remember correctly. Maybe we should move the base out of the tower? I mean, we knew it was the 9th. It's been stated it's the 9th, Void. Even Yoshi P in a live interview, and I'm sorry, in a live letter called it, that said it was the 9th. It was confirmed about a month after release, I believe it was. Maybe not a month, it might have been a little longer. That it was the 9th reflection. Which, to be fair, everybody should have expected anyway. No one in game said it. Yeah, but if they're that obsessed with believing one or the other, you'd think they'd want... You know what? I don't know why I'm acting like that makes any sense at all. Of course they wouldn't be informed. Motherfuckers are never informed. Motherfuckers always be making opinions about shit, and they'd be like, what do you mean? It's like, bruh, sources. If it mattered that much to you, then you probably researched it. Hello. You came before with Queen Sphene. I'm glad you came again. I believe he'll be fine now, but just for good measure, I'll administer a healing spell. Yes, the 12th was also rejoined and the 9th was never rejoined. I tend to forget that detail because we don't even need it when it was stated it was the 9th.
Loss at least might be made an endless. Then he wouldn't need to suffer anymore.
You feel different now?
Some motherfuckers always trying to ice skate uphill.
Thanks to Alizé, Milos is on the road to recovery. He can grow up and live a normal life. And I want to be there with him every step of the way. To grow old with him as his mother and not something else.
Super pig.
That should do it. You're doing well, I'm glad to say.
Thank you, Alizé.
You're welcome, Milos. Now, you'll feel breathless for a little while still, but don't fret. It'll get easier to speak with time. That said, we can't rule out the possibility of a relapse. As a precaution, I would keep him away from lightning-infused objects. Lightning. Does that include regulators?
Yes.
It does. I understand if it's difficult for you to part with something that you've worn for so long, though, so it's entirely up to you. No. For Milos' sake, I will do it. And if the environment here isn't good for him, I must consider moving outside the dome.
You two would be more than welcome in Tulihiola.
It's very assuring to hear that. If you don't mind, could you tell me about the process?
I'm happy.
No, I'm happy. This kid's still sick. He doesn't know who he is.
Before, I couldn't even thank my mother for caring for me. But now we can talk lots. I can tell her that I'm happy.
Stop lying.
When she strokes my hair.
Your mother is happy to talk to you as well,
No,
I'm sure.
Queen Sphene always cheered me up. Always said that she would cure me. Today, I'll practice walking with Mother. And next time, I'll go and visit you.
Thank you for explaining everything.
We'll come again to check on you. So if you have any other questions, just let me know. Right. Let's get going, shall we?
Please come back soon. You too, miss.
It's good to see Milos doing so well.
The Endless Me gave him the strength to hang on, and she didn't rely on any special power to do so.
She wanted her people to be happy. Even though we had to fight, her love for them was very real, and it reached Milos.
I wish to be there to watch him grow as well. To make my way beside the people of Alexandria. In the name of his evolution, Calyx has wrought much unease and misery, and I cannot condone his path. No, I shall forge ahead on a path of my own.
We're one expansion late for the whole
Honors
forge
the
ahead
memory
thing.
of my other self.
One more quest. Recollection. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Seekers of Eternity. Recollection's the name of the trial. Milos is a kind and brave boy. It did me well to see him. One day, I hope that I can speak with him about my other self. Come, let us return to the back room. And on the way, let us pick up treats for our friends. A little gift to show our appreciation for their hard work. I'm sure it'll be a very casual and not in any way odd walk back. This announcement surely won't be anything bad.
Citizens of Alexandria, please be advised. The distribution of neo-regulators has concluded. We ask that all recipients equip their regulators and promptly complete device registration.
How about no? Don't do that.
The evolution of our kind is at hand. Together we shall rise above death and
I would not trust that announcement.
Possibilities of eternal life.
What is this?
Evolution? What evolution?
Victor?
Those with neo-regulators will become endless, apparently.
His is a revolution, though, not an evolution. For him, it's kind of the same.
Well, don't you feel lucky? Don't look at me like that. Queen Sphene said there were only so many.
I haven't registered mine yet. The more I thought about it, the more unsure I felt about becoming an Endless.
Well, I registered right away. Anything to stop those terrible nightmares of being killed by mechanical soldiers.
Ultimately, what you think is immaterial, for the seeds we've sown have already quickened. The people have glimpsed hope in transcending death, and they can ill turn away from it. I see. The terror of their first encounter with death still lingers in their hearts. Having previously been spared even the idea of it, they know not how to handle the emotions.
The funeral was meant to give everyone the chance to come to terms with loss, to grieve and move forward together. But everyone who was wearing a regulator had their memories of that moment erased. And to see those oblivious, happy souls, those who remembered must have wondered if it might not be better to be like them, to go back to a time when death didn't exist.
And now they've been presented with the chance to do just that by becoming an endless. It's not hard to see why they would consider it.
If this fear of death continues to spread among the people, what will become of Alexandria? The gifts for our friends will have to wait. We should return to the back room at once.
Oh, you're safe. That broadcast had us worried. The entire populace is on edge.
For good reason.
So Alphino and the others are still out there.
We have a situation on our hands. A civilian has been killed by a mechanical soldier here on Trueview.
Trying to incite more fear.
Quay is on the scene and reports that the problem unit has been subdued by another sentry.
That doesn't make sense. Only someone with the King of Resolve's authority could order a soldier to do that.
Calyx is hacking into the system, of course.
Not good. I tried to check the status of the authority but was blocked from the core system. Given recent developments, I'd wager that Calyx is responsible for this.
Perhaps we should go and see for ourselves.
It's me. There's been an incident in the outskirts. A mechanical soldier attacked a local resident for no apparent reason. Fortunately, several nearby hunters dealt with the rogue machine, so everyone is safe. But if other soldiers were to... Wait. Is that... Oh gods.
An army of them.
More hostile sentries are bound for the settlement. I'll try to lure them away and then lose them somehow.
Ill tidings, I take it.
Oh yeah.
In the outskirts too?
You'll go and help Erenville, won't you? We couldn't forgive ourselves if he came to harm. I'll have Geo join you from Earth and Sky.
I'm coming too. I can't stay here while my people are in danger.
Let's go.
Alright, over to the outskirts. Erenville being a boss. Listen, he may not be much of a fighter, but he ain't no bitch. He's like, I got this. Things have settled down here, but I still see no signs of Erenville. Let's split up and look for him. Guluja, Sphene, please search in the settlement area. Meanwhile, the rest of us who can defend ourselves will head further out. Oh, Aaronville. Calyx, I don't like your plan. It sucks. It sucks and it's dumb. Glitched is a strong word. I don't know that I'd go so far as to say they're glitched. Reprogrammed is more like it. That was a close call. My thanks. As I was leading the soldiers away, I caught sight of this poor fellow being pursued. I went to help, but was rather out of my depth. We're lucky you found us when you did. Aaronville, I'm so glad you're safe. We were quite worried when we couldn't find you. We encountered soldiers on the way here. Most paid us no mind, but some turned out to be hostile. There's no way to tell until they set on you. The ones here also attacked without warning. If I hadn't been paying attention, it could have ended badly. Hopefully the others were able to escape. We should return to the outskirts and take stock. Yeah, machines that need need authorization from one or several individuals, probably not the best thing to have in charge of, well, anything. Probably not wise. The new EX was great. Was fantastic.
Right. We're none the worse for the wear. But let's see what the situation is here.
Geode and his people came and joined us while we were searching for you. After which we happened to encounter Malachite. His usher duties brought him here, and he has quite the story to tell.
It's a bit puzzling, to say the least. Even so, I'll try my best to explain. I was called to attend to the unfortunate soul slain by the mechanical soldier. Yet, when I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust, which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it.
How odd. Did they remember the victim at least?
They did. Their memories of the deceased weren't sent to the cloud, I don't believe. Yet, no body remained.
If someone took it, surely they would have been noticed.
With your permission, I shall return to the government sector for now. Please take care.
They're all people. They're all made of sand. Sand people, sand people. Get it? Like the sands of time?
This is terrible. Why would they make the soldiers do this?
If preservation is behind the attacks, I fear this won't be the end of it.
All the Neo-regulators have been distributed, and potentially 5,000 Endless are about to be born. What does Calyx hope to achieve with these killings? Does he seek to frighten people into registering them? Or perhaps...
Oh, good. I'm getting a call, too.
Oh, thank the 12 you answered. Shale told me what happened. Is everything all right? I see. 'Tis a relief to hear that Erenville is safe. Alas, I do not have good news to share in return. A driver lost control of his vehicle when its interface became unresponsive, and it crashed into the Nexus arcade, injuring several people. Kryl and I are helping to render aid, but with the sentries behaving strangely, we can't afford to lower our guard. Remain vigilant, my friend.
I just received word from the backroom. A hover cargo on TrueView threw off its driver, and it's rampaging through the area as we speak.
He's turning all the
Alpha
machines
had a
on
similarly
them.
troubling report for me. Apparently, a riderless machine in the government sector came to life near a crowd clamoring for neo-regulators. It proceeded to mow down several citizens, causing serious injuries.
This is a tragedy. We must go and help the people.
Sphene, wait! I'm coming with you.
Alphino is with Y'shtola, and he said they'll be all right. I'll go and see if other incidents have occurred elsewhere. From here, I'll head towards the quarry by way of the Drift Downs.
Certainly a lot of hover cargoes coming and going in those parts. I'll join you.
I shall remain here and speak further with the locals. I have company now, so you needn't worry about me.
Then let's return to Solution 9. If we hurry, we can catch up to Lamachi and Sphene.
Listen, Gulujan knows how to move. Hey, someone without a regulator.
Sphene's gone on ahead. I leave her with you.
Yeah, show him. Damn right.
Bloody things have gone mad.
Why is this happening?
Just all-out war in Solution 9. Oh! Ishtola just sniping him.
Surely there's a finite number of these things.
Everyone, please try to remain calm and make your way to resolution. This is just like before, when Zerioja unleashed the soldiers on us. I don't have any souls left. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Paint away.
No, you don't! Are you all...
No! No! Why did you do that? Why? You can't just leave me alone like this. If we had been endless, then you'd still be here. You'd still be with me. But now...
Yeah, see, trying to convince everyone it would be better. Believer or non-believer. We're just gonna have to put down the entire city's worth of sentries, as far as I'm concerned.
Are you alright?
So many hurt. So many dead. This is wrong. This is all wrong.
Thank the 12 you're all unharmed. 'Tis small solace amidst the tragedy, however. The machine rampage seems to have been only temporary. Soldiers and vehicles alike ceased to operate all at once, as if they had fulfilled their purpose. It's the same outside Everkeep, though members of Oblivion are keeping watch for good measure. The first attacks came shortly after the announcement that neo-regulators had run out. It can't be a coincidence. I struggle to imagine that anyone but Calyx could gain control of the soldiers. This must have served his ends in some way. Galuja, are you still without your authority? It's fine now. I'm in control again. We might take the opportunity to shut down the machines. There's no guarantee this won't happen again. Lamachi just talked with Everkeep's administrators about that. They said it wasn't so simple. The mechanical soldiers don't only serve as guards. They also perform various vital tasks, like providing medical treatment and managing food production. If we shut them down, we'd struggle to render aid to the citizens, let alone restore their lives to normal. I made it so they can't use weapons anymore, though. Hopefully that makes it a little safer. That seems the best approach for now. Thank you for your swift action, Galurja. This powerlessness. I can abide it no longer. No matter how much hardship and loss we could endure if there was happiness at the end. And now all I see is suffering and misery. And I cannot bear it. I want to protect the people. For their happiness, I would do anything and everything. So please, please lend me your aid. Oh, Sphene. You found the words I wished you'd said back then. Our strength is yours, Sphene. Together, we'll get through this. Let us split up and get to work. Might I trouble you to report to Shale, my friend? It's been a trying day, but it seems the worst is behind us. What's the situation out there now? You moved quickly to restore things to normal. Thank you. Yet while disarming the soldiers is indeed prudent, it is a far from comprehensive measure when vehicles can still be commandeered to inflict damage and sow chaos. For the time being, I'll set our people to keeping a close watch on machines. I also have a mind to consult the authorities about enlisting hunters to our aid. I must regain my proficiency in magic. To that end, I shall seek advice from Ishtola and Alice. Among the books we've recovered from the castle was a grimoire I once used. I hope to learn to wield it again, at everyone's side. As for the key, I think it best that it remains in your care, though it means you will bear the greatest risk. In order to ease your burden, I shall endeavor to become a capable warrior to make Otis and Zelenia proud. Good. She ain't messing around. She's gonna be a fighter again. Hello, living memory. I'm sure Calyx isn't. Oh, there he is.
By illness weakened, by wounds unmade, by age decayed. Such fragile flesh is worthless to us. How mankind should evolve, shall evolve. I have already arrived at the answer.
I don't want your answer.
Has come to pose a new question.
Should mankind even survive? I assume some question in that vein. Reprieve from death, but at what cost? For endless life, a legion lost. And that is 7.2's MSQ. It was pretty good. It was a little on the shorter side, unfortunately. But also just because there wasn't pretty much any fluff. Like, there's what, you kill the 3 mobs for... There's no solo instances. And there was only the bit with Aaronville protecting him. I think that's the only thing other than the dungeon and the trial you have to do. It's good, though. There just wasn't any real fluff. Nothing that was really drawn out too long. something like in 7.1 learning about like the Ronik poop and that soloance. There's nothing technically wrong with that section. It's pretty much in line with Dawn Trails teaching you how all the societies around the areas work. There was no learning about societies at this point. This was a you know everything you need to know about Solution 9. So we don't have to spend any time on that. Yeah, it was shorter but more dense. I bet Calyx will be done next patch. We know 7.3 is Dawn Trail's finale. So whatever he's gonna do, he's gonna make a machine. He's gonna make a machine called Necron. Like, it's gonna happen. You can't convince me that it's not like Trance Calyx or Necron in the next patch. Like, it's gonna be one of the two. They're gonna ride that Final Fantasy IX wave till it dies. Ain't no way they don't. Yeah, the other question is yes, Sphene is probably becoming a summoner if I had to guess. If she's using a grimoire, I mean, yeah, that's scholar or summoner. She's probably becoming a summoner. It would make kind of just as much sense if she was just like her own. You know how they have like Alphino is not a scholar. He's an academician or whatever it is. They could just give her own name, and it's basically scholar, but with summons, because she's more versed in healing arts anyway. But that's true of Garnet in 9. She's versed in healing arts, but she has Odin inside of her. Like, she knows like Odin and Bahamut. Like, just because she may have known healing arts. Yeah, so they could just give her something else. They could just make her a healer, but like she has like some summon stuff. I'm a healer, but listen, all that would mean is that Sphene understands the assignment. She's like, listen, I'm in Final Fantasy 14, so I'm gonna be a healer, but I'm just gonna do damage. All right. She's like, I understand the assignment. Ishtola's going to teach me that. Alice is going to teach me that. We're going to be good. All right. She may have been asleep for 400 years, but she's about to learn what green DPS means. Yeah, if I had to bet the reason why Calyx even knows about the 9th, I mean, the fact that he has an interdimensional key that seemingly reacts to Azem's crystal, if he's not an Ascian in an endless body, then he's been visited by... You have to remember that every calamity is some sort of machination of the Ascian. So the war between Lindblom and Alexandria was incited by Ascians. That wasn't just like something they chanced across. They definitely like invaded and built the tensions between the two nations and everything. So at some point, Calyx has probably met an Ascian. If he's not one himself, he has certainly met them before. And with his genius was manipulated down the path of this whole interdimensional fusion thing. I mean, it's a rejoining of its own kind in a sense. Was it actually a calamity? I don't think it ever finished all the way. It almost seems like it was like the World of Darkness where the calamity was too widespread. It's one of the two. So the 12th was rejoined and there hasn't been a calamity of thunder since then. So when a calamity on the source occurs, it's because the source is in a weakened state after some mass destruction and has to pull in a shard to heal itself. And that, in essence, is normally the same element of calamity. So when the 12th was rejoined, there was the calamity of lightning, a calamity of thunder on the source. We've only had one calamity of thunder. So that means even if the 9th was primed for a rejoining, it was never the one that was chosen. Was Alexandria? Yeah. I mean, her parents were probably having whispers in their ears from Ascians about Lindblom. Yeah, almost all major world-ending bits and bobs and all the toys in between, they're all Ascian machinations at some point. They may not be currently, but they were at some point. Yeah, there's 2 Ascians that are unaccounted for with Halmarut and Pastorat. Most people seem to think this is Pastorat's doing. If not currently, then historically, that Pastorat had something to do with it. But yeah, there's still some cleanup duty to do with no, the 9th was not rejoined. The 9th is just an uninhabitable mess, however. Effectively, only the dome in Alexandria was safe. It'd be like, it's like on the 1st, except that only one city effectively was still surviving in any capacity. The Ascians still have a role to play. I mean, if they're still alive, they're going to do their own thing. Zodiark was alive when Fandaniel was doing all his nonsense. He just waited until the Unsundered were dead, and he's like, I'm going to do my own thing now. The Unsundered are dead. My turn to fuck everything up. Yeah, Halmarut and Pastorat are still unaccounted for. I mean, you have to remember that lore has to be consistent. Well, has to be at least as close to consistent as possible. There's 2 unaccounted for Ascians. Until those 2 are accounted for, leave them on the table. One very specific thing that has people's memories caught up is that Yoshi P asked us to remember the name of the full convocation before Dawn Trail. Just saying. Yeah, and Pastorat is the preserver of discipline and order. Preserver, preservation, you know the drill. Yeah, Calyx at the very least also recognizes our stone. Like, that stone, him having knowledge of it, him having knowledge of the shards, that only happens with Ascian. Like, whether it's either he is one, he was approached by one, or in his research discovered them. Either way, they are playing a role. If not because of what they set in motion, because of what the few that are still technically still out there. The key itself even reacts to Azim's. You have to remember the key literally reacted to Azim's stone going off. It's inexplicably tied to it, and we don't know why yet. Those 2 just want to do whatever they want to do. They don't care. Ishtola, please explain. All I'm saying is it's arrogant to write it off. It's ignorant of what's still out there to write it off is the better way to put it. Like, if I said, no, it couldn't be that, that would be dumb. It'd be like, okay, then I'm effectively just refuting the unknown. Like, things that don't have answers yet, and just saying it couldn't possibly be that. When there is enough context to at least warrant the speculation of it. Yeah, just because we killed Zodiark and dealt with Medion does not mean we tied up all the loose ends. Which is exactly what Endwalker was about at first, tying up loose ends. We tied up the loose ends in Pandemonium. We tied up the loose ends in Myths of the Realm. We tied up some loose ends in the Void. Tied up is maybe a little too clean of a word for what happened in the Void, but we've at least set in motion a lot more. We've gotten answers about the Void we didn't have before. And moved to the betterment of what's left of the 13th. I mean, other loose ends that were tied up even before that. Eden is technically tying up the loose end that is the first. And also one of the Ascian loose ends. Yeah, and everyone even said that, dude, everyone kept saying for ages during Shadowbringers, like, why don't we just use the light in the first and fix the 13th? And even in the game story, they're like, that's not really how it works. But, you know, a large concentration of light could definitely be used for something. They found means of which they can interact. It's not like we're going to fix the void with the first. Yeah, it's just that a lot of... It's just take note that technically Dawn Trail's base story is not in any way kind of an Ascian machination. It really is just turmoil. It's literally Zoral-Ja just being an idiot. He just happened to discover some toys that maybe he shouldn't have in the process. Yeah. Always the silent ones, man. Yeah, either way, we'll have answers in point 3. And an idea of what's going on. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of shard travel. I mean, I think most people are predicting Marasidia is probably where we're going next. But, that doesn't mean there won't be more shard shenanigans over there. I do not expect anyone to, quote, become the new gang. I expect just whoever they want to use for any story bits who's going to be around, and that'll probably be at the very least the Ascians the Scions every time. Now we need the time travel story where we find out that 500 years into the future, the Scions became immortal and actually are now their own versions of the Ascians. Just going around worlds fucking shit up. The Ascians of the 7th Dawn. 7.3. 7.3 is 19 weeks away. It is 19 weeks before between patches. I always knew it was Tataru the whole time. The entire damn time. But yeah, no, that was good. That was very story dense, which I quite enjoyed. The Arcadian story, I think I preferred more, but only because the Arcadian... I tweeted it out, but the Arcadian story is equal parts a traditional WWE script as it is a commentary on the abuse of wrestling over the past several decades. Estinian's waiting till we need him to knock another space cruiser out of the sky. That's probably the funniest part of all of DT to me. He's like, I have an invading army. He's like, I have 7 friends. One of them can knock out your entire fucking fleet just by jumping at it. Everyone's like, Ishtola is so strong, and I'm like, have you seen Estinian? Where was Estinian in 1.0? Hiding in Ishgard away from the rest of the game, like most of its actual player base. Or lack of. He's part of the Dragoon. So you got to remember the 1.0 job quest and the 2.0 job quest are basically the same thing. Although, canonically speaking, they still take place 5 years apart. So he's part of the Dragoon side quest. He's part of the Dragoon quests in 1.0, Estinian. Yeah, the 2.0 Estinian quests are like the exact same thing you have to do in 1.0. Difference being that the job quests in 1.0 were largely 8-player fights. Pretty funny when you have to do Curious Gorge with 8 people and he one-shots everybody with one singular Steel Cyclone. And by funny, I mean terrible. He's like, wouldn't it be funny if I just used Steel Cyclone and you all died? That was a kite fight. Because if he did Steel Cyclone, you were very likely dead. Yeah, Estinian could just lay waste to entire armies if he wanted to. He doesn't even sweat about it. Remember, my man went after an entire Garlean base with just Gaius at his side and destroyed a new Proto-Ultima weapon on his own. Like, he stopped messing around, realistically. No, 8.0 should be tank and fizz ranged. Yeah, now that everyone's picked up crafted gear and some weapons and whatnot, yeah, it goes pretty quick. What they do for a 5th tank? I don't know, they can do whatever they want. Most people seem to think it'll be Rune Knight. If they're gonna go with something identifiable in 14, I think that probably makes sense. If they're gonna do it in an original, they'll probably do some weird shit. Yeah, Rune Knight, Mystic Knight. Most people are in that gauge. I mean, obviously we need another melee DPS, so, you know, maybe we should just... Tank is a melee DPS if you think about it. If you really think about it, tank is just another melee DPS. Just saying. Don't worry, I've lived that life already before. It's called Dark Knight in DSR. I got onto my main. Yeah, it was a good MSQ. See, the thing is with Dawntrail is the quality has generally been very high. It's just been either A, whether you liked or disliked the base Dawntrail story, and B, the release cadence of the content. Everything else has been great. I've had plenty of grinds to do, whether it be the fates or the gathering things. I still have maps. I enjoyed the first tier of the Arcadian. I got to do chaotic. It's just like too long for the relic. It's too long for the relic grind. Too long for any other grind. We'll never get Geomancer, probably. Geomancer's part of the Astrologian story, and not to say they couldn't just retcon and or do a different story approach, but I just don't think it's likely to appear. Beastmaster's probably not till 0.45. They said late Dawntrail. I would expect the Blue Mage update before Beastmaster. Also, it's BST. Get the abbreviation right. I do have the legacy tattoo, yes. All right, I've got a couple of hours to kill. Hold on, let me go to Idleshire, my favorite hangout spot. Well, it's not, and then another 7 weeks. It's not 7 weeks after Cosmic, Tia. And yes, I do just come here so I can hang out on my wings. That's exactly... Well, I actually just come to Idleshire because I can hang out on a mount in general. And because that's, you know, it's a good hub. It's my second favorite hub. Don't ask me about the first. See, that's what I said, Hammer. Just make it literally Pokemon. We know about the first. Oh, Yulmore? I like Yulmore because everything is so close together. Literally, I teleport into Yulmore and I'm like, and everything's here. Now, there's one other thing I do need to do. Yulmore was the pinnacle of convenience, and it is also on the first. It's so nice how close. You know how long people just didn't know you could exchange nuts? In Yulmore? Every time I do it on stream, they'd be like, what? Like, yeah, dude, there's more than just one floor to this thing. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Twitch has discounted subs until Sunday, by the way. I think you have to gift 5 or more subs and it's 35% off. I always feel a bit weird about those. Because I love having discounts for subs, and then if people use the discounts, it's great. But, streamers do actually lose that 35% on the top end at the same time. So it's a really weird middle ground where it's like trying to make up for... Like, oh, how many people wouldn't have gifted 5 subs if there wasn't a discount? 5 or more, I should say. Versus having the discount. Yeah, money is money effectively at the end of the day. But I know a lot of people. It's one of those weird things. More to help people with their point totals. Gifting subs doesn't do that. You know that. Gifting subs doesn't help with point totals. Oh, with emote slots. Yeah, nobody gives a shit about emote slots. Sorry, for emote slots, it does work. Nobody gives a shit about emote slots. They want that 70-30 split. I'd rather... See, that's what I'm saying. I'd rather give people the 6-month discount. I mean, I won't turn down gifted subs that are discounted. Don't get me wrong. But I would much rather one person be able to be like, I can get a 6-month discounted sub for themselves. Because then they get something, right? Because I was going to... You know, it's funny. I was going to do prog push-ups for subs during Savage. Where for every sub, I did 4 push-ups. Whenever we went on break, I just have to try to crank out all the push-ups. And then I saw the 35% discount. And I was like, why couldn't you have done that through, like, the beginning of April instead? Not very many people keep their subs when they're gifted one. Some people do. It really depends. Because sometimes they do like a gifted sub campaign and a 3 and 6 month discount. And so people get gifted the sub and they go, oh, okay, now let me do that. Like when both are at the same time, it tends to kind of work itself out. Yeah, I'm gonna do Sunken Temple at some point. Will we have an arm camp? What do you mean? I'm just gonna do it right there. I've got a wide open space behind me. Yeah, but I wish that discount was going on. I half contemplate. So I just did chest yesterday too. And so, my chest dispense, I was like, oh, maybe I could do it over the weekend. And then I was like, no, I literally just did chest day. I'm going to regret that decision. Well, I zoom in. I'm not going to zoom. I'm just going to do it right there. You see my arms when I'm streaming anyway. All right, push-ups aren't even arms. It's just triceps and chest. The arms themselves aren't really the big deal about that. But yeah, if you want to gift subs before... I think it ends... I don't know what time it ends on... Oh, no, it ends on Monday. My bad. If you want to gift subs before Monday, they're 35% off if you gift 5 or more. It's any amount more than 5, at least. It's not just 5. So there's that, I guess. The fat cat is staring into your soul. Yeah, I mean, the glams always go for crazy money. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea for me to do the same. I really want to finish my Final Fantasy 13 Platinum this weekend, though. I'm not too far off from being done with it. I have 1 Titan trial left, and then it's like 13, I think, Seath Stones, and they just need to 5-star all of them, and then I need to do Treasure Hunter, and I think I'm done. I got Climate Seed. Time for a map. I should at least go gather a map. Do I have maps on me, actually? I have 1 Brack skin. I just have the 1. Okay. Hello? There we go. I usually go to Shamanasi Springs. Not the worst idea. I forgot that because I was in Idleshire, it was going to keep me on my wings. Used to coming from any other town. Maps are always good money. It helps when... Listen, Unreal prices are probably about to go up. If I had to wager the prices going up, I feel like now that Byakko is done, there may be some people who are less inclined to do Unreal every week. A little less inclined to do this. Because Suzaku does not mess around. I wonder why. Yeah, give it a little bit of time. And we just might see it. Dude, the undercutting was so bad immediately. Oh my god, I tried I tried to get it up as early as possible. I just like within 20 minutes it was like under 6 mil. It was insane. Yeah, you definitely can't have your brain reboot its process mid. Simon says that is not bueno. On a scale of 1 to not bueno, that's pretty not bueno. Yeah, we made it work. It was fine. Yeah, we had it took like, that's the reason why I didn't do 7.2's MSQ yesterday, because it took a little bit longer. Unreal took a little bit longer. Just a little bit. Just a wee bit longer. Teensy bit. Best I could manage was 40% should be, if, I mean, that should be towers. Because after towers, nothing really happens. Towers is more like, yeah, that's about towers time. Don't worry, you'll have far more of them when you're done. No, we won't, son. It's a play better moment. That first 2-minute window is really annoying. Honestly, that's not even the worst 2-minute window. The worst 2-minute window is the one during balls. You, at the last like 6 seconds of your burst is taken over by you being forced to walk. Sephiroth Unreal didn't really have that bad of a DPS check. The worst DPS check prior to Suzaku is probably Shiva. I did say balls. Shiva's DPS check made a lot of sense though, because sometimes she would just go sword and shield like 5 times in a row, and I think it only reduces the damage she takes by 10%. It's a recognizable amount. Like if you look at your damage before and after, you'll see that you'll definitely notice you're doing less if you're paying attention. See, I don't think the new EX is as hard as people say, but I do think it's one of the best ones. I think people are overcomplicating it in their own head. Most of the mechanics are not a whole lot of movement, or they're just like a lot of AoEs on top of each other. But if you fuck up, everyone will die for some of them, so. Yeah, we're not talking about Suzaku, we're talking about Selenia. Listen, if I can see the floor, I don't want to hear other motherfuckers complaining. I have spent my life getting used to making distinguishes between small color differentials. I have honed this skill in the fires of life. And everyone else is always like, man, that must really suck. And I'm like, at least I know how to work with it. I mean, you don't even need to know how to do Witch Hunt. It's literally just stay, swap, stay, or swap, stay, swap. I'm pretty content with the strat I put out for week 1, for day 1. I mean, I'm just honestly, I'm not looking forward to a Savage fight the most. I just don't want the third fight to be bad. There's only 2. Yeah, every mechanic only has 2 potential options. Like, even though it's like 3 or 4 things, there's literally only 1 of 2 things that happens. Like for Bloom 5, you're either running in and then out into the other quadrant, or out and then in into the other quadrant. That's all it is. There's nothing else happening there. Bloom 2, it's either in and then out on one side, or out and then in on the other, or on the other. And technically you can do both the mechanics on both sides. Like, it just requires you to do the diagonal movement, which most people aren't good at. Good morning, Radagar. Oh, maybe I should do normal modes too. I haven't picked up any loot from normals. I don't think I'm gonna pick up any fizz ranged loot from normals. I think I'm just gonna grab the tome neck, just to get rid of the skill speed. Yeah, because everything else, like the hands, would probably be the only other option I'd really give a shit about. Just to get rid of the skill speed. I think a ring is also probably in order, but honestly, with the crit melt, it doesn't make much of a difference. Yeah, I'd probably just grab this and leave everything else alone. Crit determination, definitely not changing that out. I would not recommend going the chest. This is a pretty good chest piece. That seems silly to me. Crit Dead is literally like the Fizz ranged. Well, the Bard in particular. Cookie cutter option. You either go Crit Dead or Crit Direct Hit, and quite frankly, they're most of the time pretty close to each other. Whereas having any amount of skill speed fucking sucks. What is this, 2.48? I mean, 2.48 works fine, but it's whatever. Nope, it's always 5% winged. It's always, I mean, 5% is 5%. It either drops or it doesn't. Yeah, you don't care about pure stats for week 1. You care about the differential between a pentamelded crafted piece and comfort. Generally, getting rid of skill speed is the more valuable choice to make. Almost every Fizz ranged I know is just getting rid of the neck. Especially because we won't be upgrading a piece next week. Yeah, Viper Ninja, they actually want to get rid of it more than Bard does. 2.48 is not bad, but nobody wants it. The only argument for the chest, honestly, is vitality. It's honestly the only important bit to really consider if you're going to go with which piece you're going to actually go with. Get that filthy skill speed off of me. Let's see. I don't know what melee. I think one of our melees is running Red Mage for the first 3 fights. Because honestly, exchanging out Red Mage for melees, even post buff, is especially for the first 3 fights, probably a wise idea if you have the flexibility to do so. And then Whoops almost always plays Dragoon, and then I think Jitter's playing Monk. Now let's take a quick look. Armor, aiming body, crit direct hit. Yeah, I wouldn't exchange out crit determination for a crit direct hit. The 10 item levels is all vitality. It definitely has nothing to do with the substats and everything to do with the vitality of having a body piece. Because it is, yeah, 40 something vitality. Oh, it wouldn't even be the choker of aiming then, because this choker also has skill speed. So you wouldn't exchange that out. Oh, you would do the normal mode neck then. That's what you would do. You do the normal mode neck. Most of the time, I just say fuck it to the skill speed and just grab crit. I don't know. It depends on the fight design, Frey. That's not... I would probably go Monk for almost any fight before going Viper for almost any fight. But it's entirely based on fight design. It's a bit difference between a body piece and the accuracy plus sub-body? Sub-body. Fuck do you mean by sub-body? So you mean just say I've never heard boots, arms, and heads referred to as sub-body. Never in 11 years of playing this game have I ever heard anyone describe it as such. And the answer is, what is this, 27? So this, oh, hold on, let me get the difference here. This is 708 versus 665, so that's 43. So it's 43 versus, what is that, 419, 446, so that's 27. How? No, it's not a thing. That's something you'd say in your circle, and now it's your thing. You've never even said it here before. So it was 27 and 22. 59. 59? No, sorry, 49. It's like almost identical. It's 43 versus 49. It's actually more vitality to get accessory plus head, hands, or boots. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. It seems silly to me to go body. Especially go like if this was like determination direct hit, I would probably go body. But this is crit determination with crit as the main stat. The other one's also crit as the main stat. It just doesn't. I'd rather get 2 pieces. I'd rather get like ring and I don't know. Let me look at the pieces. No. Ring and hands. Actually, I'd have to look at the raid hands first. Ring and boots. Ring and boots or hands. Depends on which one has the other bit. Because if the other one doesn't have crit as a dominant stat, then ends up being the drill. We only have the regular exchange for now. Assume the itemization's not exactly the same, because if it is, then I would probably take the hands instead. Yeah, I don't know. This seems like a pretty clear grab the ring. If you're gonna upgrade pieces specifically for main stat vitality, I'd probably go ring hands. Oh. Although this is crit debt, what is this? Yeah, because these are determination direct hit with crit melds. Yeah. Could also go ear. Oh yeah, plenty of math sheets. So yeah, that's probably what I'll do. If anything, I might go grab the normal mode neck just to get rid of the skill speed here. Everything else other than the neck, I would probably just grab tank stuff. So I might do normal mode real quick. I have to do Sunken Temple, but a quick normal mode run through, I wouldn't mind that. The normal modes are fun. Yo, the lyrics to the fucking Sugar Riot song are fucking hilarious. There's just a part where she's trying to rhyme orange with something and realizes that she can't rhyme orange with anything, so she just keeps saying orange. It's an entire verse about trying to rhyme something with orange. It's like, now we get to orange. Gotta rhyme something with orange. Guess nothing rhymes with orange. Guess I won't use orange. Guess I'll just not use orange. Banger, quite frankly. Oh. It's so funny. Orange, you glad I said orange again? Ah. And no, skill speed does not affect song length. It's not a weapon skill. Generally speaking, 2.48 is fine on Bard. I really don't need the neck. It won't have any distinguishable impact. I honestly don't think I'd bother with it, because the pentameld is technically going... So, it's not that you're getting rid of skill speed, it's that you're not really gaining any GCD. It could cause slight discomfort with your rotation at one or two random points. And you're effectively gaining an entire substat that's actually doing something for your damage. That's what it is. It's effectively you're looking at 133 skill speed and going, that doesn't help me in any meaningful way. Versus another stat as a main stat. So you have two main stats doing something and then the melds. Like, yeah, skill speed's gonna bump my dot damage slightly, but again, not much of a distinguishing difference. We're talking about decimals here, but it's like, yes, it is, sir. Although usually people need to pick up the weapons to have a cleaner time about it. No, we're not doing splits. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna do normal mode on Ether. I just need to pick up the loot. Let's do... We'll start here. I'll grab the neck from here. After the neck, everything else is going to tank. Passwords 1227 on Ether. All right. First come, first serve. Whoever comes to Ether and joins us. I've got about an hour and 40 minutes before State of the Realm. It took me like 3 hours, not even 3 hours to do the MSQ. Everyone was like, it'd probably take 4 hours at most. It took me about 3. It's going to be wild hearing them perform the M7 theme at the next Primals concert. And the thing is, you can clearly tell Soken's doing the voice. Like, he's the one singing. You can very clearly tell it's Soken singing in the M7 theme. All right, we've got 4. Well, I'm one of the 4. Oh, now we have 5. Still have a tank spot, a healer spot, and a DPS spot. Oh. Favorite fight in normal mode? I mean, normal mode's whatever, but I think M7 has to win the normal modes. I mean, I don't really care. Then, no, just, I mean, if you don't need to watch the cutscenes, just join M5. It doesn't matter. Just unlock them as we go. What, like, I can't wait 2 seconds for someone to unlock? Come on. Besides, everybody loves second chance points. And first time tome bonuses, which... I am going to be responsible about and just buy 10 of each. I think we have one spot left. Looks like it's a tank spot. I'll probably just keep whatever I buy with that and have someone make me a tank set too. I have to get a tank set to try and beat a couple more solos. There's Leviathan and E11 that I still need to beat. E11 should be doable with the crafted gear, I think. The only problem with E11 is that I have to RNG my way through, what's it called? The fucking mist mechanic. Because doing that solo fucking sucks. I've done it, but it sucks. We still need a tank. We're running through all the cruiserweights. I just need to pick up loot. I'm sure most people here already have loot or also just need to pick up one or two things. No problem. Join in for funsies. Yeah, well, we can't have any funsies till we have that tank spot filled. I don't remember what tank I was going for Leviathan. I think I was going Warrior. I think I had to for the Tank Buster or something. I don't remember. I don't think that was a Dark Knight play for me. I think E11 was a Dark Knight play for me, though. I don't remember entirely, but that one might have been a Dark Knight play. Have all the loot. Hey, maybe the music will actually drop. I've only seen one music drop so far. Man, Square, why you gotta email me about Saga Frontier? It's just their generic newsletter. I know it's out and I can't do anything about it. Team, we still have room for a tank. Dude, we've had so many issues filling a second tank slot. Every fucking thing I've done. Yeah, I don't know what else I should grab for a tank. Should probably take a look. I know the first fight's going towards something else, so I should probably not do any of the like body or legs. Head looks good. Head definitely looks good. Wait, we're talking. Never mind. Looks like head and boots by default. Oh my god, it looks like just the head. If I'm gonna pick up anything, I only want head. Looks like head and an accessory. If I'm gonna pick up this stuff. Ring looks good. Yeah, it looks like it's literally just the ring in the head, which I can fill this week, and then the rest is crafted. No head, no only head. I'm just gonna get head on tank. And a ring. Still need a tank. Need food pots. I'll take some. Yeah, I was just gonna buy them closer to the end of the week once they dropped a little bit. But if I can just use my tomes on getting them made, I'll do that instead. Oh, hi, Tequila. Speaking of getting things made. Yeah, I just need to know what to give you. Password's 1227 on Ether. We need a tank. God, where are all the fucking tanks? Dichromatic compound. Here you go. I have 50. I'm not bribing anyone with a sub. Listen, the subs are discounted right now if you gift 5 or more. I ain't bribing nobody with nothing. That's the thing that's going on right now. Crafting cookies. Mate cookies. Dying of tankless appreciation. Finding tanks has been such a fucking struggle. Every time I make a PF, it's always the second tank that's last to join. At this rate, you guys might be done with those things by the time. It's probably better if we just find someone who can do them all. Instead of you all having to worry about how long you have. That way, it's better to just focus on the thing you gotta do soon. This is why I used to go tank and healer a ton. Dude, for Unreal, I literally was like tank and healer exclusive for ages because I just didn't want to take a chance with the fucking thing not filling. But for Suzaku, that ain't happening. I'm going DPS for Suzaku. I ain't taking no fucking chances. I have to be a major contributing factor to the damage. I ain't taking no risks. And I was like, no, I'm not going to do it. No. Just gotta pop a cooldown and provoke occasionally, and you good. Yeah, at this rate, Arky is gonna end up joining after running a whole dungeon. Let's find a rando because it's easier if I just have everyone in stream. That way I know all 7 other people. It's the power I have. It's like asking me why I don't PF randos for Unreal. That requires trust. Something I don't have. Besides, we already have a second chance point here. Ugh. Trust chat. Better than the DI. Listen, I've done enough Duty Finder. I know better. All right. Ready, check, and we'll go. So I'm going to grab an accessory from 1 and 2. Which one does any of them not drop head? Ready, check. Hello. Hey, Gail. Just looking at lunch. I'm hungry. I gotta eat something before the gym. Probably eat something before State of the Realm. Last boss doesn't give head? Okay. So then I should get an accessory from, maybe head from this and 2? And accessories drop in all 4 now, right? So I'll grab that. I'll grab head from this and from 5 and 6, and then an accessory from 7 and 8. This is where I'll grab my head.
Are you ready to get down?
Sylvanity, thanks for the 10 months.
Cruiserweight campaign begins. Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with these things. On the dance floor, everyone's a star.
Damn right.
Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn! An invitation to dance. How will the challenger respond?
Bam, 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 bam.
Come on, show me your moves!
Time to ride the waves.
Effortlessly dodged.
Sometimes you just gotta accept the dance, regardless of what you're doing.
You're up, dancers! Let's turn up the heat. Try to keep up now. The fever's taken hold. Can the upstart keep up with Dancing Green?
Can Dancing Green keep up with me?
Dance like there's no tomorrow.
Swap. Stay. Swap. 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 Stay. Swap. No, our limit gauge.
Let's finish with style.
It's alright. I have my damage. Perfect groove.
Moves. The crowd's loving it.
We could have had LB3.
Back to it, dancers. Show us some electrifying moves. The challenger's down.
They're dead.
The end. Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn.
Bam, 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 bam. In. You definitely don't want to be over there. Here comes another two-snap twist. Gotta be north. North is the only 100% safe. Oh, no, never mind. I'm sorry. There's always two safe ones for that. That one's never safe during the middle not being safe. Somebody's not grooving.
They're back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing. Dancers, take it away. Yeah, baby. I feel the fever coming on again.
It's very groovy, Spoofy.
The night's reached a fever pitch. All eyes are on Dancing Green.
Hi, frogs.
Dance like there's no tomorrow.
Swap. Stay. Swap. Swap. Stay. Swap. Swap. Wait, I got hit. Oh, I must have, like, dipped over to the other side while I was grooving. No perfect groove. That's my first not perfect groove. Ow. That does a lot.
Not bad, but I reckon you've got more in you.
I reckon you don't have more in you. Oh, I'm so used to just leaving immediately. All right, I need head. All right, I will. This is. I'll get head here, and I'll get head in the next one. All right, I got head. I need double head. Why are you looking at me like that? Yeah, you all just saw me. You all saw me get head. I gotta get one more. Oh, right, you have to unlock it. Sorry, I forgot. Everyone just watched me get head. That's only half the amount of head I need. Your eyes may roll out of your head. I mean, that's what I'm here for. It's not my fault. That's the loot that I need. One sec. Okay. Time to rhyme orange with orange. Thanks, DJ. Is there such a thing as too much head? There's never such a thing. No, she can't use orange. Nothing rhymes with orange. Yeah, they all dropped the music sheet.
Perhaps I'll draw this.
I heard the word orange briefly. It's that part of the song.
And with a flourish, Sugar Riot brings her work to life.
Running around, round and round, all fall down. Round and round, we all fall down. Round and round, we all fall down. Round and round, put down your swords and stick the pen is far more mighty.
An image comes to me. I hope you like it hot and sandy.
3, 2, 1, she can't find one to fun. She's just saying things. There's like there's no reason behind any of the lyrics. She's literally just saying things. She's just yapping. Thinking I'll just work with that orange. There it was. No, Fizz. That's a pretty common Discord scam. No creator will ever message you out of the blue. They'll have no reason to. Listen, I've gotten very used to using my repelling shot. Running and running around. The writing's on the wall, yo. This kid is off the wall, yo. Oh, I'm dumb. I was too busy rapping. I'm surprised that many other people did it wrong. That's not good. I literally just looked at the arrows and went, nah, I'm fine. We all did the dumb. You guys should die, by the way. There's no reses. Nobody's coming back to help you. I didn't even look at the bomb. I literally just looked at the arrow and went to the arrow. I was too busy jamming.
What do you say to a refreshing visit?
I mean, it's pretty usual Shining. Just have to pay attention to the screen. I was doing this the whole time. I am surprised that that many other people did it wrong, though. Everyone's distracted by the music. Rhymes with orange. Gets without orange. I just want to hear the orange line as many times as possible. That's all it is. Thinking I'll just work without orange. Probably a good idea. Running around. I mean, there's really no way to tell, Kaladin. Why do you do this? You're like, it doesn't hurt. Come over here. This kid is off the wall, yo. Listen, if there's no vuln, then it's just an extra hug mechanic.
When I think death, I think of these prickly fellows.
Come here, cactus. I think this song is largely the reason why Soken was interested to see how, well, I mean, not Soken, Yoshi P was curious to see people's reaction to Sugar Riot. Because he was like, I'm very curious to see how people will react to this character. Pretty sure it was the song that was the main cause. And I'll just work with that orange. It's peak brain rot. Yeah, no kidding. I'm colorblind. By the way, each of these is gonna give vulnerability to red and blue. There's a reason why they're two different colors. It's because it's gonna be a tank swapping Savage. Hey, look, they're wing bombs this time. Remember how those work?
What do you think of this?
Those are regular bombs this time. Running and running around. Okay. Ooh, I thought I saw somebody not in the river for a second. Right. Running around. All fall down. Round and round and round. Yeah, we all fall down. Hey, stop it. I'm trying to go with the music. I mean, it could be a giant thundercloud. Good to realize this stuff. Guys? Will it come back this way or go that way? It's coming back this way. Tank? Alright. The thunderstorm of doom. That's is that on a non-tank? No, that's on the tanks. That's the good news. The reverse storm. Just have both. Running and running around. Round and round and round, yeah, we all fall down. The writing's on the wall, yo. Now you're dead. Now you're on the... Oh, the music! No, I'm not gonna win it. Alright, give me head. There's only one head, so I want head. You can have whatever else you want, but the head is mine. Alright. I've got head. Alright, let me know when you've unlocked it. Ugh, no. Listen, alright, sorry, I'm done with the head. That's enough head for now. What instance? Good question. 2. Yeah, I got all the head that I need. Yeah, the second head took a little longer than the first, but you know, it's because we exploded. Had to go again. Oh, thanks. I got head and music. Why are you looking at me like that, Tia? Back to the drawing board. little bit of coffee left. Now I can rhyme orange with orange 4 times at home. All set? Alright, let's do it. I was just reading through something real quick. Fruit can rhyme nothing with orange.
To take it outside, the fruit abominator means business.
Bitsy, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. The stabbing. EV stabbing. I like that this is just Orumvale Savage. Or it will be Orumvale Savage. This boss is literally just all the Orumvale bosses at once. God damn it. Tapped out by accident. Why'd you have to say that? What do you mean? That's what I said day one too. Well, I didn't say he was an Orumvale boss day one. Day one, I just pointed out the bosses that he had, and then I realized they were all Orumvale bosses. Look, these things are the first boss. The Petrify. Petrify is like kind of a Katobopas thing. That's just kind of his thing. I guess you could argue that it's maybe the Cyclops, but yeah, Glower is the Cyclops. The bludgeoning and the stabbing are both, make sure you're out, by the way. Bludgeoning and the stabbing are just the, what's it called mechanic? The brutish swing and whatnot. Just different versions of it. The eye guy? The eye guy that he's using for the most part is the Cyclops. No, I saw it ended already. Glower is very specifically a Cyclops thing. I guess you could maybe argue. No, doesn't really make sense. He has all 3 of them in him at the very least. He might have more in him, but he has all the Orumvale bosses inside him. No, I haven't done the Karn Trust run. But yeah, he has the Malboro on his back, and he summons the first, like, adds to the first boss. I love being ranged for this part. A little too far from him. Only the pattern would go the other way. Power Slam! This was not my intention. Stone Ringer 2, Electric Boogaloo. He's stabbing first. Watch the lariat. I see a lot of not lariat watchers. And then the last one is just going to be away. That's the easy one. Bone stack enjoyers. This is 5 or 6 hits here. I always forget. It's a lot of hits. It's stabbing time. Yeah, a lot of people aren't used to looking for that eyeball. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. He's stabbing. He's glowing. He's oh god, all the way over, all the way over. He's a swinging. You don't want to be over there. This will be wild to hear them do at FanFest. Yeah, because he can only lariat from the side he doesn't have a weapon on. You just have to think about it in reverse of him like jumping at the wall and turning around. And then I need a hollow brooch. Any hollow brooch will do. That one will do. Yeah, we don't need that head though. Alright, say when you're ready. Listen, I didn't need that head. Time for some Howling Blade. Oh yeah, shared buster on normal does not hit hard enough for that. Hey, there's new hype train emotes. Just in time for them to have the 5 gifted sub discount. Woo! Yeah, there's new hype train emotes. 5 new... Let's see. What are they? There's the artists. What are the emotes? I don't know what the actual emotes are. They're going over who the artists are. Yep. Oh, okay, I see them. They were at the very beginning. Yeah, it spilled the team. Okay, I see it now. The mood one is pretty funny. Spilled the tea is also pretty funny. Actually, they're all pretty good. I wonder if they're just one per each tier of Hype Train. Wonder which one's which then. Looks like they're animated too. Oh yeah, they are. They're all animated. Get those hype trains rolling, full steam ahead to unlock the whole I know Avelia is a big hype train enjoyer. She'll probably try to get them ASAP. I still got to do Karn after this, and then I've got State of the Realm. Oh, tomorrow I'll post MSQ reaction and State of the Realm. All right, good to go. And then I'll probably do my Savage prediction video. Release those on that on Sunday. I'll probably just do one video for the whole thing. Come here, Cody Rhodes. I guess he's technically Patty Rhodes. No, he's Mick Rhodes. There you go. We found it. We found the middle ground. I'll see about doing that today, Anime. I kind of just forgot. Better try harder then. I mean, it's the same as a lot of mechanics. That's not new at all. Funny thing, for this first bit with the bare fangs, you can actually avoid it just by standing on the outer edge. You can't do it with the later one because the arena's smaller, but you can do it with this one. Yeah, it does. It does always go in that order. I thought it didn't because I didn't see one of them jump out, but it goes in the order they appear.
Not bad.
It always goes in the order they appear.
We've scarcely begun.
Just gotta make sure you actually see them come out in order. I would stick together for this part, by the way. No, it goes in order. It's just easy to miss one of them going out because it happens the moment the animation starts. Half the time I look at the second one he puts out and I realize it's actually the third one that he's put out. Make sure you're not actually in that, by the way. Yeah. Okay. I like hearing him say the word Fenrir. I don't know why. I get an immense amount of satisfaction out of actually hearing him say Fenrir. Your face when the slice right. The slice is wrong, bitch. Every time somebody dies to that, that's what you gotta say now. No, that one falls towards the outside of the arena. The slice is wrong, bitch. In the ring, I realize that I'm free. This is who he was meant to be. I don't know. Not my specialty to be able to tell. Well, the good news is, you know, you can also fall off on top of the wall being deaf. Hey, music. No, never mind. It's not music. I thought it was music.
Until next time.
And another brooch for me. Well, I'm definitely winning that one. Hey, you did confirm that falling off is a potential thing, which why would they make a death wall and the ability to fall off? Just saying. I mean, you're sorry. What does that mean? All right. Thank you for the quick clears on that one. Isn't it sort of knockback? I mean, but it's not about that. It's what's the point of doing both if the wall is going to kill you? I'm just saying, look toward Savage for that. I don't know if that's what I would call it, DJ. Doesn't really sound like most of them. Yeah, it's rare that you have the double where both you can die, like it just doesn't make sense to do both unless there's a reason to have both. Yeah, throwing you off the arena in some regard is not an unlikely occurrence. All right, let me use the restroom real quick, and then I got to do Sunken Temple. MSQ is good. Ahem. I would like to announce cat. Neither, Chris. I agree. Cat. Sometimes all you need is cat. Alright, one last thing I want to do is Sunken Temple. I want to see the characters. Where's Banana? I had Banana this morning. Not you. You. Alright, let me lower the BGM back down to normal while I'm at it. Ivy, stop. Your time is up. Will do. I'll do it right after this. Alright, so among the things I always like to check out whenever they make adjustments to it is the new duty support stuff. We still have Cutter's Cry, Zamiel, and Ormvale. That'll be throughout the rest of the expansion. We did Halatali when that came out, so now we're going to do Karn. Karn. The Sunken Temple of Karn. Is this where the Karn servant is? Oh yeah, I have to do the Corn servant quest at some point, huh? Why are these Scions not unlocking their jobs? Silly. Alright, well, I guess there's no sneaking around the temple bats here. What is it again? Fruit? It's been forever. Normally I just spawn the mobs at the end because I don't care. We don't even get EXP from these anymore. Let me sneak around. I think they left the puzzle aspect. I mean, the interactable was still there. Flames left, fruit right. And all the helms and everything are still here. Look at this. God, it's so nice to have. One of my favorite parts about the low levels is wide volley, man. They heard I wanted it back, but I want it back at max level. I always check out whenever they make the dungeon changes. I love wide volley. Look. Boop. It looks a little different, but I'll take it. Don't be afraid of the bees. Do not be afraid. There's no reason to be afraid of the bees. We could just go around that bee. I can't believe they still let me skip that bee. I'll behave so it doesn't come after me. They'll be nameless forever and ever. All of these silly fools. Hello, alright, so first boss. I still see the platforms at the very least, so that's something, I guess. Seeing a tank marker on this is always weird. Hopefully they just made them smart enough to run on and it's otherwise the same. Hey, you know what? At least the duty support knows to kill those things super quick. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're just smart enough to do it. Otherwise, it's pretty much the same. I actually thought they were just going to do away with that entirely, so I'll take it. It still moves between the spots. I will say, if you were brand new to this as a player with and you were using duty support, you'd get that part figured out real quick. Yeah, they also got rid of the indicator, which honestly is for the better. The indicator for Mortal Ray always kind of annoyed me. You know what? I was wondering if it would adjust in such a way where they'd have to run and go to the other one. I was like, are they gonna make it so that like it's always in one spot whenever the duty support needs to do it? They're like, oh, guys, I think it moved. Mortal Ray is also way slower of a cast. Because if you really wanted to stun Mortal Ray before, you really had to make sure it was timed well. Like, I used to pride myself in my ability to stun Mortal Ray because it's not a gimme. Go around that bee. Thank you. Oh, these things also just... Oh, wait, there's... oh, no, yeah, it is. I couldn't see it until it was on top. Yeah, these things just sit on their tiles now. So you don't have to actually manually drag them on top of the tile. God, the number of times where a tank moves just half an inch too far at the last second. Yeah, they just don't move. Yeah, they're ranged. I'm not going to bother picking up the other stuff. No more Awk Drag. There is no more Awk Drag. They are forever trapped on these platforms. I love quick volley. Or wide volley. Sorry, quick knock and wide volley together would be really weird. Well, the point is supposed to be that you grab the fruit and the fruit and the flames for the later part. I don't care. I'm just going to spawn 3 ghosts and kill them because why would I do 2 extra packs to not fight? I mean, there's a treasure chest too, but come on. Come on. Seriously. I think that's high on my prio list. Hey, a level 37 player might. It might matter a lot to a level 37 player. Yeah, I wonder what's different here. Am I still gonna get headbutt across the room? Looks like he's just not chaining the skills together. Although I don't remember if that's supposed to happen after the thing dies the first time. The Marauder NPC cares. Yeah, okay, now he does the, like, chain casts. Still gonna blast someone in the face, and is it gonna be me? Sure is! Bop! Into the raid wide. Yeah, it still doesn't really seem any different. It said this one was different, but maybe there's, like, a visual. Could be even just the cadence of it. I always loved when the Temple Guardian just headbutts somebody and they just go flying across the room. Come on, give me some wide volleys. I live for the wide volley. I mean, yeah, they had new voice lines in the first Savage. It's willing enough to expect there would be new voice lines in the new one. You can remember old mechanics. He does two things. It's not exactly hard to remember. Most of them are even just standard golem attacks. They're not even unique. Most of the low-level bosses don't actually have unique mechanics. They just use those enemy mechanics. Dude, that Mammoth and Dusk Vigil. Every time I tell people the Mammoth and Dusk Vigil that the charge AoE is a split damage, they're always mind blown by it. Because there's no indicator that it's a split damage AoE. It's one of the only like split damage AoEs that still has no indicator. I'm one of those people right now. Dunked on. Well, I mean, the knock-up is still for one person. It's the charge afterwards that's a split damage AoE. And honestly, we have so much item level now that even if you eat it alone, it's hardly noticeable. But back in the day, that hurt. People would just get obliterated, especially if your healer got picked for the knock-up and the knockback, and nobody blocked even by accident. But it still just doesn't have an indicator, which is just funny. Time for my favorite part, where the tank pulls and I just spawn the ghosts. Yeah, come here. Yeah, sooner or later they'll get the Dusk Vigil and probably add it. He's got Vengeance, he's fine. Ghosts. See, why go through those extra trash packs just to get rid of 3 ghosts? Listen, I'll just tell this Marauder player I played Final Fantasy XI, and in Final Fantasy XI, I'd be pulling the mobs for us. I'll pull them back to camp, man. This one, I assume the biggest difference is going to be that the ads... Okay, so there's no tiles at all on the ground this time. The ads might still spawn if they do at all. God, I always forget I don't have Iron Jaws, so I keep doing something akin to my max level opener with the Raging Strikes afterwards. He's going middle. You know that's... yeah, with the duty supports, you don't... You would normally just skip killing the Verges altogether if you're doing this with actual players. Although maybe not after the rework, because they'll just like spawn new ones over and over again. They're not doing the jealous. Dude, my eyes are so irritated right now. And of course, like an idiot, I just have to keep touching my eyes. Oh! Yeah, you have to kill your own or you get shot, yeah. That's one way to force you to do jails. They're like, listen, you're doing the jails, damn it. Release me, simple key. These are just the normal ones again. Is there a reason why... Did this one like instant... What the heck? Did that one just get insta-murdered and I just didn't see it, or just never, was it just never targetable? I guess one of the supports must have instantly blown it up in like half a second. Yeah, the thaumaturge just obliterated it. Hey, Jumper, thanks for the bits. The hundo. Hey, there are new hype train emotes. The fruit and the flame thing is still there. The first boss, the only difference is that the mortal ray indicator does not pop up as a room wide, and it doesn't look like it's stunnable anymore either. And the duty support are capable of doing the platforms. There's also a tank buster marker in there too now. They just gave it the appropriate markers. I made Mortal Ray not this like I assume they don't want you giga chatting and stunning Mortal Ray, and they just want you to do it. And in exchange, it's like, you know, not particularly hard. Oh no! Hey, duty support, do you want to just kill the boss instead of the ads? No? Okay. Cool. Yeah, it didn't change too much. I mean, I figured they really just needed to change like one or two things. And so they pretty much just changed the one or two things. The second boss, I really don't know what changed. I literally like can't, I have no idea. Like maybe it's like just the cadence of his attacks, or I don't know. Maybe the visual on his core is different. Like I would remember that. The third boss is completely different. They got rid of the whole head. You know what's funny though? They could have left the head mechanic as is, because they altered the heads in the dungeon anyway. Because the heads just sit on the platforms, they could have just had the head show up and just like poke everyone. But I guess they figured that was redundant because the verges basically do the same thing anyway. So they were like, just get rid of the heads if all they're going to do is sit on the platform and you don't actually, and they're not like this infinitely spawning recurring threat. They figured it just probably wasn't worth leaving them in there. But yeah, that's probably the biggest change. The heads just sit on the platforms now and they just don't move. So they're just like turrets. So that's definitely big. But they left like the scales the same, the side rooms the same. And so you can still choose to get the flame and the fruit if you really want to, but why bother? Just kill those ads. You don't need one level 37 piece of anything. Oh, yeah, it's pretty simple. I didn't expect it to be that drastic of a change, but the heads thing was probably the #1 thing that needed to go. So that's the updated Sunken Temple of Karn. Now we wait 19 weeks and we can do the updated Cutter's Cry. Cutter's Cry probably, I don't think Cutter's Cry needs that much of an update. In all honesty, I think the duty supports, just knowing how to target the ants on the first boss, is probably enough. You know what? They're definitely going to change the line of sight mechanic on the first boss. That's not going to be a thing anymore. There's no way they actually expect people to line of sight silence still after they make the change. Hi, Ivy. So silence will, ironically enough, probably just be an interruptible cast on Cutter's Cry, and then everything else will probably remain the same. And then the Chimera, there's really not much they might change the cadence of the Chimera. Like, that's the only thing that would make sense to me. Maybe they'll fix, yeah, like the skipping that trash, maybe they'll fix as well. Second boss, I can't imagine needs too much either. It's really just the first boss, silence, and maybe the like annoying bits of Chimera. Because Chimera can do some really annoying things where he like has orbs chasing you and then he does Dragon's Voice. But like the orbs are fast enough to the point where like you have to like run through. Like it's the only thing I could really see changing. I don't think Cutter's Cry is going to need to change too much either. Just the silence on the first boss. So that's yeah, that sounds about right to me. All right, that was Karen. Silence, yeah, you're supposed to run behind the ant when it casts silence, because then you line of sight it and it doesn't cast on you. That's what you're supposed to do. That was a much bigger thing back in A Realm Reborn, is just straight up running behind enemies to line of sight them. That's a turn 4. Like Coil turn 4 has that as a mechanic. The Pox cast, it's literally just the tanks need to constantly look for Pox and run behind the rooks. Ah, the good old days. There was something I was looking at, and I can't remember what it was. There was a company that posted asking if anyone was going to... Oh, I remember. Going to PAX East. Let's see. I could have swore. No, not that. Oh, shit, I gotta cancel that. No. Is it this one? Let's see. Ah, okay, yes. I found the thing I was looking for. Damn it. All right, so in about 20 minutes, I'm going to call up Sly for State of the Realm. Alright. That was one thing I had to do that I almost forgot to do. I think that's the only thing. Yeah, I've had a lot of stuff pulling my attention every which way. So I just need to make sure I remember the things I forget. Steak of the Realm. I don't have any freshly grilled meats right now. All right, let me mail those items. Also, actually, hold on. Let me go to Mordona first. Do my exchange, and then I'll do it. Hello, my friend. And then right back to Solution 9. Yeah, at some point this weekend, I have to do my prediction video. I might just work on that after I get back from the gym today. But release it on Sunday. Diachromatic compounds. New. Oh my god. Sort. Alphabetical, for the love of Christ. Pots. Dude, seeing your name reminds me, I still have to make my Hap Cope emotes. Yo, so I mentioned this yesterday, but I was talking in Raid about, I don't remember what started the conversation, but it came up that I have an old picture of me where what's it called? I'm in a, like I have like an oxygen mask on. I brought it up and then Whoops was like, oh, when's the Hap Cope emote? And I was like, I gotta do something after stream. I gotta do something after Raid today. Just never even occurred. Oh, no, that's right. I have Raid today, too. That's right. I probably don't have enough time to do that then. Oh, I guess I'll probably get it done. No, I'd have to do it after Raid also. Make it a better TTV emote. Like, I've had that image for like a decade, and never once have I thought about that. I don't know how it just never once occurred to me in all the years that Cope has been like an emote of something that I was just like, yeah, I just never thought of it. Oh, I'll figure it out at some point. Hi, Ivy. Hi. Ugh. Yeah, so what do I have left in my Final Fantasy 13 Platinum? So I'm going to be finishing my Final Fantasy 13 Platinum this weekend. Maybe I'll start 13-2. But let me see what I still need trophy-wise. Ivy, stop. So I need Galuf's Grail, Dorgan's Trophy, Natural Selector, Florophobe, which I think is just another... Yeah, it's just Seath Mission 54. Yeah, Florophobe, Zezet's Chalice, Exorcist. Yeah, so I need all of those. I need Treasure Hunter, Lassie Paragon, Adamant Will. And I think that's it. Yeah, because I have Superstar. Yeah, so it's pretty much all Seath missions. Yeah, Longui, Seath missions, and Treasure Hunter. And I'm literally on Atticus for Titan's Trials. Which, Atticus shouldn't be that bad. I'm going to buy a couple of Phoenix Downs just to make sure. Ivy, actually, I don't even, well, no, it's probably smarter if I do buy some Phoenix Downs. Ivy, stop. You need to take no for an answer. Yeah, because I can probably just run like Comm Ravager Medic and just survive most of Atticus. And just keep him. It's what? You run like triple synergist, Comm Ravager Medic, some sort of saboteur combo. I guess you can run Combat Clinic also if you really need to. Probably don't need to. And then it's like Relentless Assault and like one other thing. I think it's Diversity is the one I'm thinking of for Atticus. Because I don't, that fight needs to be fast. Yeah. That fight needs to be really quick. I could also do the Vanille Death thing on him. The max damage Vanille Death thing. I would have to upgrade her weapon though. Where you just well, actually no, on Atticus you can't because you can't stagger him. Let me rephrase. You should never get to the point of staggering Atticus. If you have drawn that fight out to the point where you are actually staggering Atticus, something has gone horribly wrong. So yeah, that will not be an option. Yeah, running Comm Ravager Medic is probably the most important thing. I could run 2 of those if I really wanted to also, but I'd probably want to run Relentless. I don't think I want to run Cerberus for that. I need his stagger gauge to be raising pretty much all the time so I can outscale his later phase. I could run Tri Disaster. God, today is gonna be back day. Oh, after State of the Realm. I'm just doing some light work at the gym for the next few days. I'll be in the gym every day until patch. And then on patch, I'm doing push-ups for Prague. Man, I wish the gifted sub thing was happening at least through April 1st. Why does the gift sub discount not have to last until actual Prague? Monday, I'll probably spend all day just doing, like, normal modes. It's stinky. They did it a day too early. It is le stink. Just not adequately timed for me personally, and thus it's shit. That is all. Jesus Christ, these sell for a lot. Yes, clearly they only had me in mind and just to inconvenience me and nobody else. Think about how many push-ups I would have had to do. I wish there had been a little bit more of a heads up at the very least so I could have planned something. Alright, let me do this exchange real quick too. So I need the neck. Yep. And then for tank. Why was that taking so long? What the hell? Defending head and I think it was the ring. Yeah. I am very much going to need to get that full tank. I should probably get that like ASAP in all honesty. Because I think Leviathan I think is going to take more than 10. I think I need to actually get the tome weapon for Warrior before I can do Leviathan. Because I think Leviathan is still like 10% of his HP left right now. I don't think 10 item levels is going to get 10% of Leviathan's HP for the solo. 10 item levels might be enough for E11 though. EX weapon. Yeah, I'll be able to buy an EX weapon starting tomorrow. I'm sorry, not tomorrow, tonight, technically. The 15 item level bump. Well, it'll only be a 10 item level bump. But even then, I don't know. That's a lot of HP to chew through. Maybe with the full crafted set also. But I don't know, 10% of his HP to chew through in 740? The big thing is that he has to be dead before Tsunami 2 even begins to resolve, or I'm just dead. Whereas at least E11 is the whole fight and a little bit of RNG involved. Alright, so this is 1 crit, 1 determination meld. I'm sorry, it's 1 crit meld. Doesn't have 2 slots. Idiot. Give it a crit meld. That might be. I mean, that might be Cloud. Paladin 7.15 Vista, Penta Meldcraft is a little bit more than 2K. 2K is a lot, actually. Paladin's going to be the biggest increase, and I don't know if I'm doing it on Paladin. Unlikely I'd be doing it on Paladin. Probably do it. I don't know. I don't know if I did it on Dark Knight last time. Dark Knight seems unlikely. I feel like with the Tank Buster, I wouldn't have done it on Dark Knight. But maybe I'm misremembering how much the double Leviathan Blast did. Maybe I did do it on Dark Knight. Because I was doing pretty much everything on Dark Knight around that time. So maybe, if that's the case, then Paladin is definitely the option. Hey, I'll take it. Give me my gil. Honestly, there are times where I do contemplate doing roulettes just for poetics and right after an even-numbered patch. About the same though isn't the greatest. I need the when it's down to enrage, it should be whichever tank is doing the most. If it's an actual enrage that needs to be raced. I mean, it's for a completely meaningless solo to boot, but you know. All right. Taking on meaningless challenges is like platinuming all the Final Fantasy games. That's a meaningless challenge. One that I have taken to heart. That would be one example. Oh, speaking of which. I had this in the mail. And I know what this is. Now you may remember that my goal was to platinum every Final Fantasy game. That included the main titles and the off titles. That is Itadeki Street. That is Fortune Street 30th Anniversary, Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest. Which, someone in my chat said they platinumed in about 100 hours. Yeah, this is the Vita copy. I need to get a PlayStation copy as well, and then I need to combine the two of them with superpowers. I need a copy for both. That is not cheap, mind you. I actually thought my other copy would come first. I'm surprised that the Vita copy came first. Let me see. Let me see. I got a few minutes before I call Sly. Where is... Yeah, here's the Vita copy. Let's see. Going to have to collude? Quite possibly. Yeah, it's gonna be wild when I have to go for that one. It's going to be a wild time. Yeah, somebody said that with collusion, it takes about 100 hours. They said they did it themselves by effectively running a Vita copy and their PS4 copy simultaneously and effectively filling their own multiplayer games. Yeah, it looks like Gunbreaker is my winning choice then. Yeah, I heard Gunbreaker was kind of juiced. So I guess I shouldn't be too surprised by that. Yeah, that won't be for a very long time, mind you. It'll be a very long time before I actually need to do that. Alright, let me start getting ready for State of the Realm. Okay, that means I'm going to have to learn Gunbreaker. Well, I mean, I know what to do for Gunbreaker, but that's not the same as doing it all the time. What is this? No, no. Hi, Ivy. Hey. Ivy, you gotta relax. It can't be all the time. All right, let's see. Ivy, stop. It's always when I'm trying to get ready for things, too. When I'm trying to, like, find things. She's always like, ah, yes, now is my time. Let me find my music. So I don't call Sly for 2 more minutes anyway. It's a cat superpower. Might as well be. It's like when I'm doing nothing and I can just dote on her, she's never there. I'm doing something else. She's like, nope, I'm getting involved. You can't stop me. First impressions. Let me just change the title on YouTube also. See, I don't let her walk onto my my workspace. I was always good at keeping Aloha and Ivy off of my desk and my keyboard. Aloha used to be like a big desk hopper when he was young. As he got older, he stopped caring, thankfully. And so he was never a bad example for Ivy in that regard. So she never really picked up on doing it. She also doesn't really like being that high, like off the ground. She's very nervous about where she's standing when she's doing any of that. All right, let me call up LaSly. He's typing to me right this second, actually. Before I even pressed call. Is this where Sly cancels on me? Or is he just telling me he needs a few minutes? Come on. I'll be a couple of minutes. Hokey dokey. All right. Sly let me know he needs a couple of minutes anyway. So that's good timing. 7.2. Oh, yeah. I'll get my MSQ stuff done. Count the minutes. He said a couple, so that means 11:47. Something, probably bourbon. That's what it's gotta be. God, that Itadeki Street thing is going to be such a pain. Especially because I can't read it. Yeah, 80-pound dog in the lap. That could be problematic. I know some people who weigh just about as much as their dog, and so when their dog does that, it is disaster. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work out. I mean, I could just hold my phone up to everything until I know what it does. This is literally one of the last platinums I'm going to do anyway. Like, it's so far away, it's not even worth considering. I have to do 13 and 13-2, and then probably Stranger of Paradise on PS5, which might actually be just a plug and play. I think I have my Stranger of Paradise save on my PS4. I'm going to pull up my PS4, see if I can... see if it's synced to the cloud, I guess, technically. It should be synced to the cloud, but I don't know if it is. And then I might just be able to load it into my PS5 and instantly platinum that game, instantly platinum that version. Which one am I going to do after that becomes the question. I don't want to do Type 0. Oh, Crisis Core. I have to finish the Crisis Core one, right. Crisis Core I'm mostly done with now. I'm like on the last like third of the missions that need doing. Just waiting on Sly. God, it's so weird. When I go from doing a lot of coffee to doing half as much coffee, but taking my pre-workout before the gym, my body is thrown into flux slightly. Because my caffeine isn't so front-loaded. My body doesn't know what to do about it. It's all right. You'll get there eventually. I mean, you'll never be able to play Final Fantasy XI on a console ever again. Not unless that console is just loading a PC operating system. Somebody puts fucking Windows on their PlayStation 3 and it's like, look, guys, I'm playing it. It's totally on console. Loads in Windower. Yeah, I think Sly's not home. I think he was like on his way home and he got caught in traffic. Hence why he needed a few more minutes. Because I can see that he's on his phone. It says he's like on the phone version of Discord. Not the little green dot. Thankfully, I haven't gotten that lost with the new Discord. Fortunately, everything's in largely the same spot. It's just, ugh. You done? You done? What are you done with? I don't mind. It just made things worse. And it just changed so many settings. That's the thing that pissed me off. Like, don't update it and reset my shit that I've had it set to so that it... Actually, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I need to make sure other settings didn't fuck up. I just realized. Okay, automatic game control is still off. Thank God. That was the number one thing I wanted to look for. I fucking hate automatic game control. That hath remained the same. Hello, Crocs. Hello, hello. Welcome to waiting for Sly to tell me that he's at his PC. Because he said he needed a couple of minutes, and it's been 6 of them. Nope. I think the Steel Series mic has its own noise suppression, but I usually have that off most of the time. Every time I use noise suppression, I change the tone of my voice too much. Okay, Sly's at his PC. Let's go. Well, at least I saw I saw his symbol change more so as the truth. He may not necessarily. He's definitely out there. Yeah, I could tell. I could tell. I saw the light turn green. What? Give me that look.
Nothing. Nothing.
What do you mean nothing? What did I do? I saw the light turn
nothing.
Green. Yeah. Then why are you smiling at me?
No specific reason.
There's always a reason.
Is there?
It's not my good looks, because those aren't there. See, he had no comment. That just confirms that it's what I said. So there we go. You good? But are you just getting in late from wherever you were?
No. I had to doctor a few things.
Interesting. You had to doctor? Yeah, I figured you just weren't at your PC. Normally you
No, I was here. I was
just
doctoring some shit. Yeah, like just fixing shit.
Okay. Yeah, normally your Discord light will turn green when you're actually at your PC.
Yeah, I had to do a restart for it.
Ivy. Yeah, she's grabbing my finger. She grabs the fingy. Ivy. He did not grab a Dr. Pepper. Sly did not get himself a good old DP.
I did not.
No. All right. 7.2. I just did MSQ like today. So very fresh on that.
To be fair, I did mine yesterday.
Yeah. I was going to do mine yesterday, but then Suzaku took a while.
Holy shit, we need to talk about Suzaku, and we definitely will. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ.
Suzaku took a hot minute, you know. That's like, I think
Oh,
it was
yeah.
like an hour
Ours
and
did
a
too.
half. I think it was like an hour and a half to get my Suzakus done.
And then, you know, our fucking Beatrix took less time. I'm like, the fuck?
Listen, sometimes that's just how the way the cookie crumbles, all right?
No, that cookie has never crumbled like that. Where
I
our
guarantee
EXs
you it has
are-
at least once, considering Titan,
Or our
Sephiroth...
Okay, to be fair, I was not about to do the fuck show that was Titan, Sephiroth, Unreal. But, I mean, I actually remembered it. But, yeah, like, for whatever random bumfuck reason, the Unreal is harder than the fucking EX. And, ugh.
I wouldn't say that. I would just say that the average expected skill of the players in Suzaku is higher than it was when it was Byakuya. And so
That is true.
So everyone's like, oh yeah, Byakuya, that's Unreal, huh? Here I am. Oh, Suzaku, you crazy. Ah!
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And now you're dead. I believe someone in my chat said they found they had a mid Simon Says memory lapse. Horny bird lady, yeah. Horny bird lady wants to pull you into her hole. News at 11. She does think you're Tenzin. She's like, get in this hole. Listen, Suzaku is one of my favorite characters, so she's just horny all the time. Has one of my favorite dialogue jokes in any of the side stories. And this is Tenzin and Suzaku's child. All right, one moment. Hold on. I wish to hear the rest of this tale. I would do that quest again. I'll New Game Plus that one. I can imagine Sly's face after the whole comment. A small smirk while he handles his business. It wasn't that exuberant of a display. Ivy. Dude, my eyes are so dry today. What the fuck? Stop it, eyes. Suzaku on reset, and people are not good at this fight. What were you gonna say?
I said, do you need some clear eyes? Wow.
Honestly, it would probably help. My eyes are just super dry right now. I don't have any, so, you know, who gives a shit? What I need and what I have are not the same thing. Speaking of what I have, remember the platinums that I'm doing?
Sure do.
Yeah, well, this is one of them that I have to do. Do you know what this is?
Absolutely not.
This is Final Fantasy Dragon Quest Mario Party.
Yeah, you have fun with that.
The artwork is really good, though.
Again, you have fun with that.
I need 2 copies of this too to actually do the platinum, because you need online. You need to go into online matches to get it, and there's no fucking Japanese game. What online matches am I gonna get? And it's old, so I need to have 2 copies to set up my own online matches, or I need chat to help me collude, and they need to feed me all of my victories. It's legit like a 100+ hour Mario Party platinum. Reminds me of Mario Party 64, the very first one, where you had to collect stars to actually unlock all the maps and finish the, quote, story with the Bowser level. And it was just like, I just remember, I was like, my friends are not going to want to play this enough for me to fucking grind out all the coins and stars I need for the reward. So I guess I'm just going to go against the AI, set them to easy, and just shit down their throats. And that I did as a kid. I wanted to be the cool kid who had all the stages unlocked when I brought it to my friend's house. They'll like me now. That's all it takes.
Mario Party for people to like you, really?
Listen, it was either that or I showed up with all the characters unlocked in Super Smash Brothers. It was one of the two. I had to be valuable in some way. All right, it is noon, by the way.
Yeah.
Are you good to go?
Yes. I am good to go.
All right, with that, let's get started. Hello, everyone, and welcome to State of the Realm. The game's being updated, so we have shows to bring to you. And, of course, this week is just going to be our patch 7.2 first impressions. Obviously, we're still waiting on a majority of the more engaging endgame content. Savage will be this coming Tuesday. Cosmic Exploration on the 20th of April, 22nd of April, my bad. And at the end of May, we will have the Occult Crescent, so we'll have plenty of different pieces on all of that stuff. But for now, let's just talk about 7.2 as it is. I'm one of your hosts, Mr. Happy, and of course, joining me is Sly. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Sly.
Hi.
How are you? How are you?
After yesterday, really good.
What does that mean?
All the hot scoops. You didn't see all the hot scoops yesterday?
What, Nintendo? I mean, yeah, there's a couple of things. This wasn't Metroid Prime 4 looking mid as ever. You know, there's that, I guess.
Oh, well, there's that, yeah.
Square Enix putting out another RPG when I'm knee deep in their other game again, like they tend to do. I know you had your little Atlas, just a creamery over there. I was like, Sly's just creaming over there with Rido.
Yeah. See. Right. Okay. There was No Sleep for Konami Date. There was Rido.
Somnus. The AI, the I Somnus files. Yeah.
And then of course, it wasn't even in the American. It happened in the Japanese direct. Super Robot Wars Y. Yeah. So I
always forget they're different. I do tend to forget that there's always some like game that I will have never heard of, and that it'll be in a direct in like a year and a half when it's, coming to America.
Mm-hmm. And then today I get to drink bourbon. I mean, I don't normally drink bourbon.
I was gonna say, because that's so drastically different.
Yeah, but I'm doing a blind taste test today. Little bottles, samples.
That's sus as hell right there. The unmarked bourbon bottle. That's sus as hell.
Yeah, I won't know until I taste it and know it, or they tell me what it is. So it's gonna be fun.
Hopefully it's good.
Hopefully.
Yeah. I haven't enjoyed a nice glass of bourbon or whiskey and something. I had an old fashioned the other day, so I guess that kind of counts. Like
old fashions are good.
Yeah. Place I went was good. I went to I was in the city. I was doing an escape room, and which first time ever was successful. I've never done an escape room before, and then went to I think it's called Boudin's in the port of San Francisco. It's just a giant bread factory. But they have a restaurant in it as well. But they make so much bread. It just smells like bread. The whole block smells like bread, and bread smells so good.
See, that's what Kentucky smells like. No matter if you're in the middle of it, it just smells like bread. Yeah.
Bread
really
is one of the
good.
most tantalizing. Like fried chicken smells great, burgers smell great, but there's something about bread.
But it's just alcohol being distilled. That's all. But it's just better smelling bread.
It's just bread. Everything just comes back to bread. All right. Well, as much as I'd love to talk about bread for 2 hours, we do have a patch to talk about. Before we do, though, thanks to SteelSeries for sponsoring as always. They always have a link either in the Twitch chat, !SteelSeries with the discount code Mr. Happy for 12% off. On YouTube, it's in the description of the video when it gets posted, so you can grab it there. And also, thanks everyone on Patreon for supporting. They don't have to, they choose to. We don't put out any content that is gated behind monetization just because not my shtick, just not something I enjoy doing. So anyone who's over there is doing so at their own free will. So thank you to them as well.
Thank you.
All right, 7.2. Okay, before we get into specifics, we'll do our just overarching impression. That can include any highs or lows or any general vibe that you have. It's a very unfocused opinion on the patch. So give me your broad sense of patch 7.2's initial release.
Well, if anything, first day, majority of the first day was me making money.
Figured.
That was pretty much majority of the first day, and then I did normal. And then the second day, I made more money.
Noticing a trend here.
And then yesterday, I actually, did MSQ. So MSQ and the trial and EX trial. And overall, pretty solid.
Pretty solid?
Pretty solid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it boils down to. The pretty solid is the overarching first impression.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, when you say pretty solid, is that a full-on sign of contention for the patch, or is there anything that without getting too specific, as we'll probably get into it, that really grinds your gears?
Nothing really, grinds my gears as of yet. Again, we're talking about only getting, like you said at the beginning, we're only getting a little bit of the grander scheme of things, which we will be getting again next week and later this month and in May. But for what we do have, yeah.
I'm in a similar boat. Obviously, I've said my piece enough about release cadence and everything. It's been beaten to death, at this point. Still worth saying, but all the same, the quality of what was received, I could only really find one dip in quality, and it was in the MSQ, where there's a voice line.
Know.
Yeah.
I know where.
There's a random part where a character says a word. It doesn't have text at the bottom, and their lips don't move, but you hear the voice line. So it's really strange. It's just Wook Lamont saying all right, and then there's no indicator. It's like they didn't animate it, they didn't put it in the text box. It just says all right.
I heard that some people thought that the pacing in a certain part of the MSQ is kind of off to an end, and we won't get too much into it. But yeah, there was a part of the MSQ where. Let's just say
we can do spoiler cast this week. We just so you know,
okay.
we're spoiler allowed this. Just to let everyone know, we stopped doing spoiler cast separating when they started doing 1 week delays for Savage, because then we end up talking about that next week. Yeah.
But the kind of shorten it. Let's just say they dialed it in during a certain part. The part where you have to call everybody.
How's it dial in? Literally, you're dialing their numbers.
It felt off in terms of comparison to the rest of the story. It kind of felt. Some people said lazy. That specific part where you're just calling everybody when it's one of those. Why was this even a meeting kind of feelings? When everybody could have just been there. Check in.
They were doing their own things, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just a part where you call Ishtola, Alphino, Alice, and Aaronville, and you just check in to see what they're working on real quick, and to tell them what you've learned. And I don't know, it didn't seem phoned in or off. It's like listen. I've seen everything with 14. This was a pretty well paced patch. I was surprised at how quick it went.
Yeah.
I just did the patch today, so my memory on everything is very, very
pretty fresh.
Yeah.
Pretty fresh, yeah.
Yeah, I skipped everything day one just to get to the EX trial, to get a guide out, to get my mount, of course. Which we'll talk about.
So you did get your mount. Huh.
We'll talk about that. There's more to that than meets the eye. Yeah. But the MSQ, this is the quality of MSQ on average that most people are expecting or want. There's very little fluff, which means it doesn't take as long. It's only about 3 hours, which is definitely on the shorter side. They don't really do a whole lot of like random things in between. There's no solo instance that's like takes 10-15 minutes. There's no one thing they definitely didn't do is they stopped trying to teach us things about Dawn Trail. Like even 7.1 has like the Ronique Dung part, where there's like kind of this elongated section that just adds time. That was a pretty frequent complaint for a lot of people about Dawn Trail, even though I don't particularly mind. But this is the pacing of everything that's happening is just pushing the story forward a little bit. And the pacing for me worked pretty well for the 3 hours.
Yeah.
It was, as chat said, it felt focused. It was going somewhere immediately. The whole time it was going somewhere. And not really fluffing about with any time, I suppose. Yeah. The contents of it were also quite intriguing. Especially for a Final Fantasy IX fan. I'm not, but I know enough about it at least.
Yeah, same.
The big thing is the introduction of the new character who we saw in all the artwork, Calyx.
Calyx, yes.
Mm-hmm. And he gets his own villain theme.
Yeah.
And it's pretty baller, I'm not going to lie. I'm like, yo, what is this Persona-ass Final Fantasy IX combined villain theme that they've given? That's how it came off to me at the very least. And
kinda,
yeah. And as predicted, the preservation. I mean, I've been talking about it for like 9 months now that the preservation is like the main, like the key thing they'll work towards in 0.3. And sure enough, our boy here is what remains of the preservation, it would appear.
Yeah.
Hey, Sly, did you know that Pastorot's role is that of preservation in her original scene?
Oh, we're literally going this route. Okay, cool.
There's a lot of context in this patch actually to support at least maybe not Calyx being Pastorot necessarily, but I don't think that's the case. There's at least enough context to think that Pastorot was at some point involved in the last like several hundred years of Alexandria's history. So I'll take that at the very least. Yeah, I'm just saying. Listen.
So we're not thinking he is the current or last or final seat of Pastorot. We're just saying like there's okay.
No, there's a couple of big hints for it. One is his fascination with Azim's stone, which he should not have any interest in at all, which is immediately followed by him referring to the source and the ninth as the source and the ninth.
And the ninth, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you thought you were the only one who knew about other shards? Oh,
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's clear. You got to remember that Alexandria and Lindblom's war was almost certainly an Ascian machination. Almost everything world-ending tends to be at some point in time. And which means it probably invaded Alexandria more specifically, because apparently Alexandria was the aggressor in the war. So
yeah,
at some point he's at least come across an Ascian Calyx. No matter what, at some point he's come across them. And he also, his obsession with living forever and preserving all life forever is I mean, Ascians lived forever, so he's very likely inspired by the fact that they were, at least in his eyes, an undying force.
Yeah.
So it's all lining up to tie up one of the two remaining Ascian kind of plot lines that's been left unknown.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's where I'm seeing this going, is wrapping up another little leftover Ascian tidbit just to tidy something up. That's also going to play into the grand scheme of whatever the hell else is going on. I don't think he's going to be a villain past next patch. I think he's done.
Oh no. I agree with that. He's just setting up to reveal the bigger bad, which usually in this case there is a bigger bad, and I think it may be Pastorat. I think Pastorat is somewhere behind the scenes just fucking chilling, like just watching everything unfold.
Yeah, a lot of people question that, like, why would they bother if Zodiark's dead? I was like, yeah, Fandaniel was also, like, you got to remember, our main villain wasn't really Medion, it was Fandaniel, and he was a sundered at the end of the day who just, went off the fucking rails. So there's still potentially two more out there that may be going off the rails. So
yeah,
I don't think they're the big bads. I think they are leftover plot lines that they want to tidy up because they've been unanswered for a long time now.
But the bigger question is, okay, we've ended the whole Highland Zodiark arc. This is the beginning of, we would say, a new arc. Like, where is it going to lead up to? Because this is the beginning. In the beginning in ARR, we were kind of, we kind of started out with La Ha 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 Brea, and then, it kind of dominoed into everything else, which kind of revealed the big bad. I'm wondering where this is leading, what road we're going down. Now that, again, we only have 2 Ascians, so it can't, we're probably going to knock that out in like another 2 expansions. So what's the grand scheme of things now?
There's room for a few things. It depends on how long they want to lead. They want to keep going into the Final Fantasy IX themes later down the line. I'm willing to bet that it largely ends with Dawn Trail, and I think Necron is probably our trial next patch. Either Kuja Calyx, Trance Calyx, or some equivalent of it, or Necron. Like, it's just like they're gonna wrap that up and be done with that. I think if they really wanted to, they could draw out the entire idea of eternal life and really make that the kind of mainstay of the next patch. I think shard travel is more than likely the thing. I think that key existing is going to continue to be a problem more than it's going to be a solution. And that whatever it is, it's going to come back down to that. Remember, time travel is also still on the table.
Yeah, that is true.
Like, we've done it before, technically once, but more people see traveling to the first more so as because we don't really experience the same kind of time travel as Graha does. Graha, who had been there, he went 200 years into the past, basically. So I don't know. Listen, obviously Y'shtola is going to take the key and lose her mind, and we're going to have to put her down. That's it.
Oh God. By the way, speaking of Y'shtola, did Y'shtola get a new voice actress?
No. It's not exactly the same. I heard some people say the same thing about Aaronville, but no, he's not. He was the same too.
No, because I'm used to, Y'shtola having a more, I guess, bassier tone. Like, she was a little bit higher pitched than normal.
It's because she's excited.
That's what I'm saying.
She's that key. It's getting her excited. Yeah, people also bringing up Ultima the High Seraph. The key potentially being Auracite as a possibility. So there's a handful of things. There's a few decent context-based theories out there. Ultima the High Seraph is kind of a lingering weirdness because we didn't really kill Ultima the High Seraph in the right regard. We don't really, it's never even fully understood exactly what the High Seraph is. At least not in this context. It's some believe she's an alien, some believe she's an interdimensional being. So there's room. There's a few things left over. Not to mention they'll probably set up something new as well. Yeah. So there's a lot of possibilities and a lot of doors still open, but it was a good patch to just kind of move things forward within Dawn Trail and get us towards the Dawn Trail finale specifically, which should be again in point 3.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. Oh. All right. So yeah, MSQ, thumbs up. Enjoying. Looking forward to 7.3. And with that, I'll hop immediately over into the Arcadian. Arcadian's story is probably going to be my new favorite by the end of it. I have a feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
WWE?
Yeah, I mean, but it's not just... So, the big thing with the Arcadian story...
there's stuff going on. The talent is getting down with the sickness. And we're trying to find the I guess the cure, which we kind of have, but we'll get to that. But yeah, we're trying to find a cure, but as always, the show must go on. So we do a couple of fights.
Yeah, but our fights are a lot more purposeful now in the second tier. Because it's like, after the first tier, you're like, okay, but then why are we going to keep fighting through? Like, what's the point? Like, aren't we supposed to be trying to put a stop to them constantly using their feral souls? And effectively, I described it on Twitter as a mix of a traditional WWE script with all the same types of characters. They even use the same terms. They call each other like heels, and he calls them a heel.
Heels. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and whatnot. Like they play entirely into like what a script would look like for WWE. But it's interestingly also a commentary on the darker side of wrestling entertainment in terms of known steroid abuse as well as abuse of the actual talent. Like putting them through like physical turmoil and them feeling kind of obliged to the business for giving them any sort of place in life and like purpose and holding it all over their head. And it's just like, there's this constant sense of like, I've seen a documentary about this. Even things like Matem getting punched in the face. I was like, that's just for show, man.
Yeah. God, like all the like, you know, behind the microphone talent, behind the table talent get hurt, quote unquote, within wrestling. So
yeah, but it's also just like there's a lot of cases of like wrestlers, like for example, when they retire, they're effectively left to just die. They don't like get like health benefits after years of deliberately letting their body just crumble. They're basically just tossed to the side when they're not entertainment anymore.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of like commentary on the dark side and the history of the WWE, which is at this point very well documented and known. So yeah, it's actually very not even nuanced. It's very in your face about it if you're even remotely looking for it.
Yeah.
And I quite enjoy that personally. Another big thing that I enjoy, and this is something that I always struggle with in raids.
All right.
Raids are usually, just looking back, depending on the tier, anywhere from 2 to 4 completely meaningless bosses that are just filling the quota of the raid, even if they technically make sense story-wise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great example.
This didn't have that feeling.
Yeah, this doesn't have that feeling at all. Every character that we meet and every character that's a boss is a character in the story as well, because they're all wrestling, you know, they're all the talent. So we have to interact with them both in and out of the ring in some capacity. This patch made sure to use that as a strength with us going back to the first tier and having the characters progress from what happened to them in the first tier. It helps that Black Cat is really like the main character. Her and Nayuni.
Yeah.
or Yana, I guess I should call Yana and Nayuni. Listen, she's Black Cat, all right? She's got her in the ring name for me. So them being able to lean on each of them as like a character in the story goes a much longer way, especially Honey Bee, who featured a lot more in the story this time around than I anticipated.
And apparently Honey Bee is a streamer.
She's an entertainer.
Nah, she has an Alexandrian stream. There has to be Alexandrian Twitch. She has the personality and everything. She's just doing IRL in Solution 9. Yeah, she has a podcast, everything, the whole 9.
She even had 3 tier 3 subs come and help drum up some trouble.
Yeah, she sure did.
She just went into her Discord and just went, hey, if any tier 3 subs could be here at, and only tier 3s. The rest of you aren't paying me enough to be invited. The rest, then just come drum up some trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did a good job with her and the entirety of the cast being somewhat present, and especially our now no longer acquaintance in that of Hector, the brute bomber.
Yeah.
Yeah, they that prediction held true. Everyone who spotted the bracelets on the boss in the trailers, they get a quick golf clap for the attention to detail. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I saw a comment that I knew instantly I agreed with. I think it was on a YouTube video. And it said, when I saw this man had 3 cats, I knew he had at most an hour to live.
Oh, the cats were the death flag, damn.
Yeah. Him having cats and a good childhood friend were all like, yep, nope, he's dead. Mm-hmm. And so, yes, the brute bomber became the brute a bomb with a B, an extra B in there, inator. Yeah, they made sure to go with the pun of abominator. Yeah, they were smart enough to do that, you know. And the real question is, Sly.
What's up?
Everyone wants to know, is he going to be our Undertaker in the 3rd tier?
Okay, let's talk about that for a second, because that is a meme. Because again, WWE will not let that man die. AKA, they won't let that man sit down. He's been retired for so many things, yet he comes out of retirement at least once a year to do some random thing. So yeah, I could see that being a complete meme, that he just comes back. He comes back for the final fight or something against the president. I could see that. Yeah.
Somebody said something that I thought was pretty funny. In that, oh god, what was it exactly that they said? I gotta make sure I remember it. I remember, I saw that prediction that he would come back as the Undertaker, and then I saw somebody else be like, in a completely unrelated context, mind you, not related to 14 at all, just talking about the Undertaker himself. And it was like, I've never been more hurt in my life than realizing that Kane and the Undertaker weren't actually brothers. Which was always, for me as a kid, I was always like, oh yeah, they're brothers. That makes sense, I guess, you know?
No, they're just 2 big dudes. That's it.
Same with most of wrestling, just some big dudes. That's it.
At least the Usos are actually brothers.
Right.
In WWE, yeah, Jimmy and Jey Uso, yeah, they're actually brothers, and they're actually cousins of Roman Reigns. Like the whole Samoan, family runs deep within WWE. So
right,
there's that.
Yeah, I think everyone's very familiar with that minimum one Samoan in WWE, a minimum of one. But yeah, no, they did a fantastic job with the story for Arcadia. I'm all in on that one, and I'm very much looking forward to Vince McMahon and
Vince McMahon.
No, McMahon.
We haven't even, we don't even have a name for the president yet. We don't even.
Probably just Matem, to be honest. Like, it's probably just Matem. It even says familiar voice, and I'm like, it's probably Matem's voice. I don't know how they didn't pick up on that. Yeah, so everyone's holding out for Matem being the actual president, and that's it. And you know what? I can't say otherwise. Not yet, at least.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah. He even walks like Vince. Vince is 2.5 feet tall. You know what, though? It's more like Vince walks like a Lalafell, now that I think about it.
Yeah, Vince walks out with that, like, swagger.
That's not swagger.
Always...
It looks more like he's constipated when he shows up. Because he does, it's the...
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
That's it.
Yeah, Vince walks like a Lalafell, you know? That's all it is. Oh. Anyway. Yeah, I think it's probably Matem. I think everyone wants it to be Matem, and it probably is.
There's a good possibility of it. But
oh my god.
That's a story.
Yeah.
What about the fights themselves?
A pretty decent step up over the first tier on an overall above average normal mode, I would say.
Yeah.
I think it really, one thing they did this time that I think they didn't do enough the first time with the normal modes, going just back to the lightweight division. This wrestling is a show, and stuff like the third fight should probably be the norm, because the idea of like being in the ring and somehow you end up on somebody's, jumping with someone off the fucking edge onto the announcer table, and then someone pulls out a chair. Like, the whole thing is supposed to be a stage, technically, And so the third fight is really that, which makes sense given that Brute Abominator is really trying to appease the president. He's like following the president's script, and he has all that like extra, it's all that like excessiveness to it.
Yeah.
That was a real nice treat. I don't even think they're going to do that in the Savage. I think they're just going to go right to the final arena, most likely, and skip all the theatrics. Which would be funny because it's literally the final arena is just his M3 arena.
His arena.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, that's something I want to see them lean into the heavyweight division a lot more, is to like it would be like Hell in a Cell is one thing, but Hell in a Cell is most exciting when they go on top of the cell and then somebody gets power bombed through the
through it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back into the ring. Yeah.
Yeah. So like we kind of have that because he power slams us through the top and into the cell. Like he kind of does do that. So I want to see some like wildness. And I will say this was also true of Brute Bomber in M3. He had the most wrestling bits where he jumps off of the turnbuckle and, bounces against the ropes. Like he did all the theatrics before. So it makes sense that he's doing them again in this sense. Yeah. We need tables, ladders, and chairs, baby.
No, we need a triple threat match.
Triple threat. What about a triple threat TLC handicap match? Just throw them all together. Fuck it. In a cell. Fuck it. Just start fighting in the middle of the crowd.
Yeah.
Just get it all going. It'll be perfect. The fights were top. So one at a time. We have Dancing Green first. Definitely vibes with being the first fight in terms of just generally what he's putting down is not too serious. He's more fun and fresh and funky than he is, edgy and over the top like some of the other ones.
Yeah.
And we got Afro Frogs.
Afro Frogs doing the
all the names of the skills. Celebrate good times, Disco Infernal. I was just like, yeah. They had some fun.
Yeah, they really leaned into it.
I mean, they had to, right? If you're gonna do a disco frog bunny man, you kind of got to go all the way with it. Big thing that I liked is that if you actually do the moves correctly, that you get a damage buff, and if everyone does the moves correctly, you get a limit break. You get limit gauge. So I like the little added again, those probably won't be there in Savage, but it's a nice little normal detail.
Nah.
No, what's going to happen in Savage is every individual player is going to be tethered to a frog, and they're all going to have half rooms that they do from each player. That's probably what's going to happen.
Ah.
So then your character is going to go, and then you'll do the AoE from this side. That's like the one big prediction that I think is like super easy to make. There's a few other smaller ones, but it's going to be, I mean, it won't be much harder. The second tier is usually harder overall. So like this should be harder than Black Cat, but not by much.
And remember what we thought originally about the middleweight tier. We were thinking that like for Savage, for the cruiserweight tier, that they would overtune just because of, you know,
everyone's so
we don't know yet. We don't know yet, but
they learned their lesson in Abyssos. They learned a very important lesson in Abyssos, that you need it to be like decent for everyone, even if it's a little harder overall.
Yeah.
So I actually don't think it's gonna be overtuned at all. I think some people will be surprised that it'll be harder for sure, but I don't think it'll be like Abyssos tuned in the same regard. I will say, though, one of the big things that made Abyssos, I'm not going to say overtuned, but more of an issue was people really felt like every GCD mattered. The boss hitbox wasn't entirely free for the first half of that fight. Mostly free, but not entirely free. And they've already said melees are going to be struggling with uptime a little bit more. So I wonder if what's going to happen is that your average melee who really needs to focus on staying alive for a mechanic, you know, your PF melee who is not the Giga Chad, like I'm going to go in and try to get uptime all the time. They're like, no, this is how to survive the mechanic safely, and I'm going to do it that way. I wonder if they're balanced for that. And then if you have the players that are just Giga Gods that stay in melee range the whole time, you end up like way past what they anticipate. So that to me is the big question. I think the melee, their expectation of melee downtime, hence the melee buffs, versus how melee players actually do end up optimizing the fights, especially in week 1, is good. I think that's the disparity, and I think because of that, it will not feel overtuned to your average week 1 melee. But we'll see. But I think it's also a possibility double caster ends up negating the problem as well. People just run double caster. Black Mage is apparently doing great right now, even if Black Mages were, you know, sad about the gameplay changes. The actual output is apparently very good.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
And Red Mage has been competitive with melee spots. I think it's a little less so now that the melees were just all buffed, and I think Red Mage's buffs weren't as significant enough to make it so it feels that way. I haven't looked at the numbers, but I would assume just based on what we saw. But there's a possibility that that Red Mage, Black Mage might be fairly standard here. Notice there's a job missing in that discussion.
Yeah, how are we feeling about
How are we feeling
about Picto?
Pictos don't give a fuck about how we feel. They just care that now they've all swapped to Black Mage. There's some really weird things they did with Picto. A lot of the potency numbers are making drawing the motifs not that good. Which used to be pretty good. So that's been the number one thing, is like, well, like any uptime drawing, like if you could be casting but you're drawing the motif instead, is very questionable. So most people are just spamming their filler abilities and not only using motifs if they can freely do them during downtime. Which is other than your 2-minute, obviously, which you need to make sure you have.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a weird spot. I wouldn't be surprised to see a course correction slightly back the other way.
How soon?
Not soon enough.
Not in time for Savage is what you're saying. So yeah.
Hell no. Well, there's no maintenance for Savage. Remember, it's just gonna enable.
It's just gonna, yeah. But you think they would do like well, no. I don't think they ever have done any, quick changes before Savage. I don't even think even for Heaven's Ward, which, they have?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. There used to be maintenance for Savage, like, on release, but Savage was also the same day as patch. So if they made a change, it had to be the day of patch. Honestly, I honestly don't think they're going to bother. Because they have two options. The option is to add a little bit of potency back to motifs, which I think is the only realistic option they have. Or to take away the buffs that they made to the filler spells. If they do that, then Picto's dead in the water. So they might just need to course correct and take a little bit more out of the filler and put a little bit more back into the motifs. Just to swing the pendulum back the other way a little bit. But that's it. They hit the nail on the head with what they needed to do. They just hit the nail with a fucking 10 gigaton hammer instead of a normal hammer. They're like, yes, this nail is the problem. Bring me my hammer. Brings out a Monster Hunter hammer. Ah! Just all of a sudden, just
this required a more surgical approach.
Yeah, it's like they were building a fence and they were like, I guess I need Mjolnir.
Yeah.
So yeah, they course corrected the other way. But that's just the first fight that we talked about. Second fight, I think we now know what Yoshi P meant by, I wonder how people are going to react to this character. That is the funniest song that I've heard in the game. The lyrics.
Funniest?
It's so funny. There's literally a line where she's just trying to figure out what rhymes with orange. Like, there's literally just like an entire like mini verse of just like, and now we get to orange. Gotta rhyme something with orange. Nothing rhymes with orange. Guess I won't use orange. That's some of the fucking lyrics of the song. It's just a nonsense, like, funny song that has like a mix of like edgy rap bits and then just absolute stupid shit. Like at one way, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. She wanted to count to 4. 4, 3, 2, 1 counts down back to 1 just for fun. It's like just says nonsense. And one time it's like 5, 6, 7. She's gonna count to 7, not 10, not 87, just 7.
What?
It's the lyrics are all nonsense the entire time. She's just spouting shit. It's like if you told someone to freestyle rap and they actually just said whatever came to mind and had no idea what they were doing. There are some lines in there that you can clearly tell they like cared about. There's like put down your swords and sticks. The pen is far more mighty. There's like a few lines in there where they're like actually spitting bars. But she's just clearly just the lyrics are just doing this the whole time. It's just to a baller ass
Holy
bop.
shit. Oh my, I'm reading the lyrics now. Oh my God.
It's just yapping. The whole time. She's just yapping. Can't wait to hear that one live. Yeah. The only part everyone else could figure out was like everyone know the round and round we all fall down. Like everyone could hear that part. Everything else.
Yeah,
like,
we could hear that.
The orange part gets me every time though. When I hear it in the middle of the fight, just guess nothing rhymes with orange. It's like just trying to do all the color related stuff. The fight itself.
Yeah, in terms of a fight,
it's actually probably the weakest fight in the normal mode.
You think so?
Yeah, I think it's probably the weakest fight in all the normal modes. It's really cool and colorful and fun, but honestly, once you realize that the bombs with the wings are backwards, and that's kind of the only thing that you need to really do in the fight.
Yeah. I think, however, the mosaics that she makes are going to get a lot more interesting in Savage.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind again, it's only the second Savage, so I wouldn't over predict on it. But there's the sugarscapes that are there will probably be a lot harder, and there's probably another sugarscape to boot. I'd imagine there's only 3 sugarscapes in Savage. She might repeat one, but I bet that every like 2 minutes there's a sugarscape. The big thing is using double style while the sugarscapes are going on as well. I won't be surprised if the cactus bit is almost exactly the same, where it's emulating the honeybee kind of vibe, where there's just like there's more of them and
randomness.
Faster. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they literally just do a cactus phase that's just like all the cactuses are just all over the place and completely like not completely random, but still that same vein that honeybee has with her dive bombs.
Yeah.
So I think they want to replicate that, because I'm willing to bet maybe they'll throw like a double style or a single style in there at the same time while you're doing it, but it's otherwise just complete nonsense that's just going on. Like, her lyrics are nonsense. I expect the fight to be nonsense. Another really obvious tell, the tank buster is red and blue on each tank, probably red paint resistance down, blue paint resistance down, and then swap. I honestly think that's all that is too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think that might have been the weakest of the 4 fights. Not even bad, just the weakest.
And then we get to Brute a bomb.
This fight's a real problem in the duty find.
Okay. So to start out, how long did it take you to realize that
I know where this is
the
going.
plants were LOS?
Oh no, I figured that out. I instantly figured it out the very first pull, because I saw that the bodies were lingering for a really long time, and that there was no. So Final Fantasy XIV is a game that's a lot about context. When a boss does a room-wide mechanic with no other visual indicators, it either means it's unavoidable or there's line of sight almost every time. And I was like, I immediately looked at the boss and said, there's no gaze like the eyeball that tells you it's a gaze attack. And I don't know what this attack does, but these corpses are staying around for a very long, like we killed one almost immediately and its corpse just sat there. And I was just like, oh, okay. So I hid behind it. Sure enough, didn't get petrified. So I figured it out instantly.
Yeah. Yeah, there was no eye, so we were like, we were turning away. That didn't work. And people, like, we started moving. That didn't work. People were like, jump? I'm like, it can't be jump. There's no mechanic in the game that will allow you to get away with a jump. There's no way. So people tried jumping. Didn't work. And then we finally realized, hey, and it was like one of my static mates. Hey, I just stood behind this plant. This plant's around here. So yeah. And sure enough.
Yeah. Context is big. I mean, there's other ways to solve it, but generally speaking, we have enough indicators in the game now that if something doesn't want you to, like, either doesn't want you to move or wants you to keep moving, they give you a pretty clear indicator that that's what they want you to do. And it's almost always an ice mechanic is almost always keep moving. A pyretic is always stop. And looking away, again, if it doesn't have the gaze thing, then looking away is not going to be a solution. So I basically just I went down the elimination. I even did survive. I thought it was anecdotal, so I didn't want to say it initially that it worked, but I hid behind an alive plant as well.
But yeah, because like the attack itself will take out the plants. Like they'll just die outright.
I didn't know that. We killed it right after. I could have sworn we just killed it normally right after, but
yeah, we just left some plants alive, just cause, and we just killed one because you really only need one, and his attack will kill all the other ones.
All right, there you go.
And we were like, and when we thought about that, and somebody in my static said, "Oh yeah, it's a Renaud," and I looked at him like, "Holy shit, he does look a little bit like a Renaud."
Did you not realize this is all the Unveiling bosses combined? It's literally all 3 Ormvale. You could argue there's a Kotobel pass in there because of the Petrify. That's a Kotobel pass.
Yeah.
But it is literally all the Ormvale bosses. The ads are the first boss. The tentacles and the vines are the final boss. And all of the swings with the clubs in it, that's literally the Renaud swings. Yeah, it's literally all the Ormvale bosses combined. I don't think a lot of, even if people thought about what bosses are combined in there, I bet most people didn't just think, oh, that's Ormvale. It's literally an Ormvale boss, which is really funny. Yeah, don't be surprised if the fruits show up in Savage.
Oh, fuck.
To cleanse the poison stacks.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. I hope you're ready for the fruits. The fruits.
I hope you're ready
to
fight over fruits.
Ready? Yeah, everyone's going to need a color pair fruits. That's it. There'll be 4 fruits, and you have to, your color pair is responsible for a particular set.
Stop it.
Just wait until he starts spawning the mini Malboros, the buds.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that could happen. Yeah. So yeah, he's by far the most engaging normal mode of the batch, and of course he's got his lair.
Oh yeah, hands down
too. Yeah,
hands down. Yeah.
He jumps between the walls. He petrifies the cameras and they fall out of the sky. And why are these cameras made of explosives? But anyway, those aren't cameras. Those are bombs. Now, I will say this. Everyone is already making a huge mistake with this fight.
Why?
They think because the normal mode is really cool that it automatically means the Savage will be cool.
It won't.
That has never, ever in the history of ever been a good reason to predict the Savage will be good.
Yeah, like you got to remember, if there's one normal Savage conversion that I think is a perfect example for this. It's what's her name?
Agdistis?
Oh God, no.
Agdistis normal was fine. I thought Agdistis normal was good, and then the Savage was not. So.
Oh God, it was from Omega.
You better not say Halicarnassus, because that's my queen right there.
It's Halicarnassus. Yeah, the Halicarnassus minigame. You don't get fun shit like that in Savage.
You're just saying that like the normal mode played on a lot more of because you do get it in Savage. It's not the same in Savage as it is in normal. They make you transform. The minigame at the beginning is kind of a joke, and then the one later you have to actually plan the transformations.
Yeah. When I'm talking about like when she goes for tea and then she takes you to
the desert. Yeah. The desert shit doesn't. No, completely correct. Yes, the desert shit.
Yeah,
won't happen.
Yeah. So there's always some interesting shit in normal, but that will never convert over to Savage.
Don't say never. One day they'll bring her back and we'll get that sand maze.
Oh my God.
One day, just believe. All right. Do it for me.
No, I don't believe.
That's cold. Do it for me. No.
No. Will not believe. Can't.
Yeah. That's why I think we're probably just going to start in the cage at the end of the match. I don't think we're going to go through the like platform to platform. There's actually another reason for that. Markers. Ground markers. You'd have to beat the fight to ever put down a ground. Not that we haven't had that problem once before. But at most 2 arenas, I wouldn't predict 3. Ground markers, they're not gonna expect you to not have ground markers for the majority of the fight. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
If anything, I'd like to see him do the opposite, where you're in the main arena, right? And then he hoofs you back up to the top. For just one mechanic, and then hoofs you back to the bottom. I'd take it. He just throws you to the top of the cage. But that's I hope it's a good fight, man. We got to break the curse.
Yeah.
This is the fight that's the normal mode being so good, it makes it even scarier because now it's really under a microscope for like, is the third Savage going to be good? I got you in here for 11 minutes.
You're going nowhere. Hey, Freak Joe, you're going nowhere.
Oh, God. Yeah. I hope it'll be good. I really do.
Yeah.
And then the last fight's kind of cool. I think it's the second weakest fight.
Howling Blade, a.k.a. I am the storm that is approaching.
I just thought you were going to go for a Gundam joke.
Too easy. Nah, he did more Virgil shit and Gundam shit.
Yeah. PSO2, yeah, I could go in that direction also. Yeah, you can very clearly tell there's a metric fuck ton of stuff cut from the Savage is where they went with it.
Mm-hmm. It's funny about it's really funny about this because looking at the trailer, I think the trailer shows off his
transformation sequence. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I didn't. It's not in the normal, so God, look at the trailer spoiling shit.
I mean, I said that. I said it looks like they're teasing something for his second phase in the trailer.
No, that's just outright Savage. Yeah, that wasn't even in normal at all.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what they do here. I was like, yo, what if Wicked Thunder just shows up? It's a tag match. Come on.
Oh, God.
Listen, they're lovers. It's, even though she's catatonic, basically, around that time. Fuck it. It's a fabrication. Who gives a shit?
You know what that reminds me of? You know how in Monster Hunter, Taylor Strand and Lenastra can fucking murder everybody by just having sex?
Yes, not where I thought you were going with that, but yeah.
Yeah. So what if him and Wicked Thunder just have an attack?
Don't get Reddit that excited, my friend. Yeah, we'll just tag in Black Cat. It'll be fine. Yeah. Who cares if we don't want them transforming anymore? That's fine. Yeah. This fight is literally just do this, now do it again, but faster.
Yeah.
Which is fine. The arena also gets smaller in the second part. When he gets faster, the arena also shrinks a tiny bit. Just to, that. But one thing that's really interesting, it has a death wall. If you touch the wall, you will die.
Yeah.
But you can be knocked off as well. You can the wall is like you can fall.
Yeah,
off.
he does have knockback attacks. Like if they hit you, you will get knocked back.
But it's weird because they can make you get knocked back, and that's what the death wall is there for. So why is there also not a wall on the outside of the arena?
Good question.
I think they're teasing something for later. Is the reason?
Mm-hmm.
Because you do not want to touch that wall.
They're saying it's a bleed wall.
Yeah, it gives you a bleed, but it's like the bleed from Beatrix, where if you step through the middle.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, it's a fucking death wall for 99% of the time.
Yeah,
like the intent is you're fucking dead. So, like technically, yes, it's savable, but how many of you are going to go into your duty roulette? Get M4, get cruiserweight M4 / M8 normal and be like, oh, I'm sure my healers will take care of that bleed. You guys don't even feel that way. You get hit by the raid wide and you panic. You just see the healer be like, listen, I know that the next AoE is not for a while, but I'm still at 40,000 health. Now I'm at 50,000. Okay, now that next AoE is coming. Is there like an Indom coming or second wind? Got it. Second wind. Got it.
Yeah.
Second wind bloodbath. Got it. Mm-hmm. That's especially true. His ad phase, for some reason, hits like a fucking truck.
Yeah.
He's like, everyone's like, oh, a spread AoE. Okay, let's just make sure. Oh my god! Oh, stack marker. We only had 6 people, but it's just an. Oh my god! That shit murders.
Mm-hmm.
That means it's gonna murder a lot in Savage.
Oh god. All the mitt.
All the mitt.
All the fucking mitt.
Honestly, the scariest thing about the normal is that they finally did it. Slices Right is finally a raid mechanic.
Oh my god. And I'm horrible at Slices Right.
Like, they finally, like, it's one thing.
I'm horrible at Slices Right.
Yeah, we've had towers being knocked down since Hashmal.
Yeah.
But this is Slices Right. Now we just need Leap of Faith. True.
The fuck we do? No.
Why not?
No. No, just no. Never. Ever. I mean,
What about
we
Air
semi
Force?
had it for. Yeah, I'll give you Air Force. I mean, we semi had Leap of Faith in the Ilmeg dungeon a few years ago.
That's
that
more
one
like
part.
don't Leap of Faith. It's like
Yeah.
stay on the platform.
Yeah.
It'd be funny if you could just if the mechanic was designed, you had to jump off and it would teleport you to the other side. Actual Leap of Faith. There's a quest like that in WoW where you jump off of a tall cliff, and the idea is you're supposed to trust that you won't die when you hit the bottom.
Yeah, we don't have that kind of trust. Nah, fam.
No, well, here's the thing. We wouldn't die if we hit the bottom unless we were in combat, so.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just go fast. A lot of people struggle to go fast, though. It's like, oh, he goes there, and then he comes over here, and then he comes over here, and then he dash, 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 dash. It's just fast, 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 fast.
Yep.
Yeah. So I wonder what that'll look like. That's the fight we're predicting the Savage is actually almost impossible because so much is clearly missing. Wicked Thunder was kind of the same, but they did manage to take some normal mode stuff and make it Savage in its own way. Like in Wicked Thunder, people noticed that her cannon had 2 different like sides to it, 2 different colors to it. And she never really does anything with it. So people were pretty quick to figure out that that there was going to be a double-sided cannon phase with the debuffs. The extra debuffs on top of that were something different, but like the debuff that says you have to be hit by a specific side of the cannon. So,
and with the arena being so small, planning around debuffs and movement is gonna kind of be a chore.
Well, it's gonna mean that anything they do is gonna have a microscopic safe zone for that part of the fight. My big thing is this is a door boss.
It is.
It's 100% a door boss. Now, I'm not saying that because there's not another arena. Like, we had the very clear hint with Wicked Thunder that there was a second arena and that it was a completely separate thing and it was like way in the back. So it was like most likely not a door boss. This is all of the inklings of every door boss we've ever seen where it's stripped bare. Even in the, like, anytime you get a lack of finality with the normal mode, like, oh, something's missing, it's usually a little more like Wicked Thunder. You could spot things that would be different or an addition, but it didn't feel wholly incomplete.
Mm-hmm.
When a fight feels wholly incomplete, that's usually when there's a door boss. Usually. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
The question is, will he be a wall boss in the second? Will the wall boss trend continue?
I think he looks big, but not wall boss big.
I think he is a wall boss, but he's a donut wall boss. So he's in the center of the arena.
God.
That's what I think.
Oh, like what's his name?
Orlando.
Alexander.
Sid. Oh, I was thinking Sid from Orbone.
Oh.
Thunder God, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's a donut boss. So that's going to be my prediction. He's a donut boss. They're not wall bosses anymore. They're donut bosses. Yeah, A9S. You were thinking of the refurbisher.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Refurbishing. So yeah, that's my prediction. Door boss, and he's a donut boss. I love donuts. The main reason why I think they're going to go with a donut boss, I think they actually still want to make his hitbox a challenge, and I think they're going to make the arena big enough to the point where you can't be in the range of his donut the whole time.
Great.
Yeah. To be fair, they did do that with what's-his-face? Hephaestus. Where technically they can make you go away, but honestly, you just gave the melee the close spots and said, fuck it.
Yeah.
We'll see. That's my prediction.
Yeah.
He had also hit for his music, his very hero-esque music.
Mm-hmm.
His song is entirely about him loving, like, stepping into the ring, but it overtaking his actual personality. It's a very self-reflective song, which makes sense. Wicked Thunders was about her desperate struggle the entire time, so they're good like that. He's howling at
I
the
just
moon.
played Buried Delight. I was just listening to Buried Delight.
He only has one attack that's really like that. He doesn't even hold it. He doesn't even hold it the right way.
I know.
I am the Devil May Cry person here. I make the judgments. It's me. I do it. All right. But yeah, that's Arcadian. Now, one thing I kind of skipped over when we were talking about MSQ was the dungeon and the trial. I was going to get back to the EX trial afterwards because it's the hardest thing here. Second hardest thing. Potentially second hardest thing in the patch. Underkeep was fine. It was a Final Fantasy IX-a-thon, basically.
Yeah.
Very interesting. I guess I'll call it an Easter egg in this. So all the bosses are Final Fantasy IX bosses. The first is the Gargant, which is a reference to the fact that you had to travel from Alexandria to Lindblum underneath in an underground tunnel. So we're going to the Underkeep. It's just a play on that word. The second boss are the knights from the castle. There's two different ones. I think they were the roses, the ones under but Beatrix and 9. I think they have the like crotch armor, but they're robots, so it's kind of hard to tell. They definitely don't have the helmets of the Knights of Pluto, so I'm definitely not going to say that. But the final boss is a flying rock, which is, I believe, what its name actually translates to is flying rock. Valia, whatever its name is. That is the final boss in Kuja's hideout in Final Fantasy IX.
Oh, yeah.
And precedes us getting to Calix's room here. Just saying. Right before Calix, we fight what was the final boss of Kuja's hideout. Yeah. It's a potential little Easter egg. Just saying.
Yeah, I don't believe that, Calix is Kuja.
Well, not literally in the sense, but he's playing a role very similar to him. His obsession with living forever was Kuja's downfall, where he realized he was going to die, and then he lost his fucking mind.
One thing with Calix, they kind of paid a little bit close attention to the injection he has on his neck. They kind of zoomed in on it in a scene. So wondering how that's going to play or what that even is.
Yeah. We'll see. Probably, he's an endless, so it might be just him being connected to this, because it's also connected to his he's got like a tablet on his waist.
Yeah.
But then we get to Zalenia. Now, because they didn't go Steiner for Otis, they didn't call her Beatrix, they called her Zalenia.
Beatrix.
And what's funny is I should have seen it coming because the Japanese name of the instance is like Zelenia's something. And I just thought it was some weird translation, but it's not. It's her actual name is Zelenia. So, this is a fantastic extreme trial. This is one of my favorites since Seed of Sacrifice. Yeah. It ranks up there. Very, very highly. It's got a pretty good pacing of the mechanics. It's got a good mix of punishment and recoverability depending on where you are. And it's badass.
Pretty unique use of the mechanics too, in the way that you survive certain things. And in terms of, connecting towers and everything, it's really, really unique.
Yeah, they made sure to introduce a like you said, a unique gimmick with this one, where the floor, which I'll say this, I've got two things to say about this. One,
okay,
who the fuck designed the color of that floor? Because seriously, you done fucked that.
Oh God, is this Phoenix all over again?
No, Phoenix was overlaying too much orange on orange on orange. This was like, my raid team told me the danger zones were red, and I lost my mind. It's just they're way too similar, like ground panels. Like I got used to it eventually, but like awful distinguishing factors between the safe and danger panels. Now, the second thing I have to say is, as a colorblind person, I figured it out better than non-colorblind people. Y'all been living life with training wheels on. I took that shit off at birth, and now I'm better than you. Get at me. I see motherfuckers being like, this shit's visually confusing. I'll be like, my entire life has been visually confusing, and I overcame that shit.
Okay. Slow down, Matt Murdock.
I didn't say that. I'm colorblind, Matt Murdock. I'd call Matt Murdock if he only had color blindness.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, I can tell the difference more than well enough. So I don't want to hear shit. All right? It's times like this where I think being colorblind is a benefit, because when Phoenix came out, Ivy, do you have to be doing that right now? Anyway. When Phoenix came out, I was like, I don't know, it seems fine to me. Because I can't see the colors well enough anyway.
It was fine. It was just visually fucking annoying.
Yeah.
I mean, I eventually got over it, but visually, it's just fucking annoying.
Seemed fine to me. I can't have too much orange if I can't see orange. Gotta rhyme something with orange. Guess nothing rhymes with orange. Guess I just won't use orange.
Okay.
No. But yeah, no, they still fucked up. That's really bad color distinguishing. They probably could have done a better job with that one. They done fucked that one up. That being said, still a really fun fight. It takes some of the things that we've actually seen in more recent tiers, between Criterion, last tier Savage even, and puts them in a way that's pretty easy to digest. Only a couple of... I think a lot of people don't realize there's only 2 patterns that anything happens in the entire fight. And everyone's like, oh, I need to pay attention to every single mechanic so I can see everything. No, you don't. You just need to see one thing and it tells you everything else. Like on Escalon's Fall, if the first 2 are the same, you don't even need to know the other 2. Because it's automatically going to be the other solution. If it's like out, then out, you're like, okay, I'll swap, stay, swap. I don't even give a fuck. Just literally, I'll swap. Whatever I do first, I'll swap, then I'll stay, then I'll swap. Done. If it's the close then the far, then it's okay, I'll stay, then I'll swap, then I'll stay. That's it. You just literally see 2 things and it solves the rest. But everyone's like, oh, it's close, then far, then close, then far. And they're like, okay, I'm doing the second and the fourth, so I need to be, well, it can't be close then far, then close then far. That would fucking kill you. But actually, no, it wouldn't. But all the same. the idea is there. And it's just, yeah, 1 swap or 2 swap. Yeah, I mean, you could do it that way too. It's a lot of like people just thinking there's a lot more happening in this fight than there is, and letting it just cloud that it's just 1 or 2 movements for everything. And it's the same with Seed of Sacrifice. People struggled the exact same way with Seed of Sacrifice. So that's why I draw that comparison a lot with this one.
Honestly, I think Seed of Sacrifice is a bit different. Like, the only... You're talking about the swords, cleaving the room and then doing the AoE in Seed of Sacrifice, or are you talking about another?
I mean, just the general vibe of Seed of Sacrifice is that it's not that crazy, but everyone tries to think of, like, there's usually like a bunch of things happening and you solve it with 1 or 2 quick movements, but everyone just sees each individual component and starts like freaking out. When it's literally just, clock spots and intercards, the fight. Like, that's it. That's all it is. It's just like it's usually just 1 or 2 quick. It's the same here, where it's like, I guess Bloom 5 is a good example, where it's like, okay, there's 2 safe zones. Then there's crosses. Then there's line AoEs coming through one of them. And then there's a second line AoE. Then there's a donut from the boss or a point blank from the boss. And then there's the opposite. And then there's 6 slashes coming out. It's literally just go to the first safe quadrant, do the in or out, go to the second one and do the opposite. That's the end of it. It's like there's so little actual thought that needs to happen, but everyone's like so focused on all the individual components that it fries them. Same with Bloom 2. Bloom 2 is just, you don't even have to, like, Bloom 2 is, there's like an ideal way to do it. There's really not a whole lot that actually needs to happen there.
Yeah, I think we kind of overthought it a bit at first, and then because there are certain strategies people use, and then it's like no, just go to your corner, go to your sector. Like, really, we're not doing the whole nope. Great,
go to your sector.
Great
for Bloom 2.
For Bloom 2 is the. Is that's you're talking about towers? Like,
no. Towers is Bloom 3. Bloom 2,
there we
Bloom
go.
2 is just Thunder Slash, and there's 2 safe zones, and one of them's easier to dodge in than the other.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and now everyone's tank LB3ing Bloom 6 as well. I even put it in the guide. I'm like, here's how we did it, but just probably tank LB.
We didn't even need tank LB. I mean, like you can mitigate through Bloom 6 if you.
Yeah, you
if
can.
You, hit,
you don't need tank LB. You literally just throw up Mitt. But like, people are tank LB. I would prefer to just Mitt and then save the healer LB personally. But yeah.
Yeah.
And also, as people get more gear, then it's going to be going quicker and quicker. Like, we were almost skipping Bloom 6 with full 730 gear. So now with like full crafted and maybe the weapon, like with anything at all, it's just falls over.
The one thing that annoyed me about this fight, and still does and still probably will, is in ad phase, if you have the tether, that bitch is slow. You are literally on her fucking time. And I'm like, I'm here. Bitch, why aren't you turning? You're scaring me. I'm in the right spot. Turn. Look at me. And I mean, she does end up looking at you. But I'm afraid to like cleave half of the fucking room. That's because this bitch is just turning so goddamn slow.
Yeah. I do think there with a little, this is an extreme trial that will be outgeared, which is a little bit unfortunate compared to, like, let's say this was an odd numbered patch 1 where most people have all the gear already, but it's designed for a higher item level. Those usually have I'm not going to say more staying power, but I'll say that the average performance usually doesn't skip mechanics as well. This is going to be like, Bloom 6 already doesn't exist for some groups, and it will exist less and less for more groups soon on, which will mean that the intimidation of farming it is going to go down considerably, because Bloom 3 has a tiny bit of an intimidation factor. I'd say even Bloom 4 has a tiny bit of an intimidation factor. But Bloom 6 being skippable is going to largely reduce the amount of pressure people have with it. So, yeah, it's a lot of time. Now, I'll also say this. I don't have to worry about that. Because I got my mount.
Because you got your mount.
Now,
there you go.
Sly, I earned that mount.
Did you pay for it?
Here's what happened. So I did the fight on Patch Wake Up with my static. We did like 3 runs, I think. And I didn't really get the footage I needed. So I said, chat, I'll teach people that, like, if you have some experience with it, or if you've been watching me, just like whatever, join. So I taught chat how to do the fight and how I wanted them to do the fight if they were going to be running with me. It took a couple hours, and we had to replace one person just because they ran out of time. But we got through it. So we killed it, beat it, and I was like, I kind of want to do one more because it's like one part I want to do better on. Like I want one mechanic to be clean. I wanted Bloom 4 to be clean because on our kill, like I think somebody died. I think they ran through the middle and died and like got a bleed, and then it was like a 7 stack, and I think another person died for something. I don't know. Whatever. I wanted a clean Bloom 4. So we went in, had the cleanest run that I'd had at all day. It was like a perfect run. No deaths, no bleeds, no mistakes. I think there was like 2 Vuln stacks on Bloom 6, but who gives a shit? It's just 2 Bloom stacks. It's 2 Vuln stacks on Bloom 6. The people did the towers. That's all that matters. We beat the fight and open the chest, and I see the wings. And so I immediately go, so chat, listen, here's the thing. Remember when I helped 7 of you clear the fight from nothing? And, we
Here we go.
And we endured together.
Here we go.
And then remember when the wings dropped and you all just left and let me have them? So what's it going to take to make that last part happen?
How much should it take?
So at first I was like, you should all just leave the instance real quick. 3 people left. I was like, okay, that's 3. All right. Then I went to the other 4 and I said, okay, here's the thing. We're going to work this out. All right. I'll give you all 2 million gil if you just pass it. And I'll also give 2 million gil to the 3 people who left, even though they did it for free. But if one of you rolls on it, nobody gets anything. So I want you to think about this. If you roll,
Prisoner's dilemma bullshit.
If you pass, everybody gets 2 million gil. But if you win, nobody gets anything. And turns out, actually, I won the roll between the remaining 5 people anyway. But I gave everyone 2 million. Now,
to the people who actually got the 2 million gil, you should have fucking held out for more.
I told them, listen, here's the thing. I told them, here's why you can't haggle me up from 2 million gil. I explained this to them. I said, because here's the thing. If I don't get this mount before next week's Savage, I will not do this again until I'm only paying you 2 million gil, which is in like a year. So it's 2 million gil now or 2 million gil later. And that's the only option it's going to be, because that's what I paid for the Golbez mount.
Honestly, I think y'all could have got 3.5 to 4.
And it would have been 2.
If you would have just held out, as a complete unit, you know what? Somebody just says, you know what? 3.5 final offer. But nah, y'all settled. Y'all some bitches.
Yeah, I pulled the you ruined it for the whole class. I pulled the you ruined it for the whole class tactic. I hope you. You brought invitations to your birthday this Saturday, Billy. I hope you brought one for everyone. No, because I told them it was just a matter of I will pay this a year from now.
These people have seen your gil. They know you have 500 fucking mil.
And now they know why I have 500 million gil, because I am paying 15 million gil per person for some fucking wings. I'd consider it a lesson. Listen, according to Charles Barkley, Michael Jordan doesn't tip when they go out, and that's why he's rich. All right? So, I'm just Michael Jordan.
That is a horrible analogy, and there's another reason for that. Don't listen to Charles. Don't listen to Chuck. Nah, fam.
It was literally, I would have only then gotten it later when it was only worth 2 million gil apiece. So it was just, these were the 7 that got the opportunity to make money instead of 7 different people a year from now. That was it. It was a matter of opportunity versus reality. Now, when the next extreme comes out, 2 million won't cut it because now we're getting closer to the end. Actually, no, Golbez was 2 million. Yeah. No, that's what it is. It's the most recent one. Like, let's say Zeramis is a good example. Like when Zeramis was uncapped, right? So meaning that you could just buy them out for totems. I paid 3 million gil for that one. But for Golbez, it was 2. So.
Hey, Brown, you would have said 5 mil. Yeah, that's too high.
Then you would have had to outroll me because that's it. And then nobody would have made any money. The whole class would have looked at that one guy and be like, I could have rolled on that too, you know. You won that with a 67. I rolled a 69 and then I passed because I wanted Gil and you ruined it. It was all or nothing. And everyone would have known who that person was. They would have known. They would have seen the loot. They would have seen it hit the table. But I paid out. That was it. People knew that they needed the Gil for the new glams. All right. They were like, they saw the new glams and they're like, I need 2 million now because I don't know when I'll do maps.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I don't know when I'm doing maps either. I will probably be doing maps next week sometime.
I think I'll do maps on Monday. Monday seems like a good day for it.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I have the mount.
But overall.
Oh, also, by the way, tried selling the Unreal mount. That shit was undercut to under 6 million gil in a matter of minutes. I ended up keeping it. I just kept it. I was like, I'm keeping my boy the Egg Eater.
Yeah, it's a good looking mount. Like
also,
a lot of people said they were gonna get theirs first.
The other reason for the 2 million gil, I taught them all the fight and shot called it the entire time. I worked for that 2 million gil cost. Get at me. And they all got to be in the guide, which we all know has tremendous value of that it doesn't have.
Oh, of course.
Exposure, of course, of their character names.
Paying in exposure. Look at you.
Yeah, they all agreed. No one tried to haggle me up to 3. Not a single person. They were all down. In fact, not only did I pay 2 million gil per person for that mount, but then Kona delivered me a free set of left side crafted gear. He was one of the people in the and gifted me 10 subs. So I made out like a bandit.
So yeah, it took 2 days.
Oh, never mind. It wasn't Kona who gave me the crafted set. I thought it was. Kona just gifted me 10 subs. Yeah, I saw what Honeybee did and I was like, good idea. Guys, come over. We're going to make a ruckus over here.
Yeah, meanwhile, I grossed 243 mil in 2 days.
See, look at this.
So.
This man's the real money baron. Taking advantage of a highly in-demand market. Me, I just presented an opportunity.
Yeah, that was gross. Yeah, it was gross. And plus I had had time getting mats for me, doing the nodes, the new nodes. So any mats I needed, he delivered. I paid him, of course. It was about what
You had to make sure you
mil,
threw that in
mil.
there. I paid him, of course. But,
Yeah, I paid him, of course. Yeah.
Dude, there's some idiots on the market this time around. I don't think I've ever seen as many.
See, that's why I don't fucking fight the market. I refuse.
No, this is the different kind of unfortunate.
Okay.
I have seen at least 3 or 4 cases of people putting up ornate bodies for 1 or 2 million gil. Even one for 10 million was a mistake. I saw one. There was one for 10 million, which is also a mistake. Someone in my static bought one for 10 million gil off the board. An ornate body. That's a mistake. Chad, if you ever get an ornate body, 20 million is your minimum. Always. It doesn't matter. It literally is one of those things that does not matter what patch it is. The answer is always 20 million.
Mm-hmm.
At least. You can maybe even get 25.
Well, I hope he flipped that and then got another one.
Honestly, I don't think they did. I think because they were going to use one anyway. I think they just did it. I think they just kept it. They said fuck it. They grabbed the monk body for 10 million.
I'd flip the shit out of that. Oh my god.
I would too. The 1 million or 2 million, those people definitely flipped. I think Gilgamesh had a caster top for 1 million gil on server up. So yeah. That's rough.
Yeah.
No, always 20 million. Yeah. Never question. Always throw, especially for
ornate.
Yeah, because here's the thing. If it's if a roll is gonna take the body piece week 1 Savage anyway, you shouldn't have bought that piece. So you fucked up. That was your problem. That was your mistake. If you bought it like a tank ornate body, for example, you fucked up. Like now you just get whatever you deserve. But there's a reason why they were 20 million gil last patch. They've been 20 million gil every patch. They're going to keep being 20 million gil. They're super rare. 10 million, don't do 10 million.
No. You're losing money at that point.
Yeah. You're losing money. You want the people who are on rolls, tank is only there because of the direct hit. You really mostly end up wanting healer bodies. Because healers they'll wait to get their chest if it means extra direct hit melds week 1. They'll always wait.
Mm-hmm.
They're the suckers. Yeah. Take a pre-order, go for 20 million gil. People will pay 20 million gil. You're saying I should buy this ornate top? Depends on the job.
Well, first of all, it's 12 million. Flip it.
I wouldn't take the chance on flipping that. You most flip that for 15. I wouldn't take the chance on flipping the 12 million gil top. Yeah, and the rush is over. We're talking about day 1. Once day 1 is passed, anyone who's so desperately wanted an ornate body,
people are still kind of prepping because Savage is next week, so you still have time.
Almost anyone who is gonna buy an ornate body and is serious about buying an ornate body, they've bought it already. You have to do it day 1. And you throw it up for 20 million gil day 1 and don't ask any questions. Soon as you're past day 1, stops mattering. Because then it's just the people who have too much gil and the people who just don't know any better. Just checked and someone bought one on Sarg for 50 million gil. You just don't go under 20 million gil day 1 with an ornate top. They bought it months ago, then that doesn't count. That's the wrong ornate body. That's still dumb, but all the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not grabbing my tome body. So. I think that's my raid body anyway. 15 mil. Yeah, at this point, 10 to 15 mil is probably normal this late in the week. But you should be trying to get pre-orders for those ASAP. Also, if I'm going to make the realist recommendation, hold it for the start of an expansion. That's the tier where the Savage and Crafted gear release at the same time. It is the highest demand ornate body piece time. If you expect you'll be playing on an expansion launch, hold a gold cert for the expansion launch. Find pre-orders, do it then. Because then you can get 25 or even 30 mil. Always post day one at 20 mil if you're going to put it on the board. But if you hold, that's an easy 25, 30 million gil gold cert save. So that's my advice for your gold cert uses.
Yep.
But yeah, Beatrix fun. You know what else is a lot of fun? The real hardest fight of this patch, Suzaku.
For fucking what? And I remember this fight. I remembered it, and still, it felt overtuned. It felt so fucking overtuned. And I'm like, I remember farming this.
Yeah, you
this bitch
farmed
went
it
down
with full gear, though, not in Unreal where your gear is synced.
Yeah. I remember somebody telling me, yeah, Unreal is fucking hard. I'm like, I can't believe that. And then I get in and I'm like, why the fuck is this? Oh, okay, forget about the first part, which is nothing. But, the real fight. Why is she a sponge? Like, she's not
has so
much health.
She doesn't have that much health. She's just not. So here's the thing. I'm going to say it, and I do mean it, but skill issue. Now, I will say it's skill issue because Byakuo trained people to think that that's how all Unreals are. Because Byakuo is a joke.
No, Ultima was a joke. Ultima was
was by far the biggest joke. Yes. Byakuo is the second biggest joke.
Yeah.
Even Thornton was not. I told people Thornton was not going to be a bad Unreal, and I was right. Thornton was.
Yeah, Thornton wasn't bad. Thornton wasn't bad. You can fuck up Thornton though. Like you can meme with Thornton and kind of still get through.
Yeah.
This bitch, no. There ain't no memeing with this chicken.
I will say this. There's a multitude of reasons why the Suzaku check is closer than the other ones. Reason number one, the 2-minute timers are fucked. The first one you have to hold off, and the second one, there's another one that happens in the middle of the balls in your face.
I mean, but when you hold off the first one, it'll come right back for the start of the second phase.
It's fine, but it feels like shit. That's it.
I mean, but the first part, I really don't give a shit about, to be fair. Like, I really don't give a shit about the first part.
It's also just ads in the first part, which if you're not cleaving her, if you're on the one next to her and you're not cleaving the plume in the ad, it's also a bunch of lost damage. Not that important, but I think people maybe over-index on the ads when they're not that tough to kill and they burn more. And you should be killing the ads with your shittiest skills. And if your 1 minute comes up, that shit should go. You should be tapping over to Suzaku and throwing that at her if it's possible.
Yep.
And a melee should really be where Suzaku is and not a range. We had me. Why not? Suzaku
unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. Time that I'm in the back.
It's one of those where you should absolutely have a melee be close to Suzaku in that case. Just for the melee. Like a monk, I'd rather have a monk up close than me on Bard. It's not really that important. But those are small things for six. That's not the problem.
No.
The problem is Simon Says. Now, it seems silly because Simon Says isn't that hard. But... No. Every time someone goes into the air, every time someone goes into the air, GCD's lost. Every time they're trying to look at the thing, I guarantee you most players are not doing their rotation while they are trying to pay attention to the Simon Says. They're like maybe pressing buttons, but probably not doing their rotation. That's a pretty average experience with most extreme trials, is that when something big is happening, players do not press buttons well. I think most players do it, especially before you've had a lot of time to get comfortable with it. I'd say it's a normal thing, even, for that to occur. And I think Suzaku, the Simon Says, is stripping away a lot more DPS than people realize because they're not thinking about not playing well during Simon Says.
Well, we've kind of diluted the Simon Says down to, okay, it's going to be, well, for the big 8, it's either going to be Ring Around the Rosie or there's going to be one double. The one
we call it the other one's double. Palindrome. It's the same forward as it is backwards. It's the palindrome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I love getting that. Like, it's because it's just fucking easy. You just wait for the double, go in, keep hitting buttons. And then there's just the 4. The 4, I just dodge into the first one on the 4. Yeah. That's it, because it's just 4.
Yeah, the toughest part about the 4, there's 2 toughest parts. Number 1, people don't know how to do the ball that force march you. You start
the force march.
Yeah, you start in the 3rd or 4th one and go towards the 1st or 2nd one, and you don't start all the way at the wall. You start in the, I'm not gonna say middle point, like back middle point of the marker. Otherwise, you may not run out of it in time by the time it explodes. And then the other is remembering there's a mesmerizing or a refrain.
Refrain, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm willing to bet that PF loses a lot of people to getting sucked into Suzaku's hole.
You just wanted to say that, didn't you?
That's what I've been saying all week, so.
Oh my God.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of people who are mesmerized into Suzaku's hole.
And another thing with PF, thank God I'm not doing PF. Honestly, the sub got me only once because I'm paying attention to it. The other thing about PF with the Force March, if you haven't done Suzaku before, you don't know that your sprint, if you pop sprint, applies to your Force March. Yeah. So yeah, don't do that.
And if you're a scholar, don't press expedience.
No.
Unless you really hate the other 7 people. Also, if you're a ninja, remember you will run a little farther.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You can also, and by the way, to anyone else, remember you can click off buffs in case you see the plus expedience pop up right before the orbs go out. Or if you forget that you have sprint on. Yeah. So, there are options. Just, you don't want to have to exercise any of those options. Yeah, it's pretty funny. The good news is Dragoons and Monks are actually allowed to LB now.
Woo.
No diving into Suzaku's hole without being mesmerized first.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, another thing, DPS LB3. If you have to healer LB3, you're so done.
Yeah, you're not even making it. Yeah, so.
If everyone stays alive, you can get an LB3 plus an LB2. Minimum, you get LB3 plus an LB1. Which helps a lot. You just have to LB3 right as... There's like... You get LB3 right around the time...
Right when you get it. Right when you get it. Yeah, you have the LB3 right when you get it. Or when it's safe, too. You know.
Very specifically, you get it during a Phantom Flurry, which is the perfect time to do it.
Yeah.
So, it's definitely going to get people. And I feel like... I couldn't be more glad. In fact, some might say I'm happy about it. Because too many people were selling shit for way too low of price during Byaku's time. Them motherfuckers ain't going to be clearing every week now. So my price is about to go back up. So, thank you, Suzaku, for filtering. Thank you to you and your hole for what you have done for the community.
I got double foxes this week, so I'm good.
I got 1. I'm okay with that. I got 1. I'm good with that. And then what else was there? I did Sunken Temple today. Not much different, in all honesty.
Okay.
Yeah. The big thing is that so the duty support. The first boss is almost identical. There's a tank buster and Mortal Ray casts a bit slower. But other than that, you still have to do the tiles where you remove the doom. But watching the duty support do it is funny because sometimes it moves after the duty support have started running towards it. And then the duty support just literally 180 back in the other direction. Like they start running towards it and then it changes its position. So they 180 back the other way. Another big thing is the heads. They are now just turrets. They sit on the platform and just shoot fireballs from the platform. So you don't have to like move them onto the platform anymore.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. No more of that, like, it casts a spell, then moves slightly right before it dies, and then... Plop.
Wait for another one.
Yeah. Golem, I don't think it was any different. It said it was different, but I think the only difference is his chest is brighter. The soul core is brighter. Like, it's more visually apparent that there's a soul core is the only change that they made. And the final boss doesn't have the heads at all anymore, and it doesn't have the stand in the quadrant and like kill the key part. Instead, a key sucks in each player and binds them until you kill it, and then does a really long cast that I think insta kills if it finishes. So everyone just has to kill their own keys and help free everybody else from their keys. And then also there's just way more key spawns. There's a lot of keys, a lot of verges as they're called. So not too different. Karn, largely preserved as it was, just with a little bit of an update. Nothing crazy. I don't know if you can even burn. Well, no, I mean, I probably wouldn't want to burn the final boss because, again, I think the verges will murder you. But you don't have to do the heads. You used to have to like drag the heads onto the thing, or they would infinitely spawn and infinitely get back up. Not that that mattered, because we've been able to murder it for so long. It was completely irrelevant. But yeah, that's what's there. And I think that's everything content-wise. There's obviously the quality of life jog is there. Secure has been very well received, I've seen. The update to Secure seems to have been very positively received. I haven't done Corn Servant yet. We can't talk about Corn Servant.
Yeah, same. I haven't gotten a chance to. All right, I'm done Secure. I think. Then the Dom came up this week. I haven't even done PvP.
Secure was on Wednesday. Yeah. So we did have a security. It wasn't on Tuesday, but it was on Wednesday. And yeah, there's the reception I've seen has been largely positive to Secure's changes.
It's Shatter today. Yeah.
Hey, that's how I feel about Shatter too. Great.
No, I'm just
no. That's how you feel about it. No, it's fine. I get that's how you feel. I feel about it. I feel that way about it too. It's fine.
Okay. And of course, mid is now more than ever the driving range.
It sure is. There's a lot of people. People are just trying to bait AoEs into the other teams now too. They're trying to do like near PvP, but on the other teams with the stuff coming out of the things in the middle. It's like it's literally become a mix of like, I need to kill this really quick, but also what are the odds of not paying attention right now? People going for full swing knockoffs and all sorts of shenanigans in the middle. The match pacing has been generally well received. I'm seeing chat mention it a little bit too, because of the amount of points you can get while competing in the middle, plus the fact that there's good incentive to actually go after people in the middle now as well. Honestly, they could probably re-release Slaughter at this point and just have the middle be reduce Slaughter down to the middle platform and just have a bunch of PvE stuff that pops up, and you'd probably have a mode. I don't think people would mind Slaughter coming back at this point, to be completely honest with you. For those who don't know, Slaughter was as close as we got to a pure death match. That and the Fold were both pretty much pure death matches.
Yeah.
Don't bring the Fold back. Don't do that.
No.
Do not bring it back. Oh, man. So, yeah, that's been positively received. The series rewards, the first series does have its rewards back. I think the first two series. I think the mount from 2 is back, and the set from the first series is back.
Good.
I think that might have been because maybe they meant to bring the series rewards back in 0.1, or they just like maybe considered it, because that means that it's exactly an expansion ahead of series rewards by bringing back series 1 and 2. So that means it's probably going to stay exactly one expansion pack like series ahead for the rest of it. That's similar to what I expected. That's why 7.1 not having it was really surprising, but it seems like they're on track for that now. So if you've missed the previous series rewards and you've seen them or heard about them, they're going to start rotating back around. So good. Long overdue, but I'm glad that it's finally in place at this point. Being able to mount while running, I still stop. I've stopped every time I've gone to mount this patch. I have not ran and mounted on purpose a single time. That's not an easy to break habit. Have you even thought about it while you've been mounting? Has it even occurred to you?
No. Because
Yeah.
I just, like, I'm so muscle memory to the fact that we can't, but now that we can, I just never really thought about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it saved me from accidentally, like, moving. Because I always try to, like, slide cast them out, like, the last little bit. I start moving. I'm sure it's just going to stop me from doing that for a while. What else is there? Unreal. Yeah, I think that's, I mean, again, the rest is, like, quality of life stuff. And small bits, like, updates to the map rewards and... back to being a 2-dungeon expert roulette, Sag. The graphical update in the old zones. Yeah, stuff like that. Which is looking nice. The old zones do look better. The vegetation looks better. Like, they've done a notably good job in those zones. Which I don't think anyone didn't expect after the new zones were, looked as good as they did. So, Heidelin weapons. Yeah, they skip C to sacrifice weapons. Again, they went to Heidelin weapons for crafted weapons. That's rude. It's very rude. They're just like, see the sacrifice. Why don't we do that one later? Sad. And yeah, is it because the next ultimate's going to be Warrior of Light Weapons?
Oh boy.
Is that why? Still don't know if that'll be 0.3 or 0.5, but or if at all this expansion. They haven't said it's the next one's this expansion. Only they've started working on it. But yeah, I think it's because we're gonna get C to sacrifice ultimate weapons next. Looking forward to it. Smile. But yeah, that's going to be, I think that's everything we need to talk about. I think any of the other smaller details are worth discussion at this point. So as a reminder of the schedule for the remainder of 7.2X, on Tuesday will be Savage for the Arcadian. I, of course, will be doing my usual for that, my long 12 to 16 hour days until we clear. And then that Saturday we agreed on a while back would be State of the Realm to discuss the Savage and the mechanics and the overall impression on it. Then on April 22nd is Cosmic Exploration. So get your fishing and your crafting and whatever the hell you're going to be doing on the moon. Get that ready, especially if you plan on competing for your 14-day Hall of Fame, as I'm sure some of you are considering at the very least. Although 2 days after is Clair Obscure Expedition 33, so,
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of May is Cosmic Exploration, Mammal Jaw, and our Hildebrand story quest. Which will be a very telling moment for Dawn Trail.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So very interested to see how that's going to go. The patch, not specifically Hildebrand, but that too. Occult Crescent. Oh, did I say Cosmic? I meant to say exploration content, which is, it's field ops now, but we're used to calling it exploration content. Yeah. Yeah, our Occult Crescent on 7.25 at the end of May. And I'm very much looking forward to that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So kind of sad no leveling attached to it, but,
Listen, Eureka showed us that didn't need to be part of the formula to make the content last forever. So... I will trust in that. I promise, like I said, the Aglaia change upsets me, but I got faith.
Yeah,
we'll see. But that's going to be a wrap for our Stay of the Realm this week. Right on time. I'm going to grab a protein shake and head to the gym. So I was out of the gym for like a week and a half. I was preoccupied for a handful of days with more important matters, as you are aware, I'd assume. Sly. Something else going on. Yeah. Very important. Yeah. Thumbs up. Solid response. And then I got sick. So I haven't been in the gym much in the last week and a half.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I didn't have psychonecrosis, I think.
Nah.
I hope. That would be
I mean,
really
are you
bad.
using a feral soul? Is there something you need to tell us, Happy?
I take pre-workout. Maybe that counts. It's called Gorilla Mind. Maybe that's the Gorilla
No.
feral soul.
Oh, I'm sorry. We forgot to add the whole fact with Brute Bomber. Yeah, that shit was fake. And so he's just playing that shit up in his fight. That shit's fake. So how the fuck does he get powered up? Yeah, bullshit. We took damage for fucking nothing. We took placebo damage.
It's just his feral soul. No, we all know who M12 is already. We
took fucking placebo. I still can't believe we took placebo damage.
Placebo damage. I wish that's what it was called.
He's using fake juice. It's just juice. It's just he's not even juicing up. It's just juice.
It's just juice. No, it's Vince McMahon. That's gonna be M12, aka Matem. Hi, Ivy. Yeah. High C. He's just sipping on high C. Listen, at the very least, can it be orange soda? Because much like Kel, I too love orange soda.
Oh my god.
Orange soda will forever be my favorite soda, and that is because of Kel. It will always be the case. I remember there's an episode where he has like a 6 feet tall bottle of orange soda and he opens it and it just goes everywhere. And I'm like, I would die to be in that room full of orange soda right now. I would give my life to be in that room full of orange soda right now. True story. When I was obviously, when I was a kid, I was still colorblind. My parents would buy like ShopRite brand orange soda, which just has, whatever. It just had like a specific can. But then they would buy ShopRite brand cream soda, which I could not tell the color difference between. So one time I opened a cream soda and drank it and vomited profusely because that shit was gross. But what rhymes with orange soda? Nothing rhymes with orange soda. Sunny D ain't healthy. You ever felt your teeth after you drink Sunny D? It's like it stripped all the enamel off. That shit's not good for you. Not saying orange soda is either, but like, you ever feel your teeth after drinking Sunny Delight? That shit has stripped away everything that your teeth had to protect it. Would not recommend. Stick with Tang.
God, I haven't had Sunny D ever since I was in college. Jesus.
I think I had it a few years ago, and then I felt what it did to my teeth, and I remembered. It's radioactive. Dang, it's just all right. Yeah, Yoo-hoo. Not even chocolate milk. It's chocolate drink. I know grape drink. I know apple drink. Now I also know chocolate drink. All right. Yeah. With that, I got to get to the gym, so let's wrap this up. Thanks for joining me to talk about this week's Sly. Let's tell everyone what you're working on.
Yeah, you can find me at twitch.tv/Sly, aka Gray Fox, Twitter, Bluesky Sly, aka Gray Fox. Tonight, I will be having Timothy Van Riper from Pursuit Spirits over in Louisville, Kentucky. Tim sent me a set of samples that I don't know what they are. All I know is that they are bonded bourbons, and one of them is a Pursuit bourbon. And I'll find that out with him because I'll be doing a blind taste test, and we'll be talking about bourbon, talking about bondeds, talking about, what Pursuit does, and answering any questions you may have about whiskey or bourbon. So it's going to be a good time, and then that'll be happening at 8. So, of course, I'll be streaming before then, but yeah, that'll be happening at 8 p.m. Eastern. So if you want to come by, get some bourbon knowledge, feel free. And that's it for me.
Cool.
Happy, what about you?
Ivy, don't yell at me. I'm doing my outro. She's like, meow, meow. She wants her dental treats. I am Well, I'm wrapping up everything I need to do for 7.2's base launch for content. I have to do a prediction video. I'll probably put that out on Sunday for Savage stuff, although you got a little taste of it here. MSQ reaction goes up tomorrow. Normal mode guide's already out. Extreme mode guide's already out. I got to upload Sunken Temple of Karn to show the differences. That won't take very long at all. Tuesday is Savage. I'll be live 2 hours before Savage is up. Servers will be up the whole time, but Savage won't be up till 3 a.m. I'll be running dungeons from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. to get my tomes capped before Savage actually hits, or at the very least within tome cap, within striking distance of the tome cap. So, yeah, that's one of the not so fun things about the 1 week delay is that there's a 2 hour time frame before Savage releases where you can get tomes. And I'd rather be asleep and resting for Savage, but, you know, fuck me, I guess, right? So there's that. Ivy, stop. And then this weekend I'm going to finish my platinum for Final Fantasy 13. That I might even finish tomorrow, probably on Sunday, but probably tomorrow instead. And that platinum, that's my last mainline platinum. 13.2 is technically the last one, but that's the last like just numbered non-sequel. And that platinum is, oh boy. Man, I've got some platinums ahead of me too. I have a copy here of Fortune Street or Itadeki Street, Dragon Quest Final Fantasy 30th Anniversary. I need a Vita copy and a PlayStation 4 copy so I can make my own custom games because this is fucking Final Fantasy Mario Party and I need to play online matches to get the platinum. So this is at some point this year going to be a torture device for me. One that I am willingly walking into.
You have fun with that one.
That's a word for it. It's about 100 hours of manipulating this with myself.
So you're playing with yourself.
I wouldn't have it any other way. Yeah. Who knows me but me? And I'm sure I can beat me in this game. I'm not making Sly. There are things I will make Sly do. This is not one of them. I'd rather get him to play normal Mario Party.
Even then, I don't even want to do that, but you know.
Yeah, you do. Anyway, I'll talk to Midna. She probably wants to do one. She usually wants us to do them every once in a while. I got this great YouTube video of you enjoying the game so much.
Yeah, I'm good.
You'll be good after we're done. Anyway.
No, I won't.
Anyway, that's going to be a wrap for us. We're going to go into a short post show. I got to drink my protein shake and my pre-workout and head to the gym because I got raid in 3 hours. Doing the normals and then doing that. I probably won't stream it, but I'll be doing the normals and then I'll be doing a little bit of Beatrix on my own time. So thanks everyone for tuning in. Remember, Stay the Realm is next Saturday, not Friday, because I have other things to do on Friday. And we will see you all for that episode. So everyone, bye-bye.
See you next week.
All right. And there we go.
Hey.
Yeah. Also, don't forget, everyone, that Twitch is currently hosting a 35% discount on gifted sub amounts of 5 or more until and through Monday, I believe. Unfortunately, not through to fucking Savage itself, but you know.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, they literally announced it yesterday. And it's just for the weekend. And there's also new hype train emotes that they announced today.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Not a whole lot of heads up on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. All right. But I got to get to the gym. I got to make sure I'm not late for a raid. So I will talk to you next week, sir.
Yes, you shall.
All right. You enjoy your day. Enjoy your bourbon.
I will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Look forward to hearing. I could use some bourbon. I want some bourbon. All right. Enjoy, Sly. Have a good one.
You too.
Bye-bye. I hung up on him. All right. I got to get going. I'm already a few minutes over time. So, gym time. Back day. Back and buys. I did chest and tries. Yesterday's back and buys. That is the plan. So, I will see all of you tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll probably be starting with Final Fantasy 13. I am very close to done with that platinum at this point. So I am hoping to have that done by Sunday. I don't think it'll take till Monday. So anyway, I will see all of you tomorrow. Until then, I bid you